Chapter 7. Second Nature. Humiliated by the loss of his seat, Valpres slipped away from the Havani table and Cazador's mocking face. Valpres didn't even bother to turn around during his retreat. Instead, the fox kept his head down and pushed his way backwards through the crowd, using his hindquarters to lead the way. While Valpres was normally careful to not offend potential patrons, in this moment he didn't apologize for impolitely ramming his way through the crowd, probably because they were being even ruder to him, laughing and cracking one-line zingers at his expense. After they had their fun, most insurgents leaned to the side or inched out of the way so Valpres could pass by them. However, occasionally, Valpres hit a cur who refused to move. These rebels Valpres butted several times before giving up and simply ebbing around them, like a weakly flowing stream trying to overcome a large rock in its path. As Valpres neared the bar, the press of the pack lessened, and he was able to turn around and face the counter, but not the bartender on duty. Staring behind her into the mirror on the wall, Valpres gratefully noted that no cur was looking his direction to continue their taunting. They were all now seemingly, if not actually, focused, once again, on Delator and his tale of knowing. "What'll it be?" asked Korka the bartender cheerfully, unaware of Valpres' recent rejection. Korka had been in the back room getting supplies during the whole nosy one ordeal, though Valpres couldn't possibly have known this. While Valpres was tempted to order one of his special drinks to assuage his disgrace, ultimately his embarrassment drove him away. Without answering Korka, the merchant simply turned to his right and headed towards the back door of the tavern, the one leading out to the patio. This exit was closed, with Bamvu the giant standing in front of the door to prevent anyone from sneaking back in. When Valpres reached Bamvu, the bouncer leaned to his right, but only just a little bit. As Valpres began to awkwardly squeeze by the giant, he heard a snort and a chuckle. Stopping abruptly, he glared up at the bouncer and demanded an apology. But Bamvu remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly upon the crowd, and his arms crossed over his bulky chest. Since no apology materialized, Valpres decided it was best to let the insult pass, and began to inch by the behemoth once again, who, after far too many hours on duty, clearly needed a shower. To lessen the offensive odor, Valpres covered his sensitive nose with his hand, but he knew he'd find no respite on the other side of the door, where Trezor's dank, musty smell awaited him. After Valpres was behind the bouncer, he angrily grabbed the doorknob and opened the door for himself, offended that Bamvu hadn't done so. As the door creaked open, the booming noises from the patio rushed in and threatened to disrupt Delator's monologue. To prevent this from happening, Bamvu hastily pushed Valpres into the void and slammed the door shut behind him, long before the fox had a chance to get completely through the threshold. The unexpected jolt of the door against Valpres' rear end cast him awkwardly out into the crowd. However, the swarm merely absorbed his momentum and recoiled in response, roughly smashing the fox back up against the closed door. Confined by the dense horde, and yet alone, Valpres was grateful no one around him had any idea what had just happened to him inside the tavern. He was sure they still viewed him as the vaulted merchant they'd seen rooted and established at the Havani table when they were last inside. Under normal circumstances, Valpres would have quickly recovered from his setback by turning his attention to profit, especially with such a large crowd at his disposal. Today, he simply groveled and groaned and began to push his way through the throng. The cur were packed so tight that Valpres could barely move. They had lingered outside, hoping to stay connected to Delator and the action inside. Soon, they'd be forced to move on, pushed further and further away from Pebble's Edge, as waves of other expelled patrons came out to join them. Although the rebels in Valpres' path were quite surprised to see him out amongst the commoners during such an auspicious occasion, they felt compelled to squish together and jostle about to give the fox a little leeway. It took him a long time, but slowly, Valpries was able to traverse the patio, cross the yard, and make his way towards the back right corner of the tavern lot, where a gate in the fence stood ajar. Near the gate, Valpries joined the flow of patrons exiting the grounds, not because he intended to go home or venture to another pub, but because he knew there was a large rectangular rock slab pushed up against the outside of the fence near the opposite end of the property. This boulder was a perfect place to sit down, a haven where Valpries had often conducted business, away from the prying eyes and ears of the patrons inside Pebble's Edge. After Valpries passed through the open gate, he turned to his left and headed towards this rock, confident that if he could just get there, he could sit down, gather his composure, and figure out a way to storm back inside and reclaim his real seat. Since Delator had been the one to cast him aside, Valpries had no idea how to accomplish such a victory. If it had been anyone else, Valpries was sure he could have easily stood his ground and won the encounter. But not with Delator. Why had Delator done that? Why had he been so Toba-like? Valpries kicked a clod of dirt on the ground, as if doing so would inflict some sort of pain on Delator, and then tried to make a hasty beeline to the rock. Given the large number of rebels milling about, his path was anything but straight. A few yards short of the oasis, Valpries finally caught sight of the stone and stopped dead in his tracks, shocked to see someone already sitting on it. Considering how crowded the alley was, Valpries wasn't really surprised the rock was occupied, but he was quite stunned to see who was sitting in the middle of it, wasting precious space that could have been put to better use. It was none other than Busk, the street performer, a distant cousin of Nosy One. At the sight of the performer, Valpries swiftly turned around and began to search the crowd for Delator and Cazador. Sure, they must have somehow set up this awkward encounter. Why else would Busk, of all inhabitants, be there now? Not seeing his enemies, Valpries turned partway back towards the rock, but only halfway, pausing when he faced the tavern's privacy fence. The merchant then scanned the length of the wooden barrier, expecting to see Cazador's pointy head peeking out above the pickets. But after multiple passes, Valpries was unable to spot the hunter. The fox reluctantly decided the coast was clear and that Busk was just Busk. Taking 2 or 3 steps towards the performer, Valpries gestured towards the rock with his left hand and asked, "Do you mind?" By which he really meant, "Leave." Busk, a young and energetic acrobat, wasn't a very good street performer and was even worse at reading an audience of any size. Glancing sideways at Valpries, Busk immediately noted that Valpries, who wasn't tall enough to make him look up, didn't have his famous satchel draped over his shoulder. So he remained rooted in the center of the rock and simply, but disappointedly, solicited the trade. Still in a sour mood, Valpries wanted to shout, "Are you kidding me? Don't you know who I am? Get the Toba off of my rock!" Instead, the merchant gathered his wits and tried to move beyond his initial reaction. Valpries appreciated that a trade could turn any bad day into a good one, and while he really only wanted to sit down, the fox knew he could start small and branch out if the occasion arose. He'd often traded with the performer and had always bettered the pertinent lad. "Busk, I don't have much on me right now, but if you scoot over, I'll share what I have," bid Valpries. "I don't think so," hedged Busk. "I'd like to know what I'm getting first." Normally, that's a sound approach to any trade. But this time, I really do need to sit down before I can tell you much more. "Why? If I let you sit down first without any details on the trade, then how do I know it'll be worth it?" "Oh, it will be." "But how can I know?" "Busk, my friend, when have I ever steered you wrong before?" inquired Valpries. I don't think you ever have," conceded the performer. "Then why would I do so today?" "I don't know, but while trading is sacred in First Realm, I've learned the hard way that anything goes here in Trezor. That's true, but I promise this trade will be worth it. Totally worth it, for you, that is. If that's the case, then why are you being so secretive about it? Just tell me what it is so I can decide for myself. Here's the thing. What I'm about to offer you is so incredibly valuable, so unique, and so rare that while I'd love to tell you about it, I really can't. I need to be down there closer to you so I can speak more privately, almost whisper. Why, in Trezor's gut, would you need to do that? Spill it already, exclaimed Busk. Because I can't have anyone else overhearing me, honestly, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm about to make you such an unbalanced offer, such an unbelievable exchange that, well, if others overheard it, it'd destroy my business. Really? Beamed the naive performer, instantly softening. Oh, yes, yes, of course, assured Volpris, sensing the opening. You're going to conquer me in this exchange, but if for some reason you don't like what you hear, I'll jump right back up and leave you alone. At the moment, Busk didn't have anywhere else to go. Although he came to Pebble's Edge with several friends, they had left long ago to continue partying elsewhere. Busk had remained in the alley because he wanted to stay close to the tavern. He felt that's where the real action was. And while he didn't really know how to celebrate the demise of Telios, he knew he still didn't want to leave. So Busk resolved to engage Volpris and see what came of this new adventure. Well, in that case, sit down, offered the large Aardvark, who sat up a bit straighter but didn't really move to the left at all. Volpris hastily sat down on the small sliver of cold rock Busk had afforded. For some reason, Volpris always felt more secure and at ease when he was seated. That was even true now, despite the fact that most of his rear end was actually hanging out over the right edge of the boulder, dangling in midair. Still, the small part of his left cheek that was solidly on the rock made the fox feel like he'd already won something. Volpris measured Busk's acceptance of him, tiny as it was, as a positive sign, one indicating that the performer was willing to give before receiving anything of value. Suddenly, the possibility of swindling someone, especially someone related to Nosy One, greatly cheered the merchant. His confidence soared, and he knew he'd soon be ready to strut back into Pebble's Edge and take his seat at the Havani table. Truth be told, Busk, I always carry a little something in my pocket for times like these. You know, times when I need a trade, but I'm not close to my home or my shop. And even though what I'm carrying today is rather small, it holds immense value, more than most items I typically carry around. Wow, that sounds exciting. I guess it's my lucky day, asserted Busk. Well, let me think about this for a second, hesitated Volpris strategically, though he didn't pause long enough for his surprised counterpart to chime in. Busk, I'm not sure a straight-up trade of what I have today is really going to be worth the occasion, even though I'd really like to sit here and talk to you. But Volpris, just a moment ago, when you were standing there awkwardly, you promised you could make this trade worth my while. And I've got to say, if you ain't trading, then you ain't staying, huffed Busk as he began to inch to the right to knock Volpris off the rock. As Busk's leg hit Volpris and the merchant began to teeter, the image of Cazador violently rocking his chair to dump him on the floor came rushing back into Volpris' mind. Even though the grass beside the rock was much softer than the marble-strewn floor he'd just crashed down upon, Volpris had no intention of taking 2 falls in one day. Whoa, hold on there, big fella. I didn't say I wasn't willing to trade with you at all. I just meant that I didn't think I should permanently surrender what I have. I am willing, however, to show it to you. You mean one of your classic look but don't touch deals? No thanks. That's no trade. Oh, no, not at all. You could do much more than look from over there. I'd let you touch it, investigate it, and asking me all kinds of questions about it. You just can't keep it. I don't know, Valpers. That seems kind of lame to me. Thanks, but no thanks, announced Busk as he pushed further to his right, forcing Valpres off the rock. Surprisingly, Valpres nimbly caught himself, barely stumbling. To those passing by, it even looked as if Valpres had intended to stand up to stretch or step aside. Undeterred, and now into the challenge of a trade, Valpres stepped back up to the rock and pressed on. Busk, once you know what I have to share, I'm confident you'll offer me much more than a few moments on a tiny patch of rock to catch a glimpse of it, let alone peer at it up close for yourself. But if you're not interested... Valpres let his voice trail off as he shrugged and turned slightly as if preparing to head back into Pebble's Edge. Busk almost blurted, "I didn't say I wasn't interested, I am." But even though Busk wasn't very good at trades, he was good enough to know he should hold those thoughts to himself. Instead, he quickly shouted, as if Valpres had already moved far away. "Hold on, merchant, hold on! Come back here and tell me what it is. Maybe I'll reconsider." Valpres didn't have to take a step closer to Busk. His leg was already touching the rock. He merely turned slightly to face Busk more directly. I don't know," balked the merchant. "It's quite challenging to describe what I have standing up here, or sitting down there with one cheek on and one cheek off the rock, if you know what I mean. I tell you what, if you move over enough for me to squarely sit down, with my whole backside on the boulder, then I'll tell you." While Busk wasn't sure if Valpres was taking him for a fool, he was quite intrigued by what Valpres might have, so he opted to risk a small territorial exchange. "Well, okay, but be quick about it, or I'm taking back my bench." "I'd expect nothing less from you," smiled the fox. After Busk slid to his left, Valpres was able to claim a decent-sized plot on the rock, close to his usual position. The merchant was almost, but not quite, in the grooves he'd worn out through the years of doing business there with other patrons. "Okay, Busk, before I can tell you any more, you've got to swear to me that you'll keep all of this a secret." "Valpres, you know I'm great at keeping secrets. All you had to do was ask. Why make me swear to it?" "To make sure you know, this time, it's very important. What I'm about to show you could get both of us kicked out of Trezor." "Really? It's that bad?" whispered Busk breathlessly. "No, it's that good." "Why would something good get us kicked out of Trezor?" "Because if anyone found out about this great treasure, the one I'm about to show you, Trezor himself would be in grave danger, and he would take it out on us." Valpres was careful to intone the word he in a way that caused Busk to be confused about the pronoun's owner, which caused Busk to quickly seek confirmation. "He who? Who'd take it out on us? Trezor?" "Yes, Trezor and Delator." "What? Both of them?" pursued Busk, barely able to contain his excitement. "Oh, yes, both of them," assured the merchant. "Valpres, like I said before, I can, without a doubt, keep a secret. Keep your secrets. Go on, tell me. You can trust me." Valpres didn't trust anyone. His warning had simply been a ploy to hook Busk and pull him into the trade. It was true, however, that Valpres wanted Busk to keep the trade to himself, so he could similarly swindle others several more times. "Are you sure you won't tell anyone?" lared the merchant, as if he were mad or extremely earnest. I swear already, I won't tell anyone," committed Busk. "But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you do tell someone. Then what? What trade do you offer in advance to make amends?" Busk had never been asked for collateral before. The modest performer had never tried to obtain anything that significant in a trade. The thought he was about to see something so valuable, so extraordinary that it demanded security, made Busk yearn for it even more. And knowing he could hold it for himself made his heart begin to race. Valpries, you can trust me. Come on, you know me. You know I don't have much. How could I ever ensure that such a wrong would be made right again? I don't know what I could possibly offer you. Valpries, always working on multiple future deals, had already decided that getting closer to Busk would help him get closer to Nosy One, and ultimately take her down a notch or two. While it might take him several trades and many months, Valpries was positive the leverage and revenge would be worth it. So he set the stage for the performer's future debt when he was certain Busk would owe. I tell you what, I do trust you, Busk, Valpries replied, but I'd feel much better if we made sure this deal was a real deal and not merely some lopsided affair. So if you do break your commitment to silence, then we must have a way to make amends. How about we just agree that if you don't hold up your end of the bargain, then every week, and I do mean every week, you'll offer me the first trade on your intake. That's it? Sought Busk. That's it, confirmed the merchant. But Valpries, I kinda do that already. Yes, I know. But in the future, we'll have much more to discuss, if you know what I mean, answered the fox with a wink and a nudge. Busk couldn't believe his good fortune. Valpries wasn't really asking him for much collateral at all, almost none. So he felt compelled to accept the terms before Valpries changed his mind. Yes, of course, I agree. If I tell anyone else, I'll dutifully bring my first fruits to you. Then it's a trade, granted Valpries, as he stuck out his hand to shake. Busk grabbed Valpries' hand and vigorously shook it, a little too hard. Despite the discomfort, Valpries was careful to reveal no pain on his face, just a grateful smile. All right, then, let's get down to business, proposed the merchant, as if they hadn't already been trading for quite some time. Without standing up, Valpries leaned back and extended his right leg so he could more easily reach down into his pants pocket. After he extracted the trade item, he pulled his leg back up to a more natural sitting position and placed his closed hand in his lap. Before I show this to you, and I'm just asking, you don't have to, is there any chance you could slide over just a little bit more? I mean, don't you feel those grooves in the rock? Busk wiggled and closed his eyes to concentrate. His backside wasn't nearly as sensitive as Valpries' haunches, and he struggled to feel what Valpries was alluding to. Yeah, I kind of feel them, he pretended. Then I think you'll find that if you slide over, say, another 2 inches, we'll both feel much more comfortable. It'll make it easier for you to enjoy this, suggested Valpries as he raised his closed right hand. Sure, no problem, agreed Busk as he eagerly relocated further to his left. Given the extra space, Valpries was finally able to slide into his normal position on the bench. The merchant hadn't traded anything to get to this point, and was now certain he could prolong the encounter with Busk until he felt good enough to go back inside, even without revealing what was in his hand. However, Valpries wasn't really trading for time or space on the rock. He was trading for a chance to strike back at Nosy One, and new revenge was worth the disclosure. Busk, were you inside Pebble's Edge when Delator gave his knowing speech? You know, the one about the first Olmecs he caught? No, I wasn't. I'm really sorry I missed it. That's one of my favorites, acknowledged Busk. Well, are you sure you can keep it secret? Probed Valpries as he leaned slightly towards Busk and lowered his voice. Valpries could have spoken more normally at this point, since most of the Kuur in the alley had already dispersed to other venues, and those in the backyard wouldn't be pushed through the gates until after the next alarm blared and Bonvu did his thing. The merchant had spoken softly for dramatic effect. Yes, of course I can, whispered Busk in kind, his palms now damp, sweating with anticipation. Okay, from your perspective, what's the most important thing in the knowing tale? Asked Valpries, his eyes twinkling with delight. He so thoroughly loved a trade. I'm not sure. There are so many great parts, struggled Busk. Let me think. Valpries waited so Busk could ponder his answer, but only for a fleeting moment. The merchant knew how to build anticipation and demand without letting the moment slip away. Want a clue? He appropriately offered. Yes, please, begged Busk. I'm holding the most important thing from Delator's story, right here in my hand. What? How can that be? Inquired Busk, certain there was no way Valpries held Fortress, Torpak, Breeze, Udens, Appy, one of the trees, or any of the other options racing through his head. Busk had, of course, also considered Delator as the most important thing, but he dismissed that solution as way too obvious. Besides, he knew Delator was back inside the tavern, not in Valpries' hand. How can that be? Echoed Valpries. Simple. The most important part of the tale, at least from my perspective, can fit right here in my hand. It's easy to devour or destroy. But Valpries, everything in the story was big, humongous even. Do you just have a fragment of something in your hand, like a piece of fortress? Or the arbor entrance? I mean, come on, you can't possibly have the entirety of much of anything there in your hand. At least not anything significant from this particular tale. Can you? Puzzled Busk. No, I don't have part of fortress or the arbor. But you're on the right path. You're correct. I only have part of one of the most important things. Busk scratched his head, trying to decide what Valpries could possibly have. He didn't really feel like Valpries' clues had helped him very much. So, do you have a part of Second Realm in there? He eventually asked. Yes, kind of. It's certainly part of a second, smiled Valpries. What? You've got a part of Torpak? Gushed Busk, wondering if Valpries had somehow managed to plunder Torpak's grave. If so, Busk desperately wanted to join him in his next raid. No, not Torpak, though I do have a part of someone else. Who, Breeze? Udens? Shot Busk. No, chuckled Valpries, loving Busk's enthusiasm. I don't have a part of either of them, but I do have a part of someone else. And the part I'm holding, the one you can hold in just a minute, isn't a body part in the classical, physical sense. It's something you've never seen before. But Valpries, I've been to Second Realm many times. I've seen dozens and dozens of dead pieces and parts of seconds. How can it be something I've never seen before? Well, I guess it is possible you have seen it, but I seriously doubt you would have realized it at the time. Gee, Valpries, I don't get it, shrugged Busk, who found himself sitting somewhere between dismay and interest, though oddly, the performer was leaning much more towards the latter, even in his confusion. Need another hint? Yes, obviously, I do, admitted Busk. Valpries understood that since Busk had missed his most important clue earlier, he'd never correctly guess what he was holding without taking him back to that point. So Valpries tried again. Okay, how about this? At the end of Delator's knowing tale, what got devoured? Everything, replied Busk dutifully. Yes, in due time, everything did, conceded Valpries, who was struggling to guide Busk to the obvious, yet still help the performer feel like he'd solved a great puzzle. To get past this hurdle, Valpries decided to basically give Busk the answer, without using the exact word, hoping that would be enough to make Busk feel good. I have this same thing Trezor ate at the end of the story, he revealed. What? No way! Trezor ate Almax. You can't possibly have one of those. Why not? First off, no one can see them. That's not true. Are you calling Delator a liar? He claims to see them all the time. Oh, no, never. I meant you couldn't possibly have one there because you can't see them. How do you know I can't? Because Delator said he's the only one who can see them. That's how. Now look who's calling Delator a liar. You're such a hypocrite, lurched Busk, as if he suddenly wanted nothing to do with Volpres. Easy, Busk. Easy. Relax. I think you'll find I don't have a single thread of hypocrisy in me. Oh, yeah? Really? Really. Not a single thread. I have a finely woven tapestry, smiled Volpres. The merchant's candor easily drew Busk back into the trade. I guess we all do, chuckled the performer. What I meant to say, continued Volpres, was that maybe, just maybe, Delator embellished his telling to make it more captivating, and that maybe, just maybe, some of us can also see Olmax. We just haven't made a big deal about it. Busk began to wonder if Delator had indeed exaggerated his tale, and if others really could see Olmax. Perhaps he was even one of the few who could. The thought seized him, and his desire to be like Delator enticed him into believing he could. So let's say you can sort of see Olmax vaguely, albeit not clearly, or nearly as well as Delator. Fuzzy at best, suggested the performer, attempting to strike a balance between his regard for Delator and his desire to see what Volpres held in his hand. Yes, of course. That sounds about right. Delator remains undoubtedly the best at seeing Olmax and their desires. Then, I'll concede you might be able to see them too. But even if you can see Olmax, how'd you catch one? Even Delator can't do that. He needs Trazor's help. I thought only Trazor could capture an Olmac. Volpres had heard many stories of how Telios had rescued Olmax from the depths of Trazor, hiding them in himself once again. The merchant was also confident there were many Olmacs wandering in the great without that Trazor hadn't eaten. He assumed Telios had found and rehidden some of those as well, but in his current interaction with Busk, Volpres ignored these truths and understood Busk meant no other Kuur could consume or capture an Olmac. Busk, I must admit, I didn't catch this Olmac. Trazor did. But if he caught it and swallowed it, how'd you get it? Now, that's the question, isn't it? How did I get it? Mused Volpres, without elaborating. Well, how did you? Pressed Busk. You might not know this, but I do a lot of trading with Trazor, and not so long ago he owed me one, and I mean a big one. So I asked him if I could watch him swallow an Olmac. You mean you sat on Trazor's shoulder during a hunt with Delator? Oh, no, not up there. I wouldn't want to encroach on Delator's space. Besides, I wanted a chance to catch a bit of the vapor for myself. I figured the best way to do that was to hang out near his bottomless pit and wait for them to fall in. Of course, Trazor didn't mind. He could hardly even tell I was there. You've been to his bottomless pit? Gasped Busk in awe. Oh, yes, many times, lied Volpres. And could you see the Olmecs down inside there, in the darkness and the void? No, not so much. And to be honest, I didn't really want to get too close to the edge and risk falling in or anything like that. Yeah, I wouldn't either, shivered Busk. After he stopped shaking, he asked, Then how'd you get one? Oh, that ended up being much easier than you might think. You know how the Olmecs tickle Trazor's throat when he swallows them? Yes, of course, everyone knows that. Interestingly enough, it turns out, if you're positioned close to his bottomless pit, you can sense a slight rumble, a shaking of sorts, when this tickling occurs. So all I had to do was stay near the pit, out in front of it a bit, but off to the side, and wait for some of these vibrations to ripple through. Once they hit, I knew there was an Olmac on its way down, and I jumped up and got ready to catch it. But, Volpres, aren't Olmecs just vapors? Yes, they're like a very fine mist. Then how'd you catch a cloud? Before I went down to the pit, I put a small creamer on a pole. You put a package of dairy creamer on a pole? Really? That makes no sense. Are you saying Olmecs are attracted to small, pink, or blue rectangular paper packages? No, I didn't use a package of powdered fake creamer. I employed something that looked like one of those liquid dairy dispensers. You know the kind. The ones with a lid that flaps up and down when you push on it with your thumb? Oh, yes, I know the kind. Well, I attached something like that to one end of a long pole, and Jerry rigged a string that ran all the way down the pole from the lid lever to the handle at the other end. That way, I could hold out the pole and open and close the lid with one hand, while I held a flashlight in the other hand to help me see better. Oh, I get it. So when trays are swallowed and rumbled, you jumped up, grabbed your pole, and held it out in front of his bottomless pit? Exactly. And as the mist wafted through, you caught it in the container? Yes, some of it, but not all of it. Though I did get the heart of it. Wow. So then what'd you do? I quickly pulled the creamer over and dumped the Olmec into a jar with a more secure lid. A screw top one, actually. You mean you had the heart of an Olmec contained? Like midsummer fireflies in a glass jar? Yes, I did. And this particular Olmec, the one I have here in my hand, wasn't very happy about being separated from the rest of her Olmec. It turns out that Delator was absolutely right on this count. The vapors of an Olmec really do want to stick together. The part I captured instantly turned blue as if it was going sour or holding its breath, waiting for its larger missing part to find it. Really? Yes, absolutely. And I knew I had to get out of there right away before something weird happened to it, or the other part of its Olmec somehow escaped Trazor's bottomless pit and attacked me or something. I don't know, it was all very confusing and exciting. So I rushed home. Well, actually, I ran to my lab where I make the tokens for Pebble's Edge. Once there, I immediately fashioned the misty blue vapor into several marbles before the Olmec could slip away, evaporate, or be stolen by the rest of its Olmec. How many marbles did you make? Interrupted Busk, longing to own one, even though he knew he'd never have enough to trade for something as precious as an Olmec. Oh, I can't tell you that. That's a secret I don't share with anyone. Fair enough, but you've got one of those marbles here with you now? That's what I get to see, right? Asked Busk excitedly. Yes, but again, you've got to promise you won't tell anyone else about all of this. Oh, yes, absolutely, I promise. It'll remain a secret just between you and me. Okay, then. Here you go, offered Volpriest verbally, without moving his hand. Busk put forth his claw, eager to seize the marble and gaze upon the Olmec it contained. For some reason, he knew he'd be able to see it and be just like Delator. That would be something special, something no one else had ever done, except perhaps Volpriest and a few others. Volpriest then slowly raised his right hand, but kept it closed. Placing his left hand over his right, the merchant began to rub his hands together, as if he was trying to warm them on a cold winter day, or crush the marble into powder. As he did, the merchant kept the marble completely hidden. The maneuver was so smooth and graceful that Busk, the street performer, wondered if Volpriest had once been in the street himself, or if the marble was truly in the merchant's hands at all. With a magician's flourish, Volpriest separated his hands and held out his left hand, the one closest to Busk. It was closed, palm up. While the marble was now closer to Busk, Volpriest was careful to hold it directly in front of himself and not to extend it towards Busk in the slightest. Keeping his eyes on his hand, Volpriest mysteriously asked, "And you won't tell anyone?" No, I promise, Busk nearly shouted, marveling at how many times he had to promise, as if once wasn't good enough. Volpriest then slowly swung his left arm, like the boom of a crane, towards Busk. When the load was over Busk's leg, Volpriest stopped and slowly opened his hand to reveal the gleaming marble. As Busk reached out to grab it, the performer stopped and bid, Is it safe? Absolutely. I carry this with me all the time, and nothing bad has ever happened to me. Ever. All right. May I? Yes, yes, of course. That was our trade, wasn't it? After all, I'm sitting here enjoying your company, and you're part of the trade. The rock bench. Now it's time for me to give my part. Just remember, you'll have to return it to me when we're done. Okay, I will, agreed Busk as he gingerly picked up the marble. His grip was light and timid, as if he was afraid he'd crush the pebble or worried it would somehow harm him. Still, Busk immediately noticed that the marble had more heft than any of Vulpre's prized tokens he'd ever held. Busk attributed this additional mass to the blue mist it contained, but couldn't comprehend how something so fine could be so heavy. As he pondered this, Busk noticed that the marble was a newer model, with etching on multiple sides. On one side, there was a micro-engraving of Vulpre's new market logo, and on the other, a normal-sized inscription of the inhabitant's name, in this case, Butaka. Busk had to do a double-take. In his excitement, he saw the letters B, U, and K, and his mind interpreted the whole name as his own, as if the marble had been one of his tokens. It took the performer a moment to grasp the actual name. Vulpre's, why do you have a name on this? I assumed you wouldn't know whose it was, he asked. Oh, I don't, replied Vulpre's matter-of-factly, surprised that Busk was more interested in the name on the marble than its contents. Then why did you put Butaka on it? Inquired Busk, running his claw slowly over the name, as if his nail were sharp enough to feel the engraving, which it wasn't. Well, since I didn't really know who it was, I had to come up with something. I couldn't leave such a beautiful pebble unnamed. Besides, having a name on it makes it easier to talk about Erolmac. Vulpes knew that this minor revelation could have been heard by a more perceptive Kuur, as evidence he'd already shown the marble to others. He assumed Busk would miss the subtlety, and he was right. Did you make the name up? I've never heard of it before, noted Busk. No, I didn't. It's from a small island dialect. It basically means land. That's an odd name for you to choose. No, not really. All seconds come out of the ground, so to speak, given where Torpak came from. And when seconds physically die, where do they all go? Usually buried, underground. Right, buried in the land. From the land to the land. Ah, makes sense. Satisfied with the name, Busk turned his attention to Butaka's ghost image inside the marble. Although he had no idea what Butaka really looked like, the image was both stunning and haunting. Busk could see the horror on her face and the longing in her eyes. Butaka had both her hands raised up in the air and her mouth wide open, as if she were banging on a window, yelling and pleading to be reunited with something or someone on the other side. Vulpes, is the ghost image in this marble made from Butaka's Olmec? Am I seeing her actual Olmec right now? Asked Busk, keeping his eyes trained on the image, as if by averting them he might never be able to see her again. Yes, replied Vulpes proudly. I knew you had the gift of sight. Thanks, I thought I might. You know, she looks amazing. How'd you do that? I can't tell you. You know I don't disclose how I create any of my marbles. Yes, I know. But Butaka looks like she's in a lot of pain. Oh, I'm sure she is. I've got part of her Olmec in this marble and in a few other marbles. And then, of course, there's more of her Olmec imprisoned down in Trezor. She can't possibly feel good like that, all torn apart. Do the images of her in the other marbles look the same? Do they all look like this one? Sought Busk. No, some of the others look worse, like she's in even more pain, chuckled Vulpes, the charlatan. Vulpes' amusement was cut short by the bar alarm inside Pebble's Edge erupting and flashes of red light escaping through the small cracks in the tavern's window coverings. Some of these rosy rays bounded over the privacy fence, painting a couple of the larger Kuur still in the alley with bright red stripes. In response, Valpres leapt to his feet, snatched Butaka, and sprinted back towards the gate. "Hey, Valpres, I wasn't done yet. I have more questions," shouted Busk after the merchant. "I know. Maybe next time," promised Valpres without looking back. Valpres, now fully recharged by his trade with Busk, didn't slow down as he approached the open gate. Instead, he reached out his right hand, grabbed the last fence post, and used it as a fulcrum to swing back into the yard, his legs flying high up into the air. After he landed, Valpres began to joyfully work his way upstream against the outward flow of ejected patrons. When he finally got to the back door, Bamboo was in the process of closing it. As the fox slipped through, Bamboo merely noted, "Back for more, huh?" "Yeah, of course I am," asserted Valpres smugly, as he put his hand in his pants pocket to store Butaka's marble for another day. Stepping into the room, Valpres saw Nosy One standing by the Havani table, clearly bidding her farewells. The merchant instantly sensed his timing couldn't have been better, and that it was going to be much easier to reclaim his seat than he'd first imagined. But as he began to waltz towards the table, Cazador the hunter alerted Delator to the fox's attempted return. As Delator made eye contact with Valpres, he smiled and sinisterly motioned for Nosy One to sit back down. Despite mildly protesting, Nosy One quickly complied. As she pulled her chair back up to the table, Cazador raised his mug towards the displaced merchant and loudly shouted, "Better fortunes tomorrow!" "Better fortunes tomorrow!" echoed the newly arriving patrons, spilling into the pub. They had no idea they were mocking Valpres with the common market mantra, nor that their words were prophetic today. Rejected once again, Valpres spun around on his heel, pushed roughly past Bamboo, and raced back outside, disappearing into the other Kuur outcasts. The fox wasn't seen again until after the rise. After Cat and Mkeshi moved into Bolmak, Giajuja and the Bikanja struggled to feel at home in Tala. While they didn't think of themselves as squatters in Cat's house, for the house was as much theirs as hers, they did feel that without Cat, the house was just a house and not a home. Cat had become home for them, and they missed her dearly. So, when Telios asked them if they wanted to visit Cat and Mkeshi, acting as realm messengers for a few days, they jumped at the chance. Tonight, the four of them were eating dinner in a cozy room deep inside of Bolmak, a space the Great Divide had partitioned inside of himself for Cat near the main repository for Second Realm recordings. The interior of Cat's abode looked and felt like a small vacation cabin, reminiscent of those used for fishing back in First Realm. Although the dining room had a window, it masked a solid wall instead of looking out onto a lovely lake. And from the outside, Cat's home appeared to be nothing more than an oversized door awkwardly attached to a jagged outcropping of rocks, serving no apparent purpose. As Cat and her guests neared the end of their meal, Giajuja continued to drive a lively conversation about the anatomy of Second Realm inhabitants. Unlike the Kuur, Giajuja wasn't criticizing seconds as being less than First Realm inhabitants or gossiping about them in any way. She was trying to combine the concepts she'd learned, or rather, thought she'd learned, from studying Desma, with the new insights she'd garnered from her recent interactions with Appy. No, that's not what I meant," waved Giajuja excitedly. "I meant that language shapes our understanding and controls how we think. Here, let me show you. Mkeshi, please close your eyes." "What?" questioned Mkeshi, surprised by Giajuja's proposal. Giajuja often caught Mkeshi off guard during mealtime, because he was staring at Cat or daydreaming about her instead of paying attention. Tonight, Mkeshi had been closely following the discussion and merely felt Giajuja's suggestion made little sense. but after a moment and another wave by Jiajuja to silently reiterate her request, Nkeshi shrugged, placed his hands on the table beside his plate, and replied, "Sure, why not?" "Okay, tell me, what do you see?" explored Jiajuja. "Nothing," smiled Mkeshi. "My eyes are closed." "Funny, Mkeshi, but seriously, what do you see?" reiterated Jiajuja. "Seriously, still nothing," confirmed Mkeshi, his eyes not yet having time to adjust to the darkness behind his eyelids. "That's fine. We'll wait," proposed Jiajuja. Silently, together, they all waited. Eventually, Jiajuja quietly asked, "Now what do you see?" Her voice was soft and tender, as if excessive volume or excitement might chase away Mkeshi's ability to see. "Just a second," implored the warrior as an image began to take shape in his mind. When it was fully in bloom, he triumphantly exclaimed, as if he'd painted the landscape himself, "I see a brilliant sunrise, similar to the ones Cat and I watched back in first row." "Nice," radiated Cat. "But what does it look like? We've seen many different kinds." Mkeshi squeezed his eyes shut harder so the image wouldn't fade away. Analyzing the scene more carefully, he realized it wasn't a memory or a set of memories stitched together, but a vision, a sunrise he'd never seen before. The insight made Mkeshi wonder if it was a sign of things to come, or simply his imagination. The warrior didn't mention this fleeting thought as he tried to answer Cat's question. "The upper parts are dark and foreboding, as if the night had been heavily laden with Toba, and was fighting to remain." "And the bottom part?" "It's stunning, something I've never seen before. It's packed full of clouds as far as the eye can see," explained Nkeshi as he turned his head from side to side, scanning his vision. "Since the sun hasn't crested the horizon yet, the clouds are illuminated from behind and below. Still, they're extremely bright, gorgeous shades of red and orange, with bits of blue and white sprinkled in." "That sounds beautiful, but why'd you say it was something you've never seen before? We've watched countless sunrises together," inquired Cat. "Oh, Cat, not like this one. The lowest clouds, the ones closest to the ground, are all broken and chunked, not wispy and smooth. And while the rough pattern is chaotic, it's somehow uniform at the same time. It's hard to describe." "Does it remind you of anything else?" probed Jiajuja, stepping in. Yes, it does. It looks like the underside of a large log on fire, sitting atop one of Lipicanja's famous bonfires. It's like the top part of the log is still fighting against its long-term demise, while the bottom part has already succumbed to the blaze. Yeah, that's it. The lowest clouds in the sky look like the embers on the underside of a burning log. They're checkered and split. Each chunky rectangle is sparkling red, with edges that contain the vibrant hues of extreme heat. It's as if the embers of wood, I mean the clouds, are holding on for dear life against the heat and flames below the horizon, which I can't fully see, but they're there licking through the cracks and crevices of the log." "Wow, your sunrise looks like a bonfire?" marveled Cat. "Yes, it does," confirmed Mkeshi. While Cat had never seen a sunrise that looked like a log on fire, she had enjoyed many bonfires with Mkeshi, and had witnessed many logs meet their end in the flames, especially now that they lived in Bolmek. In the years ahead, Cat would wonder if Mkeshi's vision had been planted by the Onu as a sign of things to come, or merely a hint from Odago to help all of them better understand Second Realm Olmax tonight. "Mkeshi, go ahead and open up your eyes now. So, how did you explain what you saw?" questioned Jiajuja. "I told you about it," replied Mkeshi slowly, as if his answer was so blatantly obvious he shouldn't even have to voice it. "Using words?" suggested Jiajuja. Yes. What else could I have used? Or done?" "I couldn't exactly show you the picture in my head," chuckled Mkeshi. "And when you described it, you used words and images that we'd all understand, even if they didn't perfectly match what you saw, right? I mean, your sunrise didn't really have logs in it, did it?" "No, of course not. It just looked like it did." That's like what I've been trying to say. I believe that's what the Onu did in Desma recordings. They employed words like Olmec that we'd understand. Well, kind of understand, because language guides our thoughts. But now, we know Second Realm Olmecs are very different from ours. So much so that I even wonder if they have Olmecs at all, exaggerated Giajuja to make her point. Geo, how can that be? Sought Lipukanja. Desma clearly states that seconds have Olmecs. It also tells us Telios will keep them safely hidden in him. I know that sounds weird, and it's definitely different from our own experience, but those recordings are, after all, recordings, aren't they? As such, they must be true. Yes, of course they are. But what if they only merely refer to that aspect of seconds as Olmecs for our benefit? I mean, so we'd comprehend that this small part of them encapsulated their true essence, their very being, just like our Olmecs do. I'm confused. Doesn't that make them Olmecs? Asked Lipukanja. Yes, dear, of course it does. Geo, now you're talking in circles and contradicting yourself. Well, that wouldn't be the first time, laughed Giajuja. Okay, let me try again. I think their Olmecs are Olmecs, in the same way ours are. They contain the very essence of who they are, the core that's most connected to Telios. However, I also believe, based on conversations with Appy and lots of reading and talking to others, that seconds have many other parts that also play a role in their existence in a way that we don't. When you listen to seconds and read their writings, it's clear they feel they have many parts that make them sentient. They talk about their heart, mind, body, soul, spirit, destiny, Olmec, and other things. Some of these parts we have, and some we don't. I don't know. I'm just trying to say that I'm not sure the word Olmec really conveys the complete richness of their experience in the same way it does ours. I mean, come on. Their Olmecs are hidden in Telios. That's totally different and incredible. You know, just because their Olmecs are different doesn't make them any less Olmecs, offered the Pukanja. After all, the head of an ant, the head of a giraffe, and the head of a hippopotamus are all heads. Sure, they're different, but their differences don't make them any less heads. Fair point, Lip. I'll grant you that, replied Giajuja, not quite done. But I still feel like the Onu called them Olmecs to help us understand, in a small way, how important that part of a second realm inhabitant is. Their Olmecs aren't some cast-off fragment Telios kept to himself. Their Olmecs are, well, them, their essence. Aunt Geo, it seems to me that your discussions with Appy have sparked a much deeper appreciation for what's at stake here, and the importance of their Olmecs being hidden in Telios. Oh, yes, that's certainly true, affirmed Giajuja. And did you really march right up to Appy last week and tell him he had no Olmec? Blushed Kat, embarrassed to think her aunt may have been as blunt as she implied earlier. Oh, no, dear, I eased into it. It took me at least 5 or 6 seconds, smiled Giajuja. And don't even get me started on second Deshmi. I don't think those are the same as ours either. Okay, cautioned Lipukanja. One topic at a time. I don't want to accidentally twist Onu words to make them mean something they don't, just so I can feel better about something I don't really understand. So, for now, can we at least agree their Olmecs are Olmecs, but they're clearly different from ours in many ways? Yes, of course, nodded Giajuja, finally starting to wind down. And can we also agree that their Olmecs are either hidden in Telios, consumed by Trezor the Black Divide, or roaming around in the Great Without? Something that, gratefully, ours do not do. I mean, roam around away from our bodies, that is. That would be terrible. Though, it seems like it might be pretty great to be hidden in Telios. I think we're all with you there, Lip, granted Giajuja. You know, continued the Picanja, it's very interesting to me that all this hiding and roaming occurs before second realm inhabitants physically die. But what happens to them after? Lipikanja's voice trailed off, and Giajuja thought he meant after they die. which wasn't exactly where the Bikanja was going. Well, their Olmacs stay hidden in Telios, began Giajuja, and they join us in First Realm like Appy. But as for those that have chosen Toba, I'm not sure. What I've read doesn't make a lot of sense to me. No, to me neither, Gio. But that's not what I was going to say. I was going to ask, what happens to them after Telios moves to Second Realm? Do you think their Olmacs will still be hidden in him there? I don't know, admitted Giajuja. Cat, what do you think? Asked Lipukanja. I know you've been studying this a lot. I have. That's why I asked you to bring the specific Desmo recordings with you that I did. But Uncle Lip, I'm with Gio on this one. I don't really know. I can't convince myself that Telios is really going to do what the recordings seem to imply. I mean, I know the recordings must be true. Still, they must mean something I don't understand or have hidden significance. Give me an example, requested the Pikanja. How about two that keep me up at night? Sure, fire away. Take 14E8-D58 0I2 B8 L49 BA6 EL1 E5D-15C2. It says Telios will grow up on Second Realm. How's that possible? He's an Onu. How can he grow up? Or take 14E8-D58 0I2 B8L49 85831 4I2 68J3E, which states that Telios will be slaughtered like a silent lamb as part of the trade. I just don't get that either. No sentient First Realm being has ever died. So how can Telios, an Onu nonetheless, die? Yes, those are hard ones. Have you spoken to the Onu about them? You bet I have, many times. But Odago, being Odago, told me that my understanding of these things, or lack thereof, won't alter what will or will not be. Ouch, that sounds pretty harsh, winced Lipukanja. Oh, no, I didn't take it that way at all. It felt like he was trying to assure me their plan would work, that they have a way, and when the time comes, I'll be able to better see and appreciate all they've done. Did he mention when all of this would take place? No, not really. He deferred and said, when the king says the time is right. But who knows when that'll be? Who indeed? Only the king, I guess. First realm inhabitants, like all sentient beings, have always tried to comprehend new concepts by comparing them to their own thoughts, emotions, and experiences. However, in their quest to understand second realm Olmacs by comparing them to their own, first realm inhabitants were essentially calling night and day the same, as if sharing the same primary light source, the sun, made them identical. But they have vastly different experiences. While day gets to see and enjoy the sun directly, night encounters the sun indirectly, as a reflection off of the moon. That's the way it is with Olmacs. Although first and second realm Olmacs share the same name and light source, Telios, they all see and experience his light differently. The Kuur adamantly believe their lives and Olmacs are far superior to second realm inhabitants in every way, because they've already lived with and abandoned the Onu. They also feel their Olmacs are much safer in their own Kalamas than second realm Olmacs could ever be. The Kuur are wrong on both fronts. On the other hand, the Onu Otu, particularly those with vision to see, realize second realm inhabitants experience Telios via their hidden Olmacs in an unseen, yet more direct manner than they ever will. Despite this, they aren't jealous of second realm inhabitants nor lament these differences. Instead, they trust Telios and know he created them to enjoy his presence just as they are. Their unwavering confidence in the prince has made it possible for them to appreciate how he fashioned second realm inhabitants and their Olmacs. Each one special, unique, a treasure of immeasurable value. Truly worth hiding. Chapter 8. The Keeper. In the middle of the night, the Onu, all the Onu, sat on the front steps of the king's new mansion as if expecting a new arrival or waiting for a wayward child to come home. The walls of Fanua's second realm bedroom were light tan, constructed from mud bricks and stucco, just like every other wall in Dars, the oasis village where Fanua lived. Tonight, the moon streamed brightly through Fanua's open bedroom window, causing the wall directly next to her bed to appear grayish-white. Tired of tossing and turning, Fanua tried to distract herself by fashioning black shadow animals on this wall with her hands. Since she didn't know how to make very many creatures, she exhausted her curated list in less than a minute. After parading through her makeshift zoo a second time, Fanua moaned, rolled over onto her stomach, and buried her head in her pillow to let out an agonizing but muffled scream. When the teen came back up for air, she slid over to the edge of her bed and flung her arm over the side. Not rich by any means, but not poor either. Fanua had an actual bed instead of the hamlet's customary woven mat on the floor. Animos, Fanua's dad, had so highly valued this one comfort he could afford that he had Fanua's bed constructed to sit extra high off the ground. This added height meant that even now, with her arm fully extended straight down, Fanua's fingertips couldn't reach the dirt floor. As she waved her hand in circles, a good 10 inches above the ground, Fanua watched the dust rise up and swirl around in eddies before gently drifting away. Resting her arm against the side of her bed to provide more room for the dust to maneuver, Fanua wondered why most of the particles chose to leave the light and disappear into the shadows instead of falling back down to the ground nearby. But not comprehending the physics of such things, Fanua rolled over and stared back up at the ceiling again, her thoughts returning to the Onu. While the Onu have always been one, and will always be one, they often appear in their first realm forms to help inhabitants better understand them. However, they aren't limited by time or space in the same way that first or second realm inhabitants are. Consequently, although Otogo appeared to be sitting on the mansion steps with Otek and Telios, the spirited one was also present with Fanua in her bedroom, and alongside her Olmec in the grate without. He was busy preparing Fanua and the space around her for the king's call. Otogo's efforts tonight were different, and yet somehow similar to what he'd done when he hovered over the mist and void of second realm, preparing it for Telios to bring forth light. Staring past the darkness before him into the heart of Fanua, Otogo the Preparer confirmed what all the Onu knew. Otek, she's listening. Fanua, please, come home. The king then gently beckoned. Otek's offer instantly raced through time and space to meet Fanua exactly where she was. Although she couldn't physically see or hear any of the Onu, Fanua was confident they were listening to her and gratefully accepted the king's invitation. As faith welled up in her heart, Fanua stared at her bedroom ceiling and whispered, I believe. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and softly added, I'm sorry. Fanua then began to pour out her Toba, apologizing for the pain she'd brought upon herself, her loved ones, her enemies, and the Onu. Before Fanua's mouth could even utter the very first I in I believe, Telios had sprung up and joyfully proclaimed, I'll go find her. By this, Telios meant he'd rescue Fanua's Olmec from the grate without, and hide it in himself once again. Even though the prince had said he'd go find Fanua, he, like all the Onu, knew exactly where Fanua and her Olmec were right now, and at all times, since no one and nothing can ever hide from the royal family. Teleus didn't need to go find Fanua's Olmec in the conventional sense of the word. Nevertheless, that's how he liked to talk about it. The prince often referred to second realm inhabitants who had disconnected from the Onu as sheep who had wandered off, and that he, as the Good Shepherd, was responsible for finding lost sheep, who subsequently believed, so he could carry them home, inside of himself. Teleos used this analogy because he thought it demonstrated love and value, and helped second realm inhabitants realize the Onu would find them where they were and make a way for them to reconnect. Teleos wanted each inhabitant to understand they were totally worth finding and keeping. No one had to arduously trudge back to the Onu or try to fix things of their own accord. Instead, the cost to overcome Toba solely belonged to the royal family. The Onu being, well, the Onu blessed and supported all inhabitants, those who chose to believe in them and those who did not, all while being careful not to infringe upon any inhabitant's free will or choice. While Teleos conducted his search to find an inhabitant's Olmec after they chose to reconnect to the Onu, in truth, the entire royal family worked diligently to bring an inhabitant to their moment of choice. Each second realm inhabitant experienced their moment of acknowledged belief in a different and unique way, even though the same pattern surrounded every royal adoption. Odigo prepared the second realm inhabitant. Otek Plaz called them home. The inhabitant chose to believe. Then Teleos found their Olmec and hid it in himself. And amazingly, for those who lived after the arrival, Odigo also sealed the inhabitant's destiny with part of himself, a deposit and promise of things to come. None of these steps were trivial or cheap, and many came at a high price for the Onu. While Teleos knew no inhabitant could ever truly fathom the fullness of what the Onu did to adopt them into the royal family, he felt they could at least grasp the idea of being a lost lamb he found. When the prince began his final search for a lost Olmec, he always started where he'd released it when the inhabitant had chosen to disconnect from the Onu. Out of time, Teleos would retrace the entire path the Olmec had taken, contemplating the corresponding loved one and how he might woo them into an even deeper relationship. Teleos never mentally chastised them for having wandered so far, nor worried about the weight of the Toba he'd have to bear to wipe their slate clean. In some ways, Teleos' Olmec path following was similar to how Servan the Bee Strangler had approached finding Kuur pebbles inside of Bolmec. Teleos had gifted Servan to be like him in this way. They both appreciated that this type of journey to find someone and lift them up was all part of knowing. And so now, as Teleos stepped out of time to search for Fanua's Olmec, he started at a bench next to the town's primary well, not Fanua's bedroom. He wandered for days through the dark spaces of Dars, and then around a nearby valley, eventually ascending up through Calum. During his quest, Teleus hoped that any other rebel Olmecs he encountered would sense his presence, so that they too might one day call out for help like Fanua. Beyond Calum, Teleos circled Trezor several times before leaving the Black Divide behind to roam between the realms. He investigated several celestial bodies that Fanua's Olmec had floated by, finally finding it cowering behind a large asteroid, all alone in the cold. shielded from the light and warmth of the sun. Fanua, stuck in second realm time and space, was unaware that her Olmec was currently located in a distant corner of the vast expanse between first and second realms, far away from any other Olmec or second realm being. Fanua did, however, sense this separation as acute aloneness. As Telios scooped up Fanua's Olmec and hid it deep within himself, Fanua instantly felt a peace and togetherness that she hadn't felt in a long time. From her perspective, all of this change happened before she had a chance to utter the second I in I believe. Chapter 9. Course Correction. Early in the morning, before the break of dawn, the Onu were sitting around the breakfast table in the king's new mansion, preparing for the day. Telios, never bound by tradition or cultural norms, raised his empty mug and toasted to Togar and all the defenders. To the defenders, echoed Otek and Odigo as they tapped their empty mugs together, then kept them slightly raised, anticipating what they knew would come next. And to all those worth defending, added Telios. To them all, saluted Otek and Odigo, clanging their heavy ceramic mugs with a satisfying ring. Although Telios kept diaries about all inhabitants, something most would consider very private, he never hid his feelings. The prince shared them openly, even doodling inhabitant names on his hand, like a young schoolboy with a mad crush. At most Onu breakfasts, Telios picked out a few first and second realm inhabitants to specifically discuss their strengths, challenges, and successes. On many occasions, he even prepared a couple of the inhabitants' favorite dishes so the royal family could enjoy them, and in so doing, get to know the inhabitants a little better. Whenever Telios celebrated Togar at breakfast, the prince always made buttered toast and hot chocolate, the tiger's famous morning meal. However, today, while Telios had set out all the usual plates and mugs for the occasion, he'd left them all empty, so as to honor Macon, the one Togar was silently protecting in second realm. Macon was an elderly orphan scavenger living in the slums of Elu, the capital of Aldea, whose life was about to draw to a close. Since Macon sometimes went hungry, so did the Onu. After reveling in Macon's powerful faith, the Onu turned their attention to the day's responsibilities. The moment is very near, announced Otek the timekeeper. Since Telios will be moving to second realm soon, I'd like to spend the day preparing more first realm inhabitants for these upcoming events, even though they won't be able to fully comprehend everything until after time unfolds. It's important that more of them are equipped and ready to assist. Do you have individuals you'd specifically like us to engage with today? Asked Odigo, already thinking of some inhabitants he'd be visiting regardless of Otek's response. Yes, I do. But first, who comes to mind for you? Sought the king. PB, Odigo promptly answered. He has the ability to teach many inhabitants about this and could bring a wealth of understanding to bear. But he's been ignoring the signs and hasn't really ever engaged on this front. I'd like to encourage him and see if I can finally pique his interest. That's an excellent idea. If PB turns his attention to the markers, he could absolutely help, agreed Otek. Please make him a high priority today. Others? The Onu spent several minutes discussing inhabitants they felt would benefit from a special touch today. When they were done, they partitioned the subsequent list of contacts, tidied up the table, and set out to meet with their designated individuals. While Otek and Telios immediately left to commence their consultations, Odigo spent the next couple of hours in the mansion, visiting with some of the second realm inhabitants who lived there, rounding up witnesses to support his primary afternoon endeavor. Not coincidentally, these second realm believers had spent eons studying or had a hand in producing important prophecies about a coming king. Arcuda and Arcudo, Ket's best friends, could have lived anywhere they wanted in First Realm. But given the ongoing battle with the Kuur and the powers between the realms, the twins had chosen to move into the Great Divide and were living in a cave next to Cat. From this forward operating base, they often escorted messengers through the netherworlds and helped guard Cat and her team of recorders. The twins were first on Otek's list of inhabitants to visit this morning. Leaving its mansion behind, the king stepped into Bolmec and up to the opening of the twins' cave, which lacked a door. Respecting their privacy, Otek knocked on the rock wall adjacent to the entrance. The crisp rap of his knuckles rang like a sledgehammer driving an iron spike into the stone. While it sounded painful, he knew it would inflict no harm on Bolmec, and the twins required the extra noise to wake up. The siblings often slept in, like bears are prone to do, now that they were no longer on guard duty in front of the royal library. This morning was no different, and the king's loud alarm was indeed needed to rouse them from their slumber. Lumbering to the cave's entrance, Arcuda beat her brother to the king by a nose and 3 whiskers. Although they were rushing to see who was there, to a casual observer they didn't appear to be in a hurry. Had they known it was the king, they would have walked even slower, not out of disrespect for Otek, or to tease him, but because they knew he enjoyed seeing them as they truly are, exercising the internal rhythms Telios had given them when he created them. Good morning, Otek, greeted Arcuda in between yawns. Are you opening court again today? The king, the king, had done something quite extraordinary after the Great Divide. He had continued to grant Delator access to his royal court. However, to keep everyone safe and angst to a minimum, Otek required Delator to meet an Onu Adventures warrior outside of First Realm before being ushered directly to court through a special space corridor. Telios fashioned this tunnel solely for this purpose, and Otigo had blessed it accordingly. While Otigo's blessing on the space was so great that Delator could do no harm in the corridor, and any warrior could have safely ushered him around, the king typically entrusted the task to Arcuda. She was quite accustomed to escorting Delator, and normally did so with her scorpion tail curled up and over the Kuur leader's head. Although she could have held the tip higher, she liked to let the needle dangle in front of Delator's face, bouncing in and out of his vision to keep him honest and on track. Long ago, Delator and all the Kuur had abandoned trying to covertly access First Realm through this special tunnel. They learned that the corridor remained completely shut, unavailable for anyone to use, if Otek Plaus hadn't first spoken a word to one of his warriors to line up an escort. Normally, the king gave this word to Arcuda via her Deshmi, but occasionally he did so in person. When the sleepy bear saw Otek at the door, she assumed the king was opening court today and that she was supposed to escort Delator right away. No, Arcuda, no court today. But if Delator seeks access tomorrow, I will grant it. Otek, if you don't mind me saying so, I don't think Delator is ever going to change his ways. It seems to me that granting him access is a total waste of your time. All he ever does is accuse everyone of Toba and demand unthinkable things. I know, but one day soon, it'll be important that he does so again. Seriously? Asked Arcudo, rubbing his eyes. While he never had this particular escort duty, he strongly agreed with his sister. Yes, indeed. It'll all be part of the trade. You mean we're getting close? Inquired Akuda. Yes, we are, which is why I came by today. I have something I want you to do. Oh, yeah? What do you need? Offered the twins in unison, always ready to help. The king explained what he wanted the bears to do and how they were to attack the upcoming challenge. Otek recognized this would be extremely difficult for both of the bears, which was why he was talking to them first. He was particularly concerned about Arkudo, who'd been long preparing for an all-out, full-scale war between the Kuur, the Onu and Second Realm. Still, Otek Plaus trusted the twins and would reiterate his vision for them before the battle actually commenced. PB and me's, once just debaters, but now best friends, met in a public library atrium every Tuesday afternoon at precisely 3:33 before proceeding to their favorite alcove to study. On most days, they strolled through Himkala to measure their restoration progress and grab a couple of newly restored recordings to add to their stash. After their arms and wings were full and they could carry no more, they'd head to their nook to begin their afternoon session. Their debates had become so famous in the millennia since Appy arrived in First Realm that by the time PB and me's reached their alcove, the room would always have several inhabitants inside, waiting to join them for the day. While the crowd was never the same size, and it never contained exactly the same participants, the alcove was always warm and inviting, having been blessed by Odago to resize itself to accommodate the needs of those open to enlightenment and growth. Although many Second Realm inhabitants participated in these deliberations, PB never felt inclined to use, allude to, or even acknowledge any of the writings that originated on Second Realm. This was no accident or minor oversight. PB was a great history teacher and had a ferocious appetite for learning and knowledge, and yet he never read or studied any of the public recordings Cat's team had written about Second Realm, let alone a single book, tablet, or scroll produced by any Second Realm inhabitant. Long ago, PB had convinced himself that every idea and tidbit of information in Second Realm writings were already widely known in First Realm, or at worst, hidden deep in some recording he hadn't yet studied. In keeping with his avoidance of Second Realm realities and writings, PB hadn't spent much time talking to the seconds who had physically died and moved into the king's new mansion, not even those who joined his debates with me's. The history teacher's misguided perceptions about Second Realm and its manuscripts finally came to a head last week when Keel asked a question about the markers. I don't know, blurted PB with disdain in his voice. I haven't discovered anything about that in Desma, or any other royal recording. I know you said it was in the Grappler text, but I don't read those. And, well, I don't really understand why anyone else would either. The owl's disparaging response cut Keel and his question off at the knees, zapping all the energy from the room, which prompted me's to end their session early as inhabitants began to stand up and trickle out. PB didn't notice this nuance, or that his comment had been the culprit. Worse, he hadn't given his remark or any of the signs and prophecies a second thought all week. Today, Odago was on a mission to turn the owl's attention away from his myopic academic research of Second Realm to the realm itself. The seer wanted to make sure PB wouldn't be able to brush aside these important foretellings any longer, and would instead become much more attuned to what the Onu were doing right now and what they were about to do. PB had spent the entire morning and a fair chunk of the afternoon trying to prepare for his meeting with me's. Sitting on his couch surrounded by recordings, the owl couldn't shake the feeling he wasn't really prepared for today's encounter. Unable to focus, he jumped up and began flying around his living room in circles, swooping and soaring dangerously close to the furniture, walls, and ceiling. During his seventh circuit, a knock on the front door interrupted his rejuvenation. Gliding towards the noise, the owl gracefully landed several feet from the entrance and slid across the wooden floor until he stopped by the door. which he proceeded to open. "Well, hello, Odigo. What brings you by?" greeted the history teacher, his tone much cheerier than he felt. "I wanted to come by and see you, and help you prepare for today's alcove session. Do you mind if I come in?" "Of course not. I'd love that," accepted PB, grateful for the distraction and expert advice. Odigo had a great fondness for PB and me's debates. He often attended the sessions and protected those gathered in the alcove, nourishing their understanding. Odigo rarely met with PB immediately before one of these meetings, but it was quite common for the seer to spend a great deal of time with PB on other days, helping him think through issues and challenging his interpretations of the recordings he'd studied. As such, PB assumed Odigo had a minor update he wanted to make to his planned discussion for the day. After they were both inside and seated, PB on the couch and Odigo in the same chair the king had used immediately before the Great Divide, PB launched into what he assumed was the issue at hand. "Odigo, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on 85831-A65C94AC8K4A. I'm still a bit fuzzy on that one." "Perhaps later. That's not quite why I came by. I had something else I wanted to talk to you about." "Oh, okay. Then what did you want to discuss?" sought the history teacher unenthusiastically, since he wasn't going to get immediate help with K4A. "PB, I understand your session last week didn't go so well." "What do you mean?" inquired PB. "The history teacher had thoroughly enjoyed last week's lively debate with Mies, and genuinely had no idea what Odigo was referring to. Do you recall when Keel brought up the markers?" PB had to pause and think for quite a while before he could remember that Keel had indeed brought up a question. When he finally did, the owl responded, "Oh, yes, now I do. Why do you ask?" Instead of answering Keel's question, like you normally would with anyone else, you shot him down right away. Odigo's honest assessment wasn't intended to make PB feel bad. The counselor was trying to help PB think through the event more clearly, and ultimately spur him on to greater things. Now that you mention it, I guess, well, I might have. I'll make sure I apologize the next time I see him." "Good. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. But why'd you react like that in the first place?" I don't know," replied PB instinctively, not meaning to deflect or misdirect. "Really?" prompted Odigo. PB took a moment to reflect more fully on last week, as Odigo gave him the time and space he needed to do so. When he was ready, PB added, I guess it's because I was just so completely engrossed in the moment. We were diving into this really cool thing Desmond says about Second Realm, and, well, because I didn't really think the markers had anything to do with what I was trying to explain." "Interesting. What if I told you they absolutely did?" "I'd be confused. I mean, how could they? None of the Desma scrolls I was using last week had any mention of the markers." Eons ago, when PB first began to teach, he always tried to stitch together multiple references to provide a balanced, full meal for his pupils. But since the fall of Rosewood, the owl had dedicated himself fully, and solely, to studying and talking about Desma's restored recordings. Odigo knew this. "PB, I think you've become overly focused on Desma." "Odigo, how can that be? Desma is true, and it comes from you." "Yes, it does. But there are other materials from us." "I know. There are lots of other recordings in the archives." "That's true, but I meant there are other things in Second Realm as well." "Really?" "PB, you know the answer to that." PB paused once again to think. This time, the owl didn't feel chastised, just checked. Intellectually, the history teacher understood Second Realm and Desma were intertwined in many ways, and that the Onu had had many different types of interactions with Second Realm and its inhabitants. PB was also aware that the Onu had, on numerous occasions, sent messengers to Second Realm with special tidings and warnings. But for some reason, in his quest to feel secure about himself by studying Desma, He hadn't given this much thought. The owl suddenly wondered how he could have been so short-sighted. He speculated it was because he'd previously devoted himself to helping Delator try to stop Telios and the creation of Second Realm. PB knew he was partially responsible for the fall of Rosewood, and now realized that he'd been overcompensating by focusing on restored Desma to ease the guilt and void he felt. But he wasn't really sure this was the only reason he'd been ignoring so many other things. Odago, in retrospect, yes, I've heard that you've inspired some Suckerom writings, but began PB, who then hesitated to finish his thought. But you doubted, didn't you? Offered Odago gently, finishing it for him. To be honest, yes, admitted PB. Why is that? It's just that, well, it seems really strange to me that you'd send a message to Second Realm to tell them about something that wasn't already recorded in Desma. PB waved his wing and mind's eye out over Himkala, which housed the restored Desma recordings. Odago could see what PB saw and helped him with his vision. PB, that's only a tiny fraction of original Desma. There's much more that's yet to be restored. Yes, I know, frowned PB, as he suddenly felt he should have been more keenly aware of the magnitude of missing scrolls. And is it possible we might have something important to share with Second Realm inhabitants? Something that's timely and needs to be communicated before Desma is completely restored? Yes, I guess so. And is it also possible that we might have something new to say to them? Something that may not be in Desma at all? Odago, is that a trick question? I mean, of course you might have something new to say to them, or to any of us. You've said many things to me that aren't written down in any First Realm recording, at least as far as I know. Then PB, what's the real reason you're ignoring Second Realm materials and writings? Do you truly believe they have nothing of value to teach you? PB squirmed, just a little bit, but not because he was embarrassed or upset at Odago's question. He simply hadn't focused so squarely on the issue before. I'm not sure. I thought it was because, well, I just don't know. Odago didn't press the owl, but he did wait silently for a better response. Eventually, PB became more aware of his true inner thoughts and felt comfortable sharing the revelation. Odago, honestly, I've struggled to determine which of those are true. As a history teacher, I like to know the facts are the facts before I attempt to share information with others. PB, that's commendable, acknowledged Odago. But I have to admit that the first few things I heard about them confused me. I didn't know what to believe, so I ignored them. PB, don't you think enough time has passed now that you could review multiple scripts and compare them to actual recorded history and learn something from them? I suppose so. Oh my, Odago, I've really messed up, haven't I? Hooted the owl. No, not at all. You weren't ready to hear or see this perspective yet. You needed time to reground yourself after the destruction of Desma and the Great Divide, just like you've done. You're one of our most passionate teachers, and your commitment to Desma is incredible. Odago worked hard to make sure his voice contained no but or hint of anything that could detract from his compliment. But PB heard it nonetheless, and gave it voice. But? Asked the owl. No but at all. I'm proud of you and everything you've been doing. There is, however, a small and coming, smiled Odago. Okay then. And what? Prodded PB as he spread his wings wide, almost as if preparing to bow or opening up for a frontal attack. And now's the time to dive wholeheartedly into Second Realm materials. Restored Desma will still be there when you're done, Extraordinary events are about to unfold on Second Realm, and I'd hate for you to miss them or the chance to help others understand them. Let me guess. All this has something to do with the markers, doesn't it? Yes, it does. That's very perceptive of you. Did you put Keel up to his question last week? Maybe, hinted Odago, with a glimmer in his eye. But Keel really does have questions about the markers, and I didn't make up the one he raised. I merely assured him it was okay to bring it up. Well, you've definitely got my attention. But as I recall, I didn't really grasp Keel's question. How do I get ready to help him or anyone else? I have no idea where to begin. We begin right here, right now. Are you ready for a quick history lesson, oh great history teacher? Absolutely, agreed PB, eager for the challenge and suddenly excited by the prospect of researching something entirely new. Later, when he reflected back upon this moment, the owl would be astonished by how swiftly the ultimate counselor had nudged him out of his rut and on to new endeavors. It had only taken Odago a few minutes to point the owl in a new direction, and now they were off and running. The markers, offered Odago. What do you know about them? Not much, really. Beyond what I've read about Second Realm and Desma, I don't know that much about the realm. I do know, however, that many of its inhabitants enjoy arguing about the markers. But for the life of me, I couldn't tell you why. I mean, I know the markers aren't in recordings, since Second Realm inhabitants wrote the documents that contain them. And before today, well, actually, before this very moment, I had assumed they weren't particularly important and hadn't put any stock in them. I suppose all that's about to change, explained PB. All right then, here's the quick primer. Simply put, the markers are a collection of hundreds of signs and prophecies in some sacred texts. They describe a future grappler king. Are these true prophecies or just superstitious things? Oh, they're true. They all came from us. As in, us, the Onu? Yes, PB. Did you think we only communicate future events to First Realm inhabitants? Or that we talked ourselves completely out of words and ideas during the Hidden Council? No, laughed PB, grateful for Odago's lighthearted approach to his course correction. But Odago, why would you give them signs to recognize this particular Second Realm king? Before Odago could respond, PB added, And oh, who are the grapplers? Do you know who Grapple is? No. Should I? Yes, absolutely. He's one of the ancestors of a Second Realm clan, and more importantly, one of the founders of a cord that serves as a beacon for the realm. When Brace, that was his original name, lived on Second Realm, he was an imbalanced trader, sometimes deceitful and grasping for that which wasn't his. But he was also full of belief and wrestled with his faith to stretch and grow it. Why, on one auspicious occasion, he even wrestled with us, holding on for dear life until we blessed him. You mean he literally, physically wrestled with the Onu? Yes, he literally did. Which one of you? Does it matter? No, I suppose not, but that certainly seems dangerous. Did he get hurt? A little, but we didn't crush him or break him. When have we ever done that to anyone struggling to comprehend us? Never, and I don't believe you ever will. You're right, we won't. After our wrestling match with Brace, Otek renamed him Grapple in honor of his efforts and to immortalize the value of struggle. More importantly, the name was to serve as a moniker for all who labor and toil to believe in us. All grapplers seek the Onu and struggle with their faith, exercising their belief to draw closer to us. They're not passive in their thoughts, actions, or deeds. They strive to be more like us, not because it'll make them good enough to be adopted into our family, for no one can be good enough for that, but because they believe. Oh, so you mean the grappler cord is kind of like being Onuotu? Yes, it is. The grapplers are indeed believers who are most closely aligned with the Onu, clan by birth, cord by choice. Inhabitants in the grappler cord are bound together and intertwined much stronger than any one of them could be as a single strand. But why not just call them Onu like us? Names and their origins are important, since most second realm inhabitants still live there and don't enjoy our presence in the same way first realm inhabitants do. Grappler is a more meaningful name for them, especially from their perspective. But regardless of their name, our kingdom will always include all who believe, regardless of how they refer to themselves or how others refer to them. So, are there other chords on Second Realm? Yes, there are many. Beliefs and ideology are very splintered and fractured. Some still push towards good, while others actively promote Toba. Do they know this? I mean, given the tree and fortress, Torpak and all. Yes and no. Some of the largest chords actually laud their Kuur leaders, like Kamar, Glut, and Himmel, whereas others unwittingly follow Kuur influences, like Agalas, Gwent, and Berkenpel, and, sadly, a few even knowingly follow and exalt Delator himself. Ages ago, when PB used to give tests to students, he liked to think that questions and answers were cut and dry, right or wrong. He wondered if this simple view applied to Second Realm chords and the Onu Kingdom. As he formulated his next question for Odigo, his thoughts drifted back to the time when he was in the Kuur, but his true beliefs aligned more closely with the Onu. Odigo, I'm curious, began the owl. Are there second realm believers in your kingdom who aren't part of the grappler chord? I mean, they might hang out with others, but couldn't they still genuinely believe in you? Oh, yes, most definitely. On Second Realm, there are many chords and individuals doing their best to understand us and working hard to believe. They have different names and backgrounds and don't always identify as grapplers, but we view them as part of the grappler chord. From our perspective, it's the group of all believers we can see, even individuals that don't call themselves grapplers. So tell me, how does all of this relate to the markers? Well, while we have, and will continue, to make ourselves known to all second realm inhabitants in many ways, as I mentioned before, the markers all point to a coming grappler king. What makes this leader so important? I mean, why would you provide all these prophecies about some second realm ruler? Ah, now that's the question. In the Desma recordings you've been studying, even those you plan to use today, what did they say about Telios? Oh, a multitude of things, burst PB, jumping up off of his couch with great excitement. Thoughts of Telios made it impossible for him to stay seated. The owl began to pace around the room enthusiastically, picking up speed as he rattled off several points and insights from the scrolls. Although they were all true, none of them came close to the angle Odigo was looking for. After a few minutes, Odigo interrupted the owl. And what about the trade? He asked. Oh, that's complicated, huffed PB as he plopped back down on the couch and crossed his wings over his chest. No one really understands the trade. There are lots and lots of guesses and ideas, but, as I'm sure you're aware, most inhabitants doubt Telios is going to do what the recording seems to imply in that regard. Not because the recordings are wrong, because they can't be. They're recordings after all. But because, well, I think we really just don't grasp what they're trying to tell us. Here's the important thing, PB. The signs in the sacred grappler text, the markers, all point to Telios and the trade. We provided the signs to second realm inhabitants so they'd be able to recognize Telios when he arrives, and ultimately better understand the trade. Wait, are you telling me Telios is going to be the grappler king? Exclaimed PB breathlessly, as if suddenly seeing a new wealth of possibilities. Yes, PB, he is. Otigo proceeded to explain why he wanted PB to delve into the markers and Second Realm texts. PB became totally absorbed by the idea and suddenly couldn't wait to pursue this new branch of study. When they were done talking, Otigo transported them to the public library to meet Mies in the atrium, as it was precisely 3:33. While Otigo headed directly to the alcove, PB and Mies walked through Himkala to gather more recordings, like they always did. Weaving through the shelves, PB described Otigo's visit and his newfound enthusiasm for the markers. As they walked, PB grabbed several recordings out of habit, but wasn't really paying attention to them since he was so engrossed in his conversation with Mies. When PB and Mies reached the alcove, they were taken aback by the size of the room and the crowd within. They'd never seen the nook this large, nor so many inhabitants inside. Mies couldn't even begin to count the number of guests, or lump them into visual groups to help him do the math. While Mies was always eager to share his knowledge, he was much better in small groups or one-on-one than with a crowd. Clearing his throat, the librarian lowered his head and made his way through the stacks of recordings and clutter on the floor to the study table in the center of the room, which too was piled high with recordings. PB, on the other hand, glowed at the sight of the crowded alcove. The history teacher loved the opportunity to share insights and spur others on to greater understanding of the Onu. As he entered the room behind Mies, the owl hooted and awkwardly dropped the recordings in his right wing down on the floor, fraying it so he could wave and greet those who'd already gathered. When he stood next to the table, PB dropped the rest of the recordings he was carrying onto the desk. But since it was too full to hold them, most tumbled unceremoniously off the table, down onto the mound of recordings beside it. PB then energetically waved both of his wings for silence. After the room settled down, he loudly inquired, "Welcome, everyone. What brings so many of you in today?" Before anyone could answer, Otigo stepped forward. "PB, I hope you don't mind, but I invited a few of my friends. Most of these inhabitants have delivered, written, studied, or can explain some aspect of the markers." As PB surveyed the audience, he was amazed to see that most of the inhabitants present were from Second Realm. Each one of these was shimmering, almost ghost-like in appearance, since they hadn't yet received their new Kingdom Columbus, which wouldn't happen until the end of Second Realm and the Rise. Although PB didn't have time to do a comprehensive scan of the audience, he thought most of the non-shimmering First Realm inhabitants had been, or were, messengers. Before he could complete his first pass over the crowd, Otigo continued. "Who here believes the markers?" queried the seer. Immediately, all the shimmering inhabitants raised at least one hand. Several enthusiastically raised two. And who totally understands them? Just as quickly, all the hands went down, and laughter echoed throughout the room. "Well, I guess we're all in this together," observed PB. "But Otigo, where do we begin this afternoon?" "Oh, that's easy. Second Realmers, raise your hand if you trust the Onu and know that you, in and of yourself, were never good enough to get here." Instantly, every shimmering hand that had previously been in the air shot back up again. "There you go, PB. Start with any one of them. They won't lead you astray." "All right, that seems easy enough," agreed PB as he looked around the room and then pointed to a familiar shimmering face. "Keel, I don't actually recall your question from last week, and I'm sure there's absolutely no way I can personally answer it, but maybe together we all can make some progress on it. But first, I need to apologize. I'm really sorry for being so rude last week. Would you please forgive me?" "Sure, no problem. I totally understand." "Thanks. Well then, let's get going." With that, Otigo slipped away to go talk to more First Realm inhabitants still on his portion of the list from breakfast. Kat never skipped her recording rotation inside of the Great Divide. even though she could have easily asked one of the other recorders to cover for her. She did this out of a deep sense of leadership and responsibility, but more so because she didn't want to miss anything. As she sat taking notes in her observation post protruding slightly out of the side of Bolmec, Kat wasn't surprised to hear Telios enter, walk across the room, and stand behind the chair next to her. Today, news had spread quickly that the Onu were ramping up their preparation for an impending Second Realm invasion, and as second recorder, Kat had assumed one of them would swing by to talk to her. She greeted the prince without taking her eyes off of the realm below her. Good af. Kat terminated her thought mid-word as her view of Second Realm suddenly turned foggy and then blurred away. She knew this meant Telius had taken her out of time, temporarily relieving her of recording duty. Jumping up, she raced around her chair and gave the prince a huge hug, as if seeing him for the first time in years, or saying goodbye before he embarked on a long journey. Releasing her grip, she said, "I'm really happy to see you. Thanks for stopping by." "You're most welcome. May I sit down?" "Yes, of course. Please," offered Kat, as she gestured towards the extra chair sitting next to hers in front of the window. This seat was intended for another recorder, allowing Kat to seamlessly hand off recording duty to someone else without missing a beat, as the two would overlap their efforts for a minute or two. It wasn't unusual for Telios to visit or for him to sit with Kat and watch over the realm. But when he normally did that, the view remained intact and often got even clearer. The frosted pane before Kat would have been sufficient to signal something was up. She didn't need the extra rumors that were flying around. Before Kat could sit back down in her chair, Telios began explaining himself. "Kat, as I'm sure you've heard by now, we're making a special effort today to emphasize that it's almost time for me to move to Second Realm." "Yes, I've heard. But I've got to say, I still don't understand why this visit has to be so different for you. You go there all the time." "For the trade to be valid, I must become a Second Realm inhabitant and live there a lifetime." "Well, I honestly just don't get it. It seems to me that you could do anything you want. There's got to be a different way," insisted Kat, frustrated that Telius was about to leave her behind, alone, even though she knew Otek and Otigo would still be around. Kat understood she'd be able to observe Telios from afar when recording, but that's very different from being able to talk to him and enjoy his company. "I know, Kat. I know. It'll be hard on all of us," assuaged Telios, while not addressing Kat's real question. Kat relaxed a tiny bit. The prince's acknowledgement that it wouldn't be easy on her made her feel heard. But since he didn't elaborate more, Kat knew he wanted to talk about something else. "So Telios, what's on your mind today? Do you remember your first conversation with Otigo on the Veil over Fortress?" "Oh my, yes, how could I ever forget that? It was life-changing, and the reason I'm sitting here with you today." "Do you recall his emphasis on recording everything?" Kat furrowed her brow as if she was being reprimanded or her recorders had failed. "Why, have we missed something?" she asked. No, not at all. You and your team have done an incredible job." "Good. There for a second, I thought, well, it doesn't really matter. When I go to live in Second Realm for the trade, you won't recognize me." "You mean you'll be shimmering?" "Only occasionally. But more importantly, you've never seen me look younger than I do right now. And if I'm going to live on Second Realm as an inhabitant of that realm, then I need to grow up as a Second Realm inhabitant would, if you catch my drift." No one from First Realm had ever seen Telius appear at different age. They weren't ready to see their powerful prince as a babe. "You mean you're really going to totally grow up there? Be a baby and all?" questioned Kat. "Yes, I am." "Well, you're right. I have no idea if you'll be a cute baby or not," joked Kat. "But then how will I know it's you?" "Oh, don't worry, Kat. Otek and Notigo will make sure that you and all the recorders know exactly which one is me." "And the Kuur? Will they know?" "Yes, I'm not hiding from them. I'm going to Second Realm to stand against corruption and the pursuit of Toba, and to rescue all of those who believe. Kat thought that was an odd statement, since many seconds had already died, and she assumed many more would live after Telios' time on Second Realm. She didn't interrupt Telios to ask him if he meant he was going to be doing something that spanned all time, but the recorder did make a mental note to come back to the idea later. As part of the rescue plan, it'll be very important that you continue to record everything in Second Realm. Everything. Even everything I do. The trade depends on it. But Telios, I thought I was recording everything so all the Toba could be covered one day. You are. Surely, there'll be no Toba in your life. There can't be. I mean, you're Telios. I know. But you and your recorders must make a full account of my life to document that. I'm going to be the son of seconds and live in their skin. There will be temptations and challenges that are difficult for me to describe to you today. The effort will be hard. It must be. The pain and earnestness in Telios' voice made Kat's eyes tear up. She'd never really thought about something being that hard for the Onu. The prince's revelation opened a new view into his perspective that she'd missed before when studying and thinking about the trade. They sat quietly for several minutes until the lump in her throat subsided. Telios, she finally whispered quietly, why do it? Because the price must be paid, and this is the only way. They're worth it, and while I'm there, living the life of a Second Realm inhabitant, I'm going to reveal who we really are, who Otek Applause is, and demonstrate that they too can believe. They don't need to tidy up their lives first or change in some radical way. They can simply believe in us as they are, where they are. For sure, they'll have questions and doubts, but if they're properly addressed, which doesn't mean they'll all be answered, those doubts can lead to real faith. I'm going to show them how. As Otigo slipped out of the alcove, PB gave his full attention to Keel. Keel, before you repeat your question from last week, do you mind sharing a little bit about yourself? I'm embarrassed to say I don't really know anything about you, or rather, any of you, confessed PB as he waved his wing across the expanse of shimmering visitors in the alcove. Well, okay, but you probably won't find me very interesting, though I am, I guess, related to my question. On Second Realm, I used to be a scapegoat leader. You mean you were the biggest scapegoat around? Everyone made you their scapegoat? That sounds horrible. How's that even possible? Asked PB. Oh no, corrected Keel. I wasn't treated like a scapegoat by others. I led the scapegoats out into the wilderness to set them free. Excuse me? Puzzled PB. There are real scapegoats on Second Realm? I thought that was just a figure of speech. Yes, when I was on Second Realm, there were real, actual scapegoats. Their handling was prescribed in the sacred texts, and thus mandated by the Onu. Really? Why? How'd that work? Sought PB excitedly, wondering if this was one of the reasons Otigo had brought them all together today. As we've all heard, Toba is costly. The Onu can never simply dismiss it or leave the price unpaid. In my time, we used sacrifices to remind ourselves of this, and of course, to demonstrate that without the shedding of blood, there can be no forgiveness of Toba. That sounds barbaric. On the surface, it kind of does, and in some ways, almost sacrilegious. But truthfully, there were many different types of sacrifices and offerings. They weren't all grisly like it sounds. Through it all, the Oni made sure we thought about the royal family, service, and community upkeep. How'd they do that? Inquired PB. Well, some sacrifices, or parts of sacrifices, went to the Onu. Well, we couldn't transport their portion to First Realm. We didn't have that gift like some of you do. we symbolically gave them to the Onu by completely burning them out of respect. Other parts of the sacrifices went to the parsons and leaders as their pay, and some to the upkeep of the community gathering spaces. And on other occasions, parts of the sacrifices went back to the giver for a party. Those were some of my favorites. But the scapegoat, now that was totally different. How so? Asked Mies, who knew more about Second Realm than PB, but not by much. First, the scapegoat was picked by lot. Then the lead parson would lay both of their hands on the goat's head and confess the Toba of all of us, the entire community. It was a very somber occasion. There was shame, embarrassment, guilt, and, well, I'm sure you all know the feelings that surround Toba. Yes, I do, sighed PB, grateful only some of his Toba had been seen and known by others, but not all of it. When the parson was done, there was a sense of relief as the weight of our Toba came to bear on the goat. Then I'd lead the scapegoat out into the wilderness. Keel paused, the image still fresh in his mind. To kill it? Bid PB, a strained look on his face. No, that's not quite what happened. It wasn't killed, at least not by me or anything I ever saw. I led the scapegoat far away from the city and everyone else. My understanding is that this leading away of the goat was to signify our Toba was being carried away from us, separated from the grapplers forever. But didn't the goat just wander back into camp? No, not if I did my part correctly. I always took it far, far away, almost to the point where I got lost myself. I also made sure to release the goat where I thought it would quickly get preoccupied by something so I could slip away and go back home. Did one ever follow you back, even a little, as if your Toba was stuck to you? A few times, yes. But then I'd find a new location and try to leave the scapegoat again. That sounds weird and kinda hard. I mean, leaving it alone out there and trying to make a clean getaway, noted PB. It was. Though oddly, when I practiced... Oh, did I mention we practiced on regular goats? Well, we did. And during practice, it was always much simpler to abandon the goats. They always got easily distracted and seemed indifferent to me. But when it mattered most and my whole community was depending on me, then things always seemed different, full of insane pressure. It got harder for me to get it all right and leave the goat behind. Why do you think that's the case? Asked PB. I don't know. When I talked to the other scapegoat leaders about their experiences, they didn't seem to face the same challenges I did. Perhaps this extra attachment to me was an object lesson. I mean, one meant just for me. It did help me realize that I needed the Onu to separate me from my own Toba tendencies. But honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe scapegoats just like me or something. So what happened to the goats after you left them? Inquired Mies. No idea. I mean, I left them behind after all. But occasionally, I must admit, that I hid over a ridge and checked on them for a couple of hours. But eventually, I always gave up and went home, because nothing happened to them that I could see. Wow, that's really interesting, Keel, observed PB. I wish I'd known all that sooner. Thanks for sharing. Sure, no problem. Now, what's the question you asked last week about the markers? Well, I was just wondering, and this may only be me, and maybe nobody else has ever struggled with this, and maybe it doesn't really matter at all, but then again, I don't know, rambled Keel. Keel, interrupted PB gently. Just spit it out. Okay then, well, do you think that maybe, just maybe, something horrible like that is going to happen to Telios when he's on Second Realm? I'm afraid the markers are more literal than some of us originally imagined. I'm beginning to wonder if Telios will be led out of the city like those scapegoats were, carrying away all Second Toba. But instead of leaving him to wander around aimlessly alone, they'll kill him there, like the other sacrifices. It's like all the offerings and sacrifices point to what's going to happen to Telios, and he'll be the ultimate sacrifice once and for all. I mean, isn't it possible that's what the Onu have been trying to tell us? Instead of answering, PB sat down trembling. Given what Odigo had told him today, and the corresponding nuggets he'd previously read in Desma, something suddenly aligned and clicked for him. Keel, the simple shepherd from Second Realm, responsible for losing one goat at a time, had been used by Odigo to bring the markers to life. Keel, I'm afraid you're right, PB finally sighed. I don't get it, roared Malum as he slammed his black iron poker down into the fiery ashes next to the bellows, taking his anger out on the rod instead of Odigo. The poker landed awkwardly on its tip, causing the bar to clang back and forth from one end to the other until the energy it contained yielded to the floor. As an ironworker, Malum wasn't impatient with metal, but yet, on many other accounts, he was. He couldn't believe how much time had passed since the Onu began overtly preparing First Realm for the prince's descent, and Otek had proclaimed the time was near. Malum wasn't mildly mad about the delay. He was furious. Swinging around, he glared at Odigo, who was seated on the stool closest to the door. To those unfamiliar with Odigo, his position in Malum's workshop might have suggested the seer had chosen his seat to aid a hasty exit should things get out of hand. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Odigo was sitting on this particular stool so he could be close to Malum during his time of need. Odigo, it's been hundreds of years since you flicked a switch on in PB, and now everyone in First Realm seems to be consumed by the markers. What you've done for them might be enough, but I need more. I'm not like Nomos. I can't keep just waiting and watching, hoping that things won't play out the way you said they will. Malum gestured towards the back corner of his workshop, where Nomos often sat on the workbench next to the small door leading to the attached supply shed. Nomos was so short he could walk through the miniature opening without bending over. In his mind's eye, Malum could see Nomos sitting in his favorite spot, dangling his feet over the bench, swinging them back and forth. Nomos often swung his legs faster when he was talking about the Onu. Malum could see his legs whipping up a tidal wave of air as he explained how he'd come to believe by studying the sacred text and his many long conversations with family and friends, often lingering over meals or campfires while they all searched for the Onu. Malum took a step towards where his shimmering second realm friend usually sat and placed his hands on the well-scarred butcher's block table in the center of the room. Nomos had lived through an unusual period on Second Realm. During this time, the Onu had made no known visits and had sent no messengers. Malum really struggled with the silence and its profound impact on Second Realm, and even to this day couldn't quite fathom how anyone could believe in a situation like that. Leaning forward, he pressed into one of his recent conversations with Nomos. But, Nomos, how'd you come to believe? I mean, back on Second Realm, you couldn't possibly have known as much as we do here. Obviously, you're right. In comparison, we didn't have access to nearly as much as you. How could we? But then again, we had enough. Otek has always provided, don't you think? Yes, but he was so silent for so long. That's true. He was. But still, he's good. All the time. Even when he's silent. Don't you agree? Yes, I know he's good. But how could he leave you all alone in silence like that, without providing any guidance? Oh, Malum, he didn't. I'm confused. I thought you said you never saw the Onu and never entertained a single messenger on Second Realm, nor did anyone you knew. That's true. Then how can you say Otek provided? Malum, have you studied the sacred text? Sought Nomos, with an emphasis on the word studied. Malum, who looked weathered and worn as if he'd had a rough life or spent all of his time outdoors doing manual labor, was a keen observer and had indeed read much about Second Realm, including the grappler texts. Yes, I've studied them, he said without elaboration. Then you must know that they're full of incredible stories and insights about the Onu and guidance for our everyday life, right? I can see why you'd say that, but didn't you need more? Not really. I know this sounds a bit strange, but in fact, no, I didn't need more. Think about it. If what Otek provided wasn't enough, well, then I wouldn't be here. It all worked out all right, didn't it? I mean, I am here. Otek Plaz is indeed the king of more. One day, I decided the more I already had was enough. And well, for me, that's the day I truly believed. As Malin blinked his eyes, a tear of joy for Nomos and a tear of regret for himself slid down his cheeks onto his apron. Malin wished he could be a little more like Nomos and a little less like the Malum of old. Malum lowered his head and wondered if somehow he was in his own silent wilderness right now, despite the deafening noise and excitement about the markers raging all around him in First Realm. The ironworker hated inaction and just wanted to get the whole thing over with, whatever it was going to be, good, bad, war, peace, whatever. Odago, it just makes no sense to me at all. None whatsoever, disclosed Malum, his head still bowed. I don't know how to fashion a weapon for what's coming next. I know you don't. You weren't asked to. Why not? Demanded Malum, the most skilled armament maker in all the realm. He banged his fists on the table in front of him, as if the emphasis was needed to get the seer to answer. Because no such physical weapon exists, or ever will, explained Odago. Odago could have taken hours to explain Telios' second incarnation and the battles ahead, and this time in even greater detail. But he knew that wasn't what Malum really needed right now. Malum's discomfort wasn't about facts and figures, plans or devices. It was really about his own sense of impending loss, helplessness, and self-worth. The ironworker often struggled with these feelings, and Odago never grew tired of helping him forge through them. Odago knew Malum was struggling with the hard truth that inhabitants could consciously and unconsciously move away from the Onu, and the nagging sense that Telios was about to move away from him. These thoughts made Malum feel like he was about to be abandoned, or was somehow inferior, unworthy of Telios, since these feelings were similar to those that Malum had when he was a member of the Kuur. Malum feared he was slipping backwards or drifting away from the Onu in his confusion and concern over Telios' move to Second Realm. Malum turned to stare back into the fire and the hodgepodge of metal he'd been welding together. He'd been channeling his frustrations and confusion into trying to craft something Telios could use during his upcoming battle for the hearts of Second Realm. To Malum, it now looked more like abstract art than an instrument of war, though even calling it art was really quite a stretch. Yeah, I know, sighed the sweaty smithy as he kicked at the fire and walked over to his anvil. Picking up a hammer, he banged it on the iron block several times. The satisfying ring gave him a small bit of comfort, but even this didn't truly soothe the angst he felt. After plunking his hammer down on the anvil, Malum began to pace around his shop in circles, as if looking for a tool he'd misplaced. When he passed by Odago for the second time, the seer gently said, "Malum, please, sit down." Malum didn't immediately oblige. Instead, he rubbed his apron a couple of times and turned as if he was going to walk away. But after sighing heavily He plopped down on the stool next to Odago. While his outward appearance suggested begrudging compliance, inside, Malum was actually grateful for the escape path Odago had offered. Still, it took Malum a long time to simmer down, much longer than it took the fire in his hearth to quit roaring. When Malum finally relaxed and loosened his taut muscles, Odago spoke softly over the still, crackling fire. "Malum, what's really wrong?" inquired the comforter. I I can't. I can't remember the exact moment I believed it like that." "Like what?" "Like Nomos. He's so confident in his faith." "I don't think that's what Nomos was trying to say," corrected Odago, who'd seen what Malum had seen, and had even helped him recall Nomos' comments. "Really? What was he trying to say?" Nomos didn't mean to imply he lacked faith before that watershed point in his life. He simply meant in that specific moment, something very special happened to him. That's when he became really serious about working out his faith, all of the time. "But Odago, when did I ever do that?" "Oh, Malum, you've been doing that forever, almost as long as I've known you." "How could I? I was in the Kuur." "Even in that dark time, even when you didn't get it right, you were constantly trying. You were ceaselessly trying." Malum had always had a soft spot for Odago, even when he was in the Kuur. The ironworker spent a lot of time with the seer during his rebellious days, even when he was publicly ranting and raving against the Onu. Malum hadn't ever completely severed his relationship with the Onu. He'd simply wanted something else, something more. Something in retrospect he couldn't quite explain, and now couldn't even begin to understand why it had once been so important to him. "Well, I suppose I did work at it, but I'm not entirely sure. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it," fumbled the ironworker. "You don't need a signpost to remind you of the day you got serious about believing. You've always been serious. But if it helps, just think back to the day when you walked out of the parched salmon, alone, away from Delator and the Kuur. Now that was a decision point, for sure." Malum bowed his head, resting his chin on his chest so Odago couldn't see the tears streaming down his face. He knew, he believed, and yet the doubts and confusion scared him. "Malum, it's okay. A new doubt, concern, or even an old one, doesn't mean you've walked away from us. Think of it as another opportunity to stretch and grow your faith with our help." "I know," whispered Malum softly, "but I want to stay close to Telios. Really close. Can I go with him to Second Realm?" "No, not this time." Malum remained silent for several minutes, still a bit choked up. When he finally looked at Odago, he asked, "And is he really going to die for them?" "Yes, Malum, he is." "Odago, Telios knew he'd die, knew all of this, long before he created Second Realm, didn't he?" "Yes, Malum, we all did." "But then, why did he create it in the first place? Why not just simply refrain and save yourselves? And us, all the pain and heartache?" "Because, my friend, Telios chose to. The adventure was too great to pass up. He's like that, you know. Adventurous." Malum, like many First Realm inhabitants who'd begun to understand parts of the markers, had mistakenly worried that Second Realm death would be the end of Telios, something the Kuur assumed and happily pursued. For some reason, the Onu saw fit to allow this misperception to stay in place, leaving the true afterparts vague and clouded, even though numerous points about it were mentioned in the markers and Desma. Later, after the redemption, Many would wonder if this confusion had been intentionally instilled, or at least tolerated, so inhabitants would better appreciate the loss and gravity of the moment, even though to them, at least from their vantage point, it was only just a fleeting moment. Late in the evening, after Odogo returned from Malum's, and after spending untold hours with many First Realm inhabitants bringing the future nearer, Otek Plaus made his way to Giajuja's Tala home. As she opened the door to his knock, the king declared, "Giajuja, I have a word for you." Chapter 10. False Alarm. Smudge, dirty like usual, sat in the field behind his home, surrounded by his failures. While the adjacent fields were beautifully colored with wildflowers and all sorts of vegetation, his family's field was sickly brown and untended, overgrown with weeds, thistles, and small saplings struggling to survive. Smudge's father, Tregtar, never wasted any time, energy, or resources on the meadow, and mainly used it as a buffer zone between himself and those he ruled and oppressed. Tregtar always told Smudge that he didn't need gardens around his home to feel important. Instead, he taught his son to find fulfillment by inflicting pain on others, just like he had. The torturer, however, wasn't really sure if his scraggly son had it in him. Despite Tregtar's lack of appreciation for landscaping and things pleasing to the eye, there was a solitary strip of meandering green in this bleak field, a narrow corridor where nature had still managed to maintain a green foothold and a few modestly mature trees. This swath of emerald land bordered a brook that bisected Smudge's practice space, which was beyond shouting distance from his house far up on the hill. Too far for Smudge, that is, but not for Tregtar. Since his back was well accustomed to prickly weeds and grasses, Smudge leaned back and sprawled out on the ground without bothering to check for hazards. Closing his eyes, he turned his face directly towards the sun, allowing the brilliant light to bake the mire on his face. Growing up, Smudge, whose real name was Pamant, always seemed to have a smudge of dirt on his face. His mother, Vovoka, fought hard to keep up important appearances, and constantly found herself muttering, "Ah, another smudge," before licking her finger and wiping it away. Eventually, Vovoka dropped the "another" and simply began saying, "Ah, Smudge," and soon the nickname stuck. Smudge loved his nickname and seldom, if ever, told anyone his real name. From his home atop the ridge, the few trees around Smudge appeared big and imposing, but upon closer inspection, one could easily see they all bore signs of distress. Their trunks were torn to shreds and splintering, a testament to the anger Smudge had unleashed upon them with rocks, spears, arrows, swords, and other armaments. Before Smudge could earn his place in his father's guild, all of these trees near the brook would succumb to their wounds and die. The weeds and grasses near these tortured trees were all trampled down, with some patches of ground barren, as if Tregtar's garrison had utilized the space. But this damage had primarily been inflicted by Smudge and his relentless pursuit of his father's approval. While his friends occasionally joined him in the field for practice, in comparison to the hours he spent there alone, their added abuse was negligible. Today, Smudge was using the dying trees as targets to hone his rock-throwing skills. Sighing, he sat back up and reached down beside him to pick up a tan canvas bag that had collapsed down to a flat mound on the ground. The bag had a metal rim hand-sewn in around the top, with 2 gaps in this needlework through which a thick rope had been attached to create a handle. Technically, it was this scratchy cord that Smudge had grabbed. Without getting up, Smudge began to crawl around, dragging the bag beside him. He stopped frequently and shuffled from side to side to pick up rocks he'd previously thrown and toss them into the canvas bag to try again. Smudge had cast so many stones in the field that it only took him a few minutes to fill the first bag. Rising to his feet, he went back to where he'd been previously lying down and picked up a second bag. After he brought it over close to the first bag, he dropped down on his knees and began sifting through the weeds for more projectiles. Once Smudge filled the second bag, he positioned it on the ground, about 2 arm lengths away from the first. He then walked back to where he'd been seated and grabbed a pole that had 2 dangling lines with hooks. Smudge placed the pole over his shoulder like a long spear, marched back over to the bags, and dropped the pole between them so he could attach each one to a pole line hook. After the bags were connected, Smudge positioned himself in the middle of the pole and leaned over deeply as if bowing to the leader of his father's guild, uttering, "Thank you. I humbly accept." He picked up the pole and set it across his shoulders. Smudge didn't immediately stand up, knowing this angle of attack would hurt his back. Instead, he dipped his hips and took a tiny step forward to get the weight more centered and his back straighter. Using his legs, not his torso, he picked up the load and grimaced slightly as the pole dug into his shoulders. Although Smudge could have carried the bags in each hand to avoid this discomfort, he'd learned that over the course of a long day's practice, his aim remained truer if he gave his hands a break during this part of the effort. Smudge spun around quickly, forcing the heavy bags to swing out beyond the ends of the pole and sway back and forth awkwardly. This caused the pole to flex and wiggle and his center of gravity to scurry about. Reacting to the chaos, Smudge abruptly stopped, started walking, and pivoted several more times. Despite the jostling, Smudge never stumbled. He had intentionally rocked the load to practice his footing and balance, and had successfully maintained some semblance of control the entire time. As he approached the brook, Smudge began to walk more naturally to reduce the angular momentum in the bags. Without breaking stride, he waded through the water carefully so as to avoid slipping on a mossy rock with a full load. On the other side of the stream, at the far edge of where the green strip of land transitioned back to brown, Smudge executed a flawless squat and set the bags down. When the weight was off his shoulders, he descended even deeper until his backside hit his heels. Jettisoning the pole backwards off of his shoulders, he stood up and scratched his right cheek, adding another namesake to his face. Smudge knelt and emptied the bags into a pile, then picked up the pole and bags and sloshed back across the brook to repeat the process again. He made 5 successive voyages, working his way closer and closer to the trees and the projectiles that had ricocheted near them. Smudge could have made many more trips, but decided his pile of rocks was sufficient for his next round of practice. Even though his father might disagree, Smudge was a very good rock thrower. His skills were so great that he could gauge the weight of a stone simply by holding it in his hand. He could also sense the best way to use the projectile to inflict the most damage, like skimming it across the water or bouncing it off hardpan to lurch up and catch a target with an unexpected uppercut. His father was an expert at this particular maneuver. Tregtar had cut his teeth on rock throwing, but had quickly moved on to more brutal forms of torture and control. Smudge was following his father on this front, learning rock throwing merely as one of the many tools of torturing he needed to perfect. Smudge was still honing his stone casting, but one of Smudge's best friends, Ventu, was already extremely proficient at the art. His father, Cuban the Enforcer, was undoubtedly the very best barehanded caster in all of Aldea, bar none. Ventu had clearly inherited Cuban's talent in this regard, and one day hoped that he would replace his father. While Smudge continued his stone-throwing quest to impress Tregtar and ultimately advance in his own guild, his primary motivation for working so hard on stoning was his desire to keep up with, and ultimately surpass, Ventu. Smudge usually organized his rocks by size and shape before throwing them. This time, he decided to leave the pile as a single large mound and practice picking up each stone with his eyelids closed. He wanted to make all his throwing decisions before he rose and reopened his eyes. Smudge picked up his first stone and immediately measured it as a skipper, smooth enough to attempt a double bounce off the brook if he pitched it slightly upstream. With a little bit of luck, it should maintain enough momentum to spring up and hit the tree on the other side, hopefully at least 2 feet above the ground. Opening his eyes and turning slightly to his left, Smudge threw the rock side-armed to aid its skip. However, instead of bounding across the stream, it dove into the water with a loud kerplunk. Smudge turned around, expecting to see his father standing behind him, arms crossed in disgust. Thankfully, Tregtar wasn't there, but Smudge could hear him nonetheless. "Smudge, make every shot count. Don't waste a single one. Your enemy wants to be hit. They deserve to be tortured. Always put everything you have into every single blow." Smudge wished his father had added, at least once, something encouraging, like, "Come on, you can do it," or "I'm proud of you." But Tregtar never ventured into those uncomfortable spaces. Turning back to his pile of rocks, Smudge closed his eyes again and bent over to pick up the next one. Even though Smudge had well-calloused fingers, the thick and rough skin had grown attuned to the stones and seemed to grant him greater sensitivity instead of diminishing it. While Smudge had hoped for a rough, awkwardly shaped rock so he wouldn't have to immediately attempt another bounding water toss, he unfortunately grabbed one that was exceptionally smooth on both sides and lighter than the one he'd just thrown. Smudge knew he could easily skip this rock off the water multiple times, which could be fun, but it would be hard to judge its final impact since the lightness of the disc could cause it to flutter and swerve in the air after one of its bounces. To avoid a second failure, Smudge decided to attempt an aerial attack on the tree directly in front of him, but with an intentionally wide curve, as if he were trying to wrap the stone around someone standing in his way. "Cat, Cat, are you home?" shouted Giajuja as she burst into Cat's residence inside the Great Divide. Giajuja had visited so frequently that she'd begun to think of Cat's Bolmec abode as her second home. Cat fostered this sentiment and wasn't really surprised by Giajuja's unannounced arrival. The second recorder did, however, find her aunt's volume a bit excessive, even for her. "I'm in the kitchen," replied Cat, her hands deep in soapy water washing dishes. "Guess what?" exclaimed Giajuja as she dashed towards the kitchen. Giajuja breathlessly shouted this question on the run, not having the patience to wait until she could actually see Cat. "No idea," laughed Cat, as her aunt slid around the corner and slipped slightly as she tried to slow down. "I'm going to be a messenger," revealed Giajuja, a huge smile plastered across her face. "But you've been a messenger for eons. Why the big fuss today?" "Because today I get to go to second realm," sang Giajuja, making the I in her response rise up like the opening curtain on a much-anticipated theater performance. While Giajuja continued to serve as a raw recorder back in Tala, she'd also been a frequent messenger to Cat and other inhabitants living in the Great Divide. Although she had visited Second Realm a few times, she'd never gone carrying a message. "That's very exciting, Gio." "I know, I can't wait, but honestly, I'm a bit nervous. Do you have any advice?" "Well, from my own experience, when you first meet a Second Realm inhabitant, I've found it's always best to start by saying, 'Don't be afraid.'" "Why?" asked Giajuja, a little concerned that this greeting might overshadow the message she had to deliver. She should have known the answer to her question, having heard others talk about this particular issue many times. But in her excitement, it had slipped her mind. "Aunt Geo, we all look kind of scary to them." "Oh, Cat, my dear, you certainly don't. But if they're genuinely afraid of you, then I can't possibly begin to imagine how they'll react to me," chuckled Giajuja. "Trust me, even I have to say this. I've discovered it really helps." "Okay, I'll try to remember to lead with that. I just hope I don't get flustered and mess it all up." "Oh, I'm sure you won't. But speaking of being nervous, do you have the message written down?" sought Cat, who didn't see any device or paper in Giajuja's hand, though she was confident it could have easily been hiding in one of her pockets. No, Cat, I don't. I've got this one memorized. It's not recorded? Nope. I've got it locked away safe, up here, responded Giajuja as she tapped the side of her head. Are you sure? I'm positive. This one's very short. Cat didn't ask Giajuja to repeat the message to test her recall, knowing that many messages the Onu sent to Second Realm were intended solely for the recipient. Instead, she simply said, all right. Any other suggestions? Prompted Giajuja. Leave early. How come? It's better to get there early and shimmer than to rush in late or miss the timing the Onu intended. I'm afraid it might take you a while to get there given the Kuur powers and authorities fighting between here and there. They want to slow us all down, if they can. In that case, I will. Who's escorting you? I don't know. Otek told me to meet the twins, and they'd assigned someone. So they're my next stop. Maybe one of them will do it themselves. Wouldn't that be exciting? Oh, yes, most definitely. Well, you better get going. Right. I'll see you when I get back, promised Giajuja as she dashed out of the kitchen. Excitedly, she ran through the living room and out the front door, forgetting to stop and close it behind her. Instead, she bolted to the right and headed to the twins' cave. Smudge, exceedingly confident in his ability to curve the stone in his hand, started to wind up while his eyes were still closed. As he opened them, he let the rock fly. At exactly the same time, Giajuja unshimmered directly in front of him, and together they both yelled in unison, "Ah!" Giajuja screamed, certain the hurtling rock would hit her. But by the time she ducked, the stone had already sailed safely past her, missing her by a good 2.5 inches. A more experienced messenger would have known to take a moment to assess the lay of the land before revealing themselves, or have the Onu plant a vision in the recipient's head to help them. But Giajuja, having been delayed in transit, and being overly excited about her first Second Realm message, appeared without a moment's hesitation as soon as Arcudo had dropped her off. Fortunately, she happened to be standing in nearly the same spot as the imaginary inhabitant in Smudge's mind. Therefore, the spinning rock missed her. Smudge, on the other hand, had yelled out of a different kind of fright. He'd been startled to see someone standing directly in front of him when he thought he was alone, and he would have screamed even if Giajuja had been someone he knew. Be that as it may, the blood-curdling part of his cry was due to an overwhelming sense of foreboding danger. Smudge had never seen a First Realm inhabitant before, but he had no doubt he was staring at one now. He'd heard rumors of sightings from his best friend Ventu, who claimed these beings were all around them, sinisterly hiding in plain sight and very dangerous. It didn't help that Giajuja, while small for a First Realm giant, was still a giant nonetheless, and towered high over Smudge, even though she was still crouched down slightly from her duck. As Giajuja and Smudge gasped for air, Giajuja stood up, but then promptly shimmered to reduce her size down to Smudge's level, so she could look him in the eye. This apparition further unnerved Smudge, and he quickly reached up to his chest to clutch the amulet hanging around his neck. Being foreigners in this land, Smudge and his family didn't trust the powers that be, and faithfully wore talismans to ward off evil spirits. Smudge didn't know they were really fighting against the Kuur, and that their inhabitant-made trinkets had no power over any First Realm beings. When his hand came up empty, Smudge cursed himself for having left home without his necklace this morning. As he was about to turn around and run back home to retrieve it, Giajuja raised her hands and softly uttered Cat's suggested salutation. Don't be afraid. Giajuja's greeting worked, but not for the reason Cat and Giajuja had anticipated. Her comment offended Smudge and woke the Tregtar inside of him. I'm not afraid of you, Smudge shouted as he stood his ground. Without taking his eyes off of Giajuja, he moved his right hand down from in front of his chest and ran it over his left wrist, checking to see if he was at least wearing a small bracelet of protection. He wasn't. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for several seconds. Giajuja with her hands extended, Smudge with his right hand strangely rubbing his left wrist as if it ached. Eventually, Smudge launched the next volley. "I said I'm not afraid of you! Begone!" he quipped, though he doubted his words would carry sufficient weight to move the mass in front of him without a vested charm to enhance their strength. Lacking a talisman, Smudge reached down to pick up a rock for added emphasis instead. As he glanced down to make sure he retrieved a large one with a sharp edge, Giajuja took a step closer. "Smudge, don't be afraid. I have a message for you." Something in Giajuja's tone made Smudge pause. To him, she sounded almost motherly. Lifting his gaze and his chosen rock, he glared at the trespasser. But his scowl softened, just ever so slightly. More importantly, Smudge didn't raise his arm in preparation to launch his projectile. Instead, he commanded, in his best Tregtar imitation, "Then spit the message out and leave." Smudge's scared and aggressive reactions caught Giajuja off guard. She'd expected him to welcome her, as anyone receiving a message from Otek should. She wondered if the teen was just being petulant. But in her own confusion, she became flustered and took a step backwards in her delivery instead of pressing forward. Giajuja realized that she hadn't mentioned who the message was from, and reckoned this might be part of the problem. "I mean, I have a message for you from Otek Plaus," she clarified. At the mention of Otek, Smudge instantly thought of Ventu, his best friend. Ventu was a member of the Grappler clan, but he wasn't a true believer and thus wasn't a member of the Grappler Cord. Smudge hadn't discerned this nuance yet, and wouldn't even appreciate the difference between the Grappler clan and Cord for several more years. Sadly, even though Smudge and Ventu had discussed the sacred Grappler texts and traditions on several occasions, Smudge didn't have a good impression of Otek, primarily because Ventu's words and actions had cast a poor light on the Onu king. Giajuja's revelation that the message was from Otek didn't make Smudge feel any better, though he assumed it meant that maybe, just maybe, Otek Plaus actually existed. "Okay, yeah, whatever. But if it's for me, then, well, let it rip," he insisted, as if preparing to receive a punch in a bar duel or a drinking game. Giajuja completely missed the edge in Smudge's voice, and thought he was finally getting on the same page as her, delighted to hear from Otek. Standing up even straighter, she opened her mouth to deliver the king's message, but nothing came out. Giajuja wasn't stricken by some external force or suddenly unable to speak. She'd simply momentarily forgotten the message and knew she had to get it right. Tilting her head slightly to the side and raising her left hand, she pointed her finger in a similar direction, like inhabitants sometimes do when they're temporarily stumped and trying to think. Smudge mistook Giajuja's gesture as the message itself, and turned to see where she was pointing. To him, it was nowhere in particular, with no obvious landmarks along its path. So he turned back to Giajuja and tried to sound like he was a warrior planning to launch a fierce attack and demolish a foe. He didn't realize yet that a true warrior defended, not attacked. "I don't get it. What's the message? Come on, give it to me," he roared, his agitation growing, as if he'd called a delivery service and his order was late, or they'd messed it all up. His rage didn't help Giajuja regain her composure. Uh, um, she stammered. "What's wrong with you?" snapped Smudge, squeezing the rock in his fist. He was surprised at how quickly he was becoming himself again in the midst of something he didn't truly comprehend. Smudge knew his mother would be proud of him, even if Tregtar wasn't. Nothing," mumbled Giajuja. There's nothing wrong with me." Then go on. What's this important message?" Giajuja didn't respond. Instead, she stood there on the verge of tears and began to sway back and forth. She was certain she had failed miserably and would never get another chance to be a second-realm messenger. Her delay only fueled Smudge's resolve. "I said, give it to me. Aren't you supposed to share what you've been given and then be on your way?" I don't," answered Giajuja with a slight, barely noticeable emphasis on the word don't. I know, don't be afraid," interrupted Smudge sarcastically. "I'm not. Now, out with it. What is the message?" he probed, speaking slowly and angrily like Tregtar often did. "Don't," replied Giajuja once more, as she lowered her hands slightly and turned them over palms up, like she was revealing something or holding a delicious platter of food. Smudge wasn't quite sure if Giajuja was finally attempting to share the message, or if he was supposed to keep waiting or do something special to get it. Impatient, he decided to lead out of this awkward dance. "Don't what?" he prompted. "Just don't," repeated Giajuja, lowering her hands to her sides. "Seriously, don't what?" shot Smudge, frustrated, nearly shouting. "That's it. That's the whole message. Don't," explained Giajuja. "Are you trying to tell me you came all the way here from Otek Paws, whoever he is, and all you've got for me is a single word?" "Yes." "Are you mocking me?" "Never." "Are you new to this or something?" "Well, yes and no." "Come on, then. You mean Otek couldn't give you a little more than that?" Giajuja didn't take Smudge's insult personally. She knew he was scared, voicing his fears as anger and spite. Giajuja was confident she could handle more, and had often done so on her previous trips to Bolmec. Her faith in Otek and his decision to send just a single word remained steadfast. Thinking of the king grounded Giajuja and got her back onto her normal footing. She quickly became more like Aunt Geo, and much less like a messenger on an impersonal mission that had gone awry. "Smudge, listen to me. I trust the king with all that I am. He sent me here to you today, right now, with this simple yet profound word. Otak doesn't really send that many messengers to Second Realm, and almost never one to an inhabitant outside of the grapplers, at least as far as I know. You must be very special to him, and this word must be very important for you." Smudge huffed, not because he didn't believe Giajuja, but because he wanted to. Instead of replying further or lashing out again, Smudge thought back to some of his interactions with Ventu and Nyala before he gave voice to his take on Giajuja's elaboration. Ventu and Nyala were Smudge's best friends. While Smudge and Nyala were both natives of Pain, a formidable nation-state in the west that had conquered Aldea, Ventu was a local inhabitant who belonged to the Grappler clan. His ancestors had famously contributed to the creation of a comprehensive list of rules and bylaws that weren't in the sacred Grappler texts, but were used nonetheless to control the masses and make ordinary inhabitants feel inferior and guilty. Ventu's father was a key leader in an important Grappler religious guild, the Enforcers. He wasn't afraid to cast stones, verbal or physical, to punish anyone who broke these bylaws. Throughout the years to come, Ventu would only see his father drop a single stone instead of casting it, and in that moment, Ventu would do likewise. Ventu held his father in high esteem and was deeply committed to protecting the image of Otek, even though he didn't act like the king or really believe in him for who he truly was. It was just what his family did. He talked about punishment so much that Ventu gave the impression enforcing for Otek was his real religion. Smudge and Nyala, on the other hand, believed in many different supernatural beings and superstitions, just to be on the safe side. Compared to the others, Nyala was the least set in her ways, and the one most open to new ideas. She had moved to Aldea a year before Smudge, and during that time, her father, Fuego, had established himself as the most influential herder-butcher merchant in the region. His trading prowess was so great that he put even Volpries to shame. Fuego quickly became the primary provider of livestock for both the Pains and the Grapplers, specializing in high-quality beasts. Since Nyala had no siblings, Fuego treated her as the heir apparent that she was. As a teen, Nyala was already highly skilled in trading and husbandry, and loved being outdoors with the flocks and herds. When it came to stone casting on the practice field, Nyala could beat Smudge and Ventu if they used slingshots, a common herder weapon, but not if they used their bare hands. Not surprisingly, Smudge and Ventu avoided this weapon when Nyala was around, so they could more easily prove they were better than her. Nyala didn't mind the slight, probably because she had a secret crush on Smudge, which she hadn't yet admitted to anyone, not even herself. Smudge and his family relocated to Aldea, so his father, Tregtar, could seek greater acclaim and responsibilities as a soldier and torturer. Upon his arrival, Smudge was quickly befriended by Ventu, which was rather odd, given that Aldea was officially under the rule of the Pain clans, and Tregtar was there to oppress them. Ventu had been too young at the time to realize this, and simply assumed any newcomer who lived nearby needed a friend. As Ventu grew older and more politically astute, he recognized the potential of a powerful Pain ally, especially since the Pains restricted what the enforcers were allowed to do. Ventu really liked Smudge, but he also understood that one day he might need Smudge's assistance to take down someone important. So it didn't bother him at all that Smudge was being groomed to be one of Aldea's overlords. Actually, it kind of helped. Ventu invested so much time in Smudge that his own actions and words distorted Smudge's impression of Otek Plaus. But at least Smudge had some sense of the king, which he wouldn't have had if he still lived back in Pain. I guess I'm not totally surprised, Smudge finally muttered. I mean, I am quite surprised Otek sent me a message, but I'm not surprised he said, "Don't." Ventu makes him sound like he's the king of "don't do this," or "don't do that," or "don't have any fun," or "don't bother, you'll never be good enough." Oh, no, Smudge, nothing could be further from the truth. He's the king of more. I can't imagine living without him, proclaimed Giajuja. Well, I don't see him that way. As Giajuja struggled to think of how she could possibly explain the power of the Onu in her own life, Otek smiled and knew he'd chosen the perfect moment, the perfect message, and the perfect messenger for Smudge. Then I'd say, "Don't stop looking," replied Giajuja with her normal, sing-songy extravagance on the word "don't." And with that, Giajuja vanished, transported back to Tala by Otek. The king understood that Smudge, the torturer's son, needed time to process Giajuja's profound take on his simple message, and there'd be plenty of time later for many more words. The day after Giajuja's visit, Smudge and Ventu found themselves in Smudge's field, gathering rocks for their next round of attacks. They were across the brook, downrange of Smudge's Giajuja encounter, and had just finished filling the canvas bags and attaching them to the pole. Nyala wasn't with them today, making Smudge think it would be easier to bring up Giajuja, or rather, the topic of messengers in general. Even so, he didn't plan on revealing what had happened to him yesterday, too embarrassed that the message and the messenger hadn't really made much sense. Smudge bent over to pick up the carrying pole and, with it, the attached full bags. As he stood up, he grunted under the heavy load and jostled the pole to get it balanced on his shoulders. Taking his first couple of steps, Smudge practiced his opening lines in his head so he'd sound more natural. Although Smudge and Ventu had discussed messengers, they hadn't talked about them extensively. Still, Smudge hoped he could bring them up without giving away his real reason for doing so, but he was still struggling a bit with his chosen approach. In his angst, Smudge's grunting hadn't reflected the actual weight of the load he was physically trying to carry. Ventu knew this and, being a good friend, inquired as to why. "What's up, Smudge? You're acting like that's a super heavy load today, or are you just mad that you've got to carry it 5 times in a row? Because I beat you, sang Ventu as he danced back and forth to rub it in. "No, I'm not mad at all," retorted Smudge. "I let you win that round, because I could tell you were about to give up and go home, you big loser." Ventu chuckled, but wasn't sure if he did, or did not, believe Smudge. In retrospect, it was possible that Smudge had deliberately pulled a shot or two, though Ventu was confident he was far superior to Smudge at stones. "In that case, stop. Drop the bags. I'll carry them," commanded Ventu, as if his honor demanded it. "No. Fair's fair. I lost. I've got them. But I bet I'll win the next round." As they waded through the brook to cross back over to their customary launching pad, Ventu accepted. "I'll take that bet." "But you don't even know the wager." "I don't care. I'm sure I'll win." While they were practicing, it was quite common for Smudge and Ventu to bet on outcomes, to increase the pressure and hone their skills. Stepping out of the brook, Smudge started to make a highly unusual offer, even for this motley gang of 2. "The loser has to give Brand—" Ventu interrupted Smudge before he could complete the wager. "Whoa! You mean Brand, the filthy, smelling, missing-toothed, good-for-nothing beggar who yells at everyone?" "Yes, that's him. But he always sits by the busiest entrance to the market, right where everyone would see us interacting with him." "Oh, yes, most definitely he does. That's his favorite spot." Ventu and Smudge were in no way charitable. Giving anything to anyone was a huge stretch for either of them. Since their fathers were both important leaders in their respective clans and guilds, Smudge and Ventu felt, and knew, that they were also well up in society, with reputations to protect. However, Smudge had learned from previous conversations with Ventu that the grapplers were supposed to watch out for the poor, widowed, and orphans. Smudge didn't have a problem with Ventu ignoring this mandate. He'd simply picked Brand the Beggar as a way to slip into a conversation on the sacred grappler texts and messengers. Smudge had planned all this last night before falling asleep, but was still struggling with the exact flow and execution of his plan now that the moment had come. Without bending down to soften the blow, he dropped the pole off his shoulders. After the bags crashed to the ground, he turned to face Ventu. "Yep, as I was saying, the loser has to give Brand the Beggar something at the market." Ruminated Ventu. "That's a very bold choice." "I know," acknowledged Smudge, confident he could win the bet today, despite rarely beating Ventu at rock throwing. Smudge was much better with mechanical armaments that could inflict greater damage than he was with stoning, just like his father. "Before I agree, and I'm not saying I will, what exactly does the loser have to give Brand?" "How about 15 minutes of time?" suggested Smudge. "What? Are you crazy? No one sits and talks to him. We'd be the laughingstock of the city. Why not just give him a piece of bread or a table scrap, or better yet, a rotten piece of fruit?" "Oh, you mean like something you could accidentally drop from your tunic as you rushed by and hope no one noticed?" "Absolutely not. That's not daring or perilous. The bet's got to be meaningful, or the challenge is no challenge." "I don't know, Smudge. My father would kill me." Mine too. I mean, what would we even say? To Brand or our fathers? Either. Well, to Brand, how about something like, "Hey, what's up?" If you sit down next to him, I'm quite confident he'll have many things to say to you. He's full of words. Why, he never shuts up when someone's within earshot. Okay, I'll grant you that. I guess I could just sit there and let him do all the talking. Sure, for this bet, that'd be fine. Still, what would we tell our fathers? Since they don't see the realm exactly the same, we'd probably need two different stories. So, let's see. For mine, I think I could claim that I thought Brand would be an excellent spy for us. Yeah, that's it. He's probably seen all kinds of stuff that would help us put more inhabitants in their rightful place. I don't know so much. That feels like quite a stretch. I mean, I'm certain your father has eyes all over Aldea already, and I doubt he'd consider Brand a reliable source. No, I'm sure he wouldn't. That's the beauty of it. I could just say no one does, which means no one really ever pays attention to him. So Brand has probably seen and heard all kinds of stuff, a lot more than anyone realizes. And who better to try to get it out of him than me? Come on, no one expects a teenager to care about Brand. They'd simply think I was sitting there to make fun of him. Smudge, you would be making fun of him. Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. It isn't? Well, okay, yes, it is. But I think I could convince my father anyway. Why? I've never seen you successfully butter him up. What makes you think you could this time? I don't know, but I'm sure I could, boasted Smudge, full of hubris. Well, good luck with that. I won't need it. I'm certain the public humiliation and lingering smell will be harder to tolerate than convincing my father why I did what I did. I'm almost afraid my father will actually like the idea so much that he won't let me stop trying until I actually get something useful out of Brand. Yeah, tricked or might. That'd be really funny if he did. Yuck! That'd make me feel like I was losing this bet to you again and again. In retrospect, maybe this is a very bad idea. Never mind. Now, you can't take back the bet. An offer made is an offer made. It stands. It's up to me to accept or reject it. That's true. So, what would you say to Human if you lost and he heard about you sitting there with Brand? Simply that I was looking for a spy like you, joked Ventu. Against whom? Us? Of course, chuckled Ventu. But I doubt my father would believe that. Truthfully, I don't know what I'd say to him. Give me a second to think about it. Sure, no problem. Go ahead. Smudge and Ventu dumped the bags and began sorting the rocks. After they shuffled a few dozen, Ventu ventured on. You know, Smudge, I think pitching Brand as a spy might actually work for me too, he said, without stopping to look up. How so? Well, you know how we all have these rules and regulations, right? Of course. And that my father enforces them, not totally unlike what your father does, though just a different set of rules in show of force. Yeah, so? What if I told my father I wanted to see if Brand could keep an account of those who were being generous to him? That way, if my father wanted to target someone, he could quickly use this additional information against them. Proof that they weren't being good, that they weren't being generous to Brand. I don't know. That sounds kind of messy. How often would they have to give Brand something? How much? And could Brand really keep all that straight? Of course he couldn't. Like you, that's the beauty of my plan. No matter what he had, it would all be useful, even if it's gibberish. My father could claim it contained whatever he wanted. It'd create leverage for him and make it easier for him to lie about his enemies. Ventu was very proud that his family helped make the rules and enforce them, even though they didn't really follow them for themselves. I'm still not buying it, Ventu. It all seems pretty far-fetched to me. Smudge, it's not any less believable than your tale of spying. Of course it is. Mine's simpler. It has fewer moving parts. Complexity kills the spy game. Didn't you tell me that once? I think it was when was that? Oh, yes. It was when you were bragging about how your ancestors sent spies into this land before they overtook it. They kept it simple, right? I mean, like they were just visiting or checking to see if there'd be good trade. Yes, I might have said something like that. Well, mine's simple like that, short and to the point. Brand would only have to remember a couple of things and tell me them once in a while, not become a detailed recorder like you suggest. Well, you might have a good point. Okay, I guess no spy act for me then. Ventu turned back to his sorting, and silence ensued until they had nearly all of the rocks appropriately grouped. But Ventu didn't want to give up on his cover story yet. He was confident he'd win this bet and only needed the yarn as a plausible fallback. Ventu desperately wanted to see Smudge, his unkempt friend, sitting beside Brand. He thought the two of them would make a great visual pair. In the end, however, he couldn't come up with any reasonable excuse he could give his father if he lost. Smudge, I can't think of anything I could tell him, he said, exasperated, as if he now expected Smudge to bail him out. Why not simply tell Hubin you were following the grappler text? I don't know, something like, you were watching out for Brand by trying to experience what it's like to be him for just a few minutes, suggested Smudge. That might, yeah, that might work, conceded Ventu. After all, that sounds a lot more believable than some of the other crazy stuff you've told me about those texts. You're right. I mean, it's not like the wild donkey story, where a first-realm messenger blocks the path multiple times. That's true, chuckled Smudge, surprised Ventu had already stumbled into a messenger story, and he didn't have to wind through any more incantations. Like, who really believes that stuff? I mean, seriously, who believes in messengers? He goaded. Well, Ventu wasn't a true believer in Otek, and wasn't even close to becoming one. For some reason, he wholeheartedly believed in messengers, the Kuur, and strange events he couldn't explain. He was deeply offended Smudge had implied he was crazy for doing so. Smudge had known his sarcastic comment would get a rise out of his friend. You know, I believe in them, Smudge, Ventu stated firmly, clenching his fist as if he was about to take a swing. Got something to say about that? He challenged. No, not at all. I wouldn't dare to stand against you on this one. I'm sure there are lots of messengers, and that Otek uses them all the time. Well, he has. And he does. Don't you ever forget it. How could I? You're not going to let me, are you? That's right, I won't. Smudge paused for a few seconds, pretending to think. Or, at least, trying to show he appreciated his friend's perspective. He didn't want to make it look like he was probing, though probing he was. When he spoke, he did so reverently and almost submissively, causing Ventu to relax his fist. Ventu? Yes? I was just wondering, and maybe you don't know, or maybe others don't think about such things like this, but why do you believe Otek sends messengers? Why not just come and talk to us directly? Neither Smudge nor Ventu could possibly have known that soon Telios himself would do just that, but not simply for a brief conversation or visit. The prince would come to stay for a lifetime. And since the Onu have always been one, and will always be one, that was akin to the king himself coming to live with them. Honestly, Smudge, you asked the weirdest stuff. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I was just curious, shrugged Smudge, unsure if he'd pressed the issue too quickly, or if Ventu simply didn't know the answer. He chose to believe the latter, and sought a bit more clarity from a different angle, while simultaneously trying to slightly lighten the mood. Hey, Ventu, have you ever noticed how when someone talks for a long time, they usually say nothing? Some of the best speeches are almost always the shortest. Yes, that's certainly true. So, what's the best, shortest, message Otek has ever sent? Funny, that sounds like one of my father's favorite dinner games. Really? Well, not that specific question, but questions like that in general. He enjoys quizzing us on the sacred grappler texts and all our rules and regulations. You're kidding, right? Oh, no, not at all. If I'm going to be an enforcer, I've got to know them all by heart. My father says we have to be prepared to defend Otek's reputation against those who would speak ill of him or counter the texts and rules. Well, that part makes sense. As it turns out, the shortest message, at least as far as I can recall, was just 4 words long. Actually, it was 3 different words with 1 word repeated, so 4 in total. Though, come to think of it, this message may not have technically come through a messenger. Why do you say that? It's just that, well, the message was inscribed into a plaster wall in the palace. You mean it wasn't spoken aloud? No, it was written by a disembodied finger. Really? That's weird. I know, but the king himself saw it happen. He was there when the finger dug away the plaster. What did it say? Right. The finger, that is. Bid Smudge awkwardly, trying hard not to sound overly excited. Oh, it was very bad news. The king had been weighed and found to be lacking. Full of Toba. Judgment was about to come, and the message was accurate. The king died later that night. Whoa! Maybe short messages aren't so sweet. No, they're not. At least, definitely not for that old king, that's for sure. Smudge suddenly felt horrible about his one-word message from Otek, if indeed Otek was the one who had sent it. Smudge was concerned that winning the prize for the shortest message ever couldn't possibly be a good thing. But just as this thought flashed across his mind, Odago gently steered Smudge back to Giajuja's elaboration. Don't stop looking. In that moment, despite the unknown and Ventu's scary story, Smudge resolved to keep searching for the real Otek Plaus, the king who had singled him out as special, special enough to send him a word. Chapter 11. Family Business. For the first few days after Giajuja's visit, Smudge obsessed over the idea that Otek had sent him a message. However, by the end of the week, Smudge felt like he'd imagined the whole thing and made a concerted effort to forget about it. He even began to dodge all religious conversations, including those with Ventu and Nyala, for fear they'd lead to discussions about Otek or his messengers. After a while, the cares and concerns of life stripped away any lingering thoughts Smudge invested in his message from Otek. At the end of the summer, before the leaves changed into their autumn clothes, Smudge, Ventu, and Nyala joined their fathers' guilds. Smudge and Ventu hazarded into pain-making, and Nyala, who loved shepherding live animals, was forced to regularly face death, having been compelled by her father to begin her journey in the butchery. Despite spending most of their daytime hours apart, the 3 friends discovered they now had more time to party together in the evenings than they'd had before they gilded. Their friendship blossomed, and they quickly gained sordid reputations for their lavish, boisterous carousing, as those around them endured greater and greater suffering. Although many in Aldea believed the trio dishonestly advanced in their guilds by riding the coattails of their fathers, it ultimately became clear that they had not. Each demonstrated remarkable skill in their chosen profession. Still, when Smudge's guild leader presented him with his first few opportunities to strike, Smudge hesitated briefly, like most first-timers do. However, in his case, Smudge's repeated delays weren't out of dread, fear, or shame. They were all due to his vision being temporarily obscured by the sight of Giajuja standing before him, saying, "Don't." But in each instance, Smudge blinked his eyes quickly, several times, and washed her image away so he could carry on. This happened frequently at first, but as Smudge learned to focus on the brutality of the task at hand, the visions of Giajuja faded and eventually disappeared altogether, making advancement in his guild much easier. During this period, Aldea and all of Second Realm exploded with strife, violence, and personal advancement at all costs. The puppet grappler regent over Aldea, installed by the pain, wasn't afraid to wield enforcers, such as Ventu and his father, and torturers, such as Smudge and Tregtar, to maintain his position. Outright murder was commonplace, and the lives of those lacking influence or wealth were viewed as less than worthless, something to be exploited and consumed by those in power. Individuals with flaws, weaknesses, or the plight of being poor, or born without privilege, weren't even considered to be real inhabitants. At best, they were treated like drudges or beasts of burden. As this oppressive system spiraled out of control, Smudge and Ventu's families flourished, since punishment and pain were in high demand. But Nyala's family faced marginalization. Despite the continued patronage of the wealthy, demand for Nyala's family services waned, and they struggled to sustain their business. To address this, Nyala convinced Fuego to introduce low-quality, dirt-cheap options, which he begrudgingly did. This helped improve their fortunes a little bit, but things ultimately took off after Nyala persuaded her father to establish outlets in non-grappler temple courtyards, so patrons seeking sacrifices didn't have to traipse to the market to make their trades. Profoundly, in the midst of all this chaos, oppression, death, and the pursuit of profit, Otek deemed the time was right for a change. Let there be light, he declared. Telios, who had been preparing for this moment since long before he created Second Realm, stood and did something extraordinary, something unseen by any inhabitant of any realm. The prince set aside some of the glory of being Onu. Most would have said this was impossible, and yet he did. Through this transition, Telios didn't cease being Onu. He simply made it easier for Second Realm inhabitants to see some of his other qualities more clearly. Perusing the library of his inner being, Telios reached up and grabbed one of his favorite character traits off a shelf. Servitude. Something all Onu cherish, foster, and embody. With service as his primary weapon, Telios took on the form of a Second Realm inhabitant, donning a non-Kalama body. How this corporeal exchange took place, no one really knows, and the Onu have never provided an explanation. In his new form, Telios didn't immediately leave or rush to go conquer Second Realm. Instead, he stood still and waited. Odago then stepped forward and placed both of his hands on Telios' shoulders, as Odago showered blessings upon Telios and all those hidden within him. The prince seemed to dematerialize into a mist and spin up into the air like a window shade rolling up. His vapor swirled and contracted until he was barely visible, just a dot. Odago turned his hands over and waited as the dot of Telios drifted towards his right hand and eventually came to rest in his palm. He then gently, but firmly, wrapped his hand around the dot and left the king and all of First Realm behind. After arriving on Second Realm, Odago placed Telios in the womb of a young maiden, and the prince's life as a landlocked Second Realm inhabitant began. It was a gorgeous day, one that should have been remembered for its extravagance, but Smudge would recall it as the first time he heard of someone else sighting a messenger since his encounter with Giajuja. Wow, this is delicious, marveled Nyala, savoring the flavor of the charred lamb. Nyala, Smudge, and Ventu were all seated at the counter of a roadside barbecue near the temple of Nekazari. Nyala happened to be closest to the temple, Smudge, the street, with Ventu seated between them. No kidding, is this one of yours? Asked Smudge as he took another bite. I don't know. Let me check, offered Nyala. Zizmak, come here for a second, would you please? Zizmak, the proprietor of the small stall, wasn't standing far away, and Nyala needn't have shouted to get her attention, but shout she did. Nyala wasn't angry or trying to be rude. She was simply eager to discover the answer and wanted to make sure she was heard over the rumble of the crowded thoroughfare behind her. Zizmak dropped everything with a clang and rushed over towards Nyala, not wanting to keep one of her most loyal patrons waiting. As she shuffled along, Zizmak wiped her hands on her apron and then brushed the sweat off her brow with the back of her forearm. When she reached the counter, she bowed slightly to her honored guest and submitted. Yes, Nyala, what can I do for you? Is this lamb one of ours? I'm sorry, it's not. Why do you ask? Is it bad or something? Oh, no, quite the contrary. It tastes great, and I didn't want to assume it was from us, even though I know you usually serve the leftover meat from the Nekazari temple sacrifices, which we supply in abundance. Well, if I'm to be honest, I picked this one up on the cheap late last night, doing someone a favor, revealed Zizmak. Now that sounds like a story. Do tell, interjected Ventu commandingly. The young enforcer had already become adept at trying to trap inhabitants in their own tales, but currently he wasn't trying to ensnare Zizmak. His curiosity had simply been piqued. Ventu took over the interrogation and didn't let Nyala get another word in edgewise until he was satisfied. Zizmak wiped her hands again nervously, knowing she had to be careful how she explained what had happened. As she looked past Nyala and Ventu, she tried to measure Smudge's engagement. While he appeared to be preoccupied with his meal, she wasn't quite sure. Zizmak rightfully sensed the situation could become politically charged. So, as she began her explanation, she kept her voice muted in the hope that Smudge would ignore her. Late last night, very late, as I was preparing to go home, a shepherd from south of Aldea, somewhere near Buckerin, came by with a solitary lamb. She spun an intriguing story as to why she was on the move. Where was she trying to go? Probed Ventu. North, to visit some relatives. Apparently, she had a message to share with them and needed to trade her lamb to fund her journey. Travelers passing through here are not uncommon. What made her so interesting? Because she clearly didn't understand how things work in Aldea. She mistakenly believed the temple markets would still be open late at night. I don't know why she thought that. Maybe it was her first time here or something. Anyway, when I tried to explain to her that she'd have to come back in the morning, she became visibly flustered and distressed. She must have felt the message she was carrying was very important, suggested Ventu. Apparently so. She started crying when she realized she'd have to spend the night. At that point, honestly, I felt sorry for her. So I offered her a fair trade for the lamb. I'm sure you did, noted Ventu sarcastically. Okay, it wasn't entirely fair, but she accepted it nonetheless and scurried off into the darkness. Before she left, did she tell you where she was going? No, replied Zizmak honestly, as Moia the shepherd hadn't mentioned the exact street where she was headed, although she had mentioned the city. And the message, the thing that had her on the run, did she share that with you? Inquired Ventu, squinting a bit, as if trying to bore a hole into Zizmak's conscience. Actually, she did. However, I didn't really believe her. I think she might have been a bit delusional or crazy. Smudge, having now finished most of his meal, leaned forward onto the counter and stared down at Zizmak, suddenly taking stock of the conversation. At the mention of crazy, Smudge had become interested. It wasn't unusual for someone who'd just encountered his guild to appear irrational and disoriented, especially if the torturers had done their job well. He wondered if the poor shepherd had recently crossed paths with someone he knew. That's okay. Crazy can still carry a message, he noted nonchalantly, as if he barely cared. What'd she say? Zizmak paused for a moment, trying to decide how best to spin the rest of the yarn. In the end, she decided to blurt it out quickly, without passion, and hoped the gravity of what she shared went unnoticed. During her brief delay, Smudge took his last, huge mouthful of food. She said her cousin and several other shepherds were visited by Otek messengers last night, as they were tending their flocks. The messengers arrived and informed them that a new grappler king had been born nearby. The messengers told them they could find the king wrapped in strips of cloth in a manger. And they did. Find him, that is. The shepherds did. She was on her way to share the good news. When Smudge had heard the word messengers, he choked on his food and missed the rest of Zizmak's explanation. All he could think about was Giajuja standing in front of him, imploring him to search for Otek. Had he known that finding the son was finding the father, he might have been more interested in the babe Zizmak casually mentioned. When Ventu had heard Grappler King, he got excited, but quickly doubted the tale, as he was sure no king would ever arrive in rags. He quickly surmised Zizmak had been swindled and the lamb stolen. Well, at least the lamb's good, regardless of where it came from, he measured, completing his examination. Nyala glanced down at Smudge and saw that he'd dislodged his stuck food and didn't seem interested in Zizmak or what she had to say. Nyala then looked at Ventu. Since the enforcer didn't seem to put any stock in Zizmak's tale, Nyala figured she shouldn't either. She wasn't as familiar with messengers and the sacred grappler texts as Ventu, and decided she should follow his lead on this one. Thanks, Zizmak. That's, quite a tale. Seems to me that you won on that trade, assessed Nyala. Oh, yes, I most certainly did, smiled Zizmak, as she bowed again and politely excused herself, claiming she had to go tend the fire. Soon, Smudge, Ventu, and Nyala all forgot about Zizmak's wild shepherd's tale. However, in a couple of years, they'd be reminded of it again when foreigners from the east came seeking a young grappler king. Smudge, you don't understand. This is serious, exclaimed Ventu, growing increasingly frustrated that Smudge appeared indifferent to the matter at hand, or worse, was aware of it and was willing to align himself with the outlaws. Sorry, try to explain it to me again, this time slower and with less passion, instructed Smudge, who hadn't been paying any attention to what Ventu had been saying. Instead, he'd been staring over at Nyala, seated by a nearby fountain. Smudge was trying to figure out if she'd be willing to date a friend, someone who just happened to be an up-and-coming torturer. Oh, all right. And do you want me to start all over? Sought Ventu, as he finally noticed the direction of Smudge's gaze, and instantly knew the answer. Yes, if you want me to give you an informed response. Ventu took a deep breath and tried to more or less start at the beginning. Okay. Do you remember when we had dinner at Zizmak's a couple of years ago? Asked Ventu, as he waved his right hand off in the general direction of Zizmak's, which happened to be just a few blocks away. You're kidding me, right? We eat there all the time. True, but on this particular evening, she regaled us with a tale of shepherds who'd claimed they'd been visited by messengers. Smudge coughed awkwardly when he heard the word messengers, something he habitually did. He tried to disguise his reaction by acting like he'd done it on purpose, just to clear his throat. Vaguely. Allow me to refresh your memory. The shepherds claimed a new grappler king had been born. Oh, yes, I kind of remember that. But so what? We Pain don't mind if your local kings come and go, provided they pay appropriate tribute and help us maintain order. Besides, if a new king was born back then, he'd still have no bearing on us for a long, long time. What, he'd barely be 2 years old or so by now. That's a fair appraisal, at least on the surface. Why, even back then, I dismissed the fabrication and wasn't worried about it at all. I figured the shepherds must have been lying, because, come on, they said the king was born in a stable, kept warm by a bunch of rags. That's no king. Rags? Really? I guess I missed that part. But if that's what Zizmak said, then I'm with you. That certainly doesn't sound very king-like to me at all, agreed Smudge, completely oblivious to the fact that it sounded exactly like Otek, the humble king. Well, as you know, we have a lot of prophecies in the Grappler texts, continued Ventu emotionally as Smudge cut him off. Ventu, let me stop you right there. What sect and aimless group doesn't have some set of prophecies these days? Every religion does. It's all the rage. Why should I care? They never come true. And if you ever bothered to read them carefully, you'd find they're all contradictory. How can they all be accurate? They can't be, my friend. You're right. They can't be. But ours are, protested Ventu. Are you sure? Pressed Smudge, with a glint in his eye. Pretty sure. Yeah, right. I'd say you're not sure at all, challenged Smudge, who knew his friend very well. Okay, that's probably true. I'm not. But here's the thing. The markers. Those are our prophecies that pertain to a coming king. They're very well known and highly studied. I believe in those prophecies, at least some of them. And the king they point to? Well, we've been waiting and watching for him for a very long time. When he arrives, he's supposed to help free us. Ventu trailed off, afraid Smudge might take offense. Help free you from what? Poked Smudge slowly. He's supposed to save us from ourselves, oppression, and a few other things. You mean, like from us? Yes, that's what the grappler leaders say. But hey, don't worry. Our sacred texts were written long ago. The authors couldn't possibly have known about the pain, or you. And besides, that saving and freedom part is probably something our elders got wrong in their own interpretation. Let's hope so. Oh, I'm sure they did. But anyway, that's not my point. What is your point? Bid Smudge, having lost the primary thread of their conversation and uncertain what Ventu was trying to say. I'm getting there. Not very quickly. Well, you told me to go slow without any passion. I know I did, but I didn't mean for you to go at adult's pace. Hey, I'm not a lummox. Okay then, prove it, demanded Smudge. Here's the thing. Everyone, and I do mean everyone, is now talking about the markers. I'm not. Well, technically we are, so now you are. Only because you brought them up. That's true, but what I really meant was that all the grapplers are talking about them, and Tur, the Regent King, is getting very nervous. I'm certain he's about to reach out to the torturers for help. Why? What's going on that has him so rattled? Asked Smudge, as he turned slightly to face Ventu more directly, but not so much that he couldn't still see Nyala out of the corner of his eye. Some wealthy foreigners arrived recently from a distant land in the east. They say they saw some signs in the sky that indicated a new king had been born, and they'd come to offer their respects. Again, I have to ask, so what? Regent kings come and go all the time. To make a long story short, oh, please do, begged Smudge, as he stole a glimpse of Nyala, who happened to notice him look her way, and smiled in return as she brushed aside her hair with her hand, even though it was nowhere near her eyes. These foreigners met with her, who called in the experts on the appropriate grappler texts. Specifically, they consulted the markers, and sure enough, the text confirmed that the new king will be, or possibly might have already been, born in Bukharin. So, that's what Zizmak said, wailed Ventu as he gestured frantically towards Zizmak's grill, as if he was trying to put out a fire. She did? I don't recall that. Well, she did. At the time, I basically dismissed it out of hand because so much of her story seemed too far-fetched. However, even back then, I personally double-checked the markers, and that part matched. If that's the case, why didn't you say something way back then? Because my Father said I shouldn't. He said we needed time to devise a plan to guarantee our own prosperity, especially if a new king was coming. Are you sure he didn't mention the possibility of overthrowing us with this new king? Challenged Smudge, his anger starting to simmer. Smudge had advanced rapidly in his guild over the past couple of years. He'd progressed faster and higher than Ventu had in his, and had done so by inflicting immense pain on the residents of Aldea. So much so that his father was now visibly and publicly proud of him, and quite willing to say so. The calluses on Smudge's heart were starting to resemble those on his hands. At the same time, his tongue was becoming much sharper, another instrument of pain, even with his friends. No, my father said nothing like that. Why would he want to overthrow you? He's always believed that he'd have a better chance of success by aligning with the pain than by following anything the grappler texts seem to say. But you enforcers swear by those texts, argued Smudge. Actually, we don't really swear by them. We just use them as a highly effective tool against others. Against our adversaries. You don't need to follow them yourselves? No, why would we? If we did, we wouldn't be where we are. I suppose not. So what did Hubin want you to do? Like I said, back then, he was only concerned about staying aligned with the pain, and your family specifically. Well, you've definitely done that, acknowledged Smudge. Interestingly, Smudge didn't even stop to consider that Ventu might have been using him all along and wasn't truly his friend. Instead, he remained focused on Tur and the angst he heard in his friend's voice. So, why all the big hubbub now? Because now it's impossible to hide or downplay what those foreigners did and said. They were very rich and hard to miss. Worse, and now more importantly, they've apparently snubbed Tur and headed home to their own lands by a different route instead of reporting back to him on what they found in Bukharin. Not their wisest move. No, not at all. Tur is furious. He has the whole city in an uproar. Not everyone, corrected Smudge, who clearly wasn't worried about the events. I think that's because you've been a little preoccupied lately, suggested Ventu, as he pointed towards Nyala. Hey, watch it, she might see you. Don't worry, buddy. Your secret's safe with me. It better be. Oh, it is, assured Ventu, who nearly muttered, safe with me, but not with anyone else. Everyone can tell that you like her, though he kept those thoughts to himself. If you had to guess, what do you think Tur's going to do? Asked Smudge. Well, we all know that Tur has held onto his throne through swift and judicious use of punishment and death. He's insanely jealous and has always been willing to shed blood, even that of his own family. I doubt he'll do anything less this time, since he doesn't have the same leeway to enact the justice he wants, which is death. I think he's going to enlist the torturers to do their thing down in Bukharin for him. So, he believes the markers in these foreigners? He believes a new king has come to dethrone him? Enough to take action? Yes. I'm sure he wants to demonstrate that his might, and yours, are no match for some old grappler words or some toddler wannabe king. In the end, Ventu turned out to be partially correct. Tur did have the grappler enforcers and pain torturers descend upon Bukharin and the surrounding community. There was widespread suffering and many casualties. However, the death of the child Tur sought to eliminate was averted, and Telios lived on. While the first 30 years of Telios' life on Second Realm were relatively quiet and private, the last 3 years of his life were realm-shattering. His public display of grace, humility, healing, and all things anew turned the realm right side up. He offered peace and dignity to all, for those who believed and were in the grappler cord, and also for those who were not. But sadly, Those in power viewed Telios as life-threatening, someone who had to be stopped. During Telios' life on Second Realm, before the trade, he honored the lives of Second Realm inhabitants by remaining fixed in time with them. Despite this, he was still the perfect vault for all the Olmecs hidden inside him. With Telios living on Second Realm, Otek and Odago shared the responsibility of seeking and rescuing the Olmecs of Second Realm inhabitants who chose to believe during this time. After they found each Olmec, they hid it in Telios with the other Olmecs he protected. Since the Onu have always been one, and will always be one. Even though Telios didn't seek these Olmecs, it was as if he had. No Kuur understood what Telios was trying to accomplish with his Second Realm life, despite the fact that they'd previously had access to Desma back in First Realm, and now the sacred grappler texts on Second Realm. The Kuur disregarded them and dismissed most of what they had read or heard. However, when Delator finally realized that Telios had actually gone to Second Realm in a non-Kalama body, he became jubilant, confident he could destroy him and the Olmecs he hid. But try as they might, Delator and the Kuur were never able to overpower Telios or inflict any bodily harm upon him. Had they taken the time to look into Desma or the markers more closely, they might have discovered that Telios was planning to lay down his life of his own accord at the right time in a manner befitting the true scapegoat. Smudge slipped quietly away from his family after dinner and went upstairs to the rooftop terrace overlooking his old practice field to be alone. Although Smudge still lived in his childhood home, the abode was now his own, having inherited the estate from his father. Unlike Tregtar, Smudge cherished status symbols and liked having a peaceful haven to come home to after a long day of painmaking. He'd invested heavily in the field behind his house, transforming it into one of the most inviting spaces in this part of Aldea. Large trees now dotted the landscape down by the brook, not so recent transplants that had taken to their new surroundings. They were hardy and big enough to climb. Despite all the investment and allure of life down in the field, Smudge never used it for practice or play. Those days long gone. Smudge now had two offspring, daughters who were leaning towards their mother's guild instead of following him into his. While Smudge knew a couple of female torturers, part of him was glad his daughters appeared destined to choose a different path. Though really, Smudge was sure his eldest daughter would have made a huge name for herself in his guild. But since his children weren't interested in torturing, and Smudge now commanded more pain than he personally inflicted, the field before him bore little resemblance to where he spent countless hours growing up. Even though the night was dark, with the full moon still below the horizon, Smudge could easily see over the expanse, back to the days when the field was barren, and he was full of hope. Grabbing a chair, Smudge dragged it over to the edge of the terrace and sat down. After finishing his drink, he reclined his seat to stare up into the sky. Smudge became so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear Nyala come out onto the terrace, nor the sound of her dragging her own seat over to join him. Since Smudge didn't budge or make a sound, Nyala figured he'd fallen asleep. But after she sat down and looked more closely, she noticed his eyes were wide open. Gently, she reached over and touched his arm to break through his mental fortress. Contrary to his well-crafted public persona, Smudge was thoughtful and loving at home. He even gave great gifts to his children. In this way, he reflected the Onu. Though Smudge didn't realize it yet, Otek had already given his son to all Second Realm, including him, and Telios would soon give his life for all inhabitants so they could be in a special relationship with the Onu. "Oh, hi," Smudge said softly as he turned his head and smiled at Nyala. "Are the children in bed?" he asked as he pulled his seat back upright to match his mate's. "Yes, they're all down for the night. At least I hope so, replied Nyala. Good. Thanks for taking care of them. You're welcome. You were so preoccupied at dinner, I figured it was my turn. And Smudge, pouted Nyala playfully, when I came out a few minutes ago, you were so deep in thought you didn't even notice me. This was highly unusual for Smudge. He always tried to acknowledge Nyala when he saw her, and his face usually lit up whenever she arrived. Nyala knew something big was going on for him to have remained silent. She wasn't offended, just concerned. What's going on? She asked. Smudge was reluctant to tell the truth. He tried hard not to lie to Nyala, but he'd so often lied to himself about Giajuja and Otek's message that he wasn't sure how to articulate his own thoughts. He feared they'd come out scattered and trivial sounding, and that Nyala wouldn't be interested in his confusion. Unwilling to share yet, Smudge deflected, using the events of the day as a shield. Ventu came by work this morning, he began. That's nothing new. He stops by every day. That's true. So, why the long face? Oh, he just wanted to talk about Telios again. It seems like that's the only thing he wants to talk about anymore. Has his opinion of Telios suddenly changed? No, not really. Although, he did seem to be even more incensed than normal. I guess that means Telios should watch out. Ventu and the enforcers aren't to be trifled with. No, they certainly aren't. Smudge and Nyala, like most residents of Aldea, had seen Telios on several occasions and couldn't help but talk about him. Nyala thought Telios was a great teacher, an incredible healer, and an entertaining figure. Smudge, on the other hand, kept his opinions more closely guarded. They agreed, however, that the injured and oppressed seemed to adore Telios, or at least perpetually sought his favor, and those in positions of power and authority despised him. Smudge, much more than Nyala, understood that while the grappler leaders were jealous of Telios, and unafraid to use the tools at their disposal to suppress any inhabitant, somehow Telios had managed to maintain a high profile and evade their repression. Smudge hesitated for a moment, not because he didn't want to share more, but because he often tried to shield Nyala from the darker aspects of his guild. Tonight, he decided not to try. I don't think this ends well, he finally added. What doesn't? Questioned Nyala. This week, the grappler holiday, and Telios. Why do you say that? Because when Telios entered the city a few days ago, he was heralded by the largest mob I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure that if those inhabitants could have had their way, they would have crowned him then and there as their new king. Telios may hail from a backwater hamlet, but you'd never guess it by the acclaim he garners. So what? I mean, who cares if they crown him king? Grappler kings come and go, just like their regents in any land we've conquered. Yes, that's true, acknowledged Smudge without elaboration. Nyala could tell there was more to come, but that Smudge needed a nudge. What about you? Do you think Telios would be a good king? Oh, I don't know. I think he'd be an interesting choice. He'd definitely shake things up around here and rattle the grapplers. But that's just it. He'll never be their king. He can't be. Why not? Like you said, the crowds adore him. Inhabitants can be fickle. Sure, they love him today, but that could change tomorrow. Why? What's going on? Ventu told me they're making plans to arrest Telios, and have already lined up false witnesses to testify against him. Sounds like they're up to their usual antics. That's true. Once they've apprehended and bound Telios, I'm sure they'll be able to turn the throng against him. They've even got naysayers ready to seat the mob. That's part of what Ventu wanted to talk to me about. He wanted to make sure I'd support their efforts. Nyla was used to the pain torturers handling the dirty work the grappler enforcers could not. She knew Smudge and his cohorts supported those in political control of Aldea, as long as their objectives matched those of the pain. Are you on Ventu's side this time? Yes, of course. Other than you, he's my best friend. Although I did tell him I didn't entirely agree with his plan. Why not? Because they want to kill Telios right now. And you don't agree with that? No, not really. Why not? All realm leaders maintain order by suppressing and killing their opponents. It's not surprising the grapplers view Telios as a rebel. He's challenging them. Besides, you've done your fair share of killing over the years to preserve peace, so why not this time? Most inhabitants wouldn't have dared to be so blunt with Smudge, the famed torturer. But Nyala knew she was on safe ground, and that Smudge would understand what she meant, even if her remarks were terse or poorly stated. Her tone was intriguing and much softer than her words, which signaled to Smudge that she didn't really want Telios to be restrained or ended. Well, first, began Smudge, I'm not really surprised they want to destroy Telios, and I'm pretty sure we'll help them when the time is right. But from what I can gather, they don't really have any legal grounds to execute him yet, even though Ventu and other enforcers claim Telios has violated countless grappler laws. There doesn't seem to be anything worthy of pain intervention. Although the grappler leaders and enforcers wanted to kill Telios, under pain occupation, they could only legally execute capital punishment on their own in a single, very specific instance. And that statute didn't and couldn't apply to Telios. So, what'd you tell Vendu? I advised him to wait. Rebel leaders come and go all the time. They always overplay their hand or make a mistake. Once they do, the hordes lose interest in them and seek our help. Then, it's really easy to take care of the insurgents, and everyone appreciates our service. The mobs dissolve and don't turn against us or the grappler leaders. But I take it Ventu didn't agree with you? No, he didn't. He's overly optimistic that they can persuade the mob to join their cause. He believes Telios is a revolutionary who must be eliminated immediately before he has a chance to overthrow the peace of Aldea and the pain. You don't believe that, do you? I mean, you're not afraid of Telios or that he's trying to overthrow us, are you? No, not at all. When I told Ventu that, he just went on and on about the significance of the upcoming week-long celebration and how the grapplers couldn't have some renegade disrupting the occasion. But what he was really trying to say was that the grappler leaders and enforcers couldn't have someone else making a bigger name for themselves. Simply put, they're determined to take Telios out before he can do that. While Nyala appreciated the breath of fresh air Telios had brought to Aldea, she didn't understand everything he said, and didn't really know what to believe about him. But the thought he'd be gone, for good, in just a day or two made Nyala feel sad, as if she were about to bid farewell to a close friend. This sensation surprised her and made her squirm slightly in her seat. There was definitely something about Telios, something she couldn't quite put into words, that attracted her to him. Hedging her position, she tried to keep her own desires hidden. She knew Smudge and the other torturers would kill any rebel if instructed to do so. Really? That fast, huh? She asked, trying to sound indifferent. If they convince Boda, yes, affirmed Smudge. Boda, the local pain leader, and essentially Smudge's boss, was primarily responsible for making sure pain resources were wisely invested in Aldea. Boda spent a great deal of his time interacting with grapplers as a politician, instead of being the occupying military leader that he was. Boda had even been known to relent to the demands of grappler crowds to avoid conflict. This infuriated Smudge, who typically wished Boda ruled with a stronger hand. If they convince Boda, repeated Smudge, then we'll have to. Smudge turned away from Nyala and stared back out over the field. Even though it was dark, he could clearly see Gia Juja standing there, imploring his much younger self. Her hands were still outstretched, pleading with him to don't. Don't, whispered Smudge softly, echoing Gia Juja and Otek's message. Don't what? Inquired Nyala, afraid her previous questions had offended Smudge, or that he was in a much worse mood than she'd gathered. Oh, nothing, replied Smudge, still reluctant to share the full truth. I was just wondering, don't you think Telios has set himself up? How so? Well, for several years now, the grappler enforcers have been unable to enact capital punishment without our consent, just like in all the lands we've conquered, approved Nyala. True, and currently, here in Aldea, there's only one infraction where they can execute someone. If a foreigner enters the inner court of the grappler temple, the space beyond the clearly marked outer wall, then grapplers are authorized to kill them. Yeah, so what's that got to do with Telios? It's just that, after his triumphant march into the city, he entered the grappler temple later and wreaked havoc there, driving out the merchants. Yes, I know. That was very bold. Everyone thought that was kind of bizarre. Did you know any of the merchants he expelled? Yes, of course. I trade with many of them since I'm not allowed to have my own stall in there. Foreigner, you know, smiled Nyala as she simultaneously pointed both of her index fingers up at her face. Yeah, me too, agreed Smudge, with no merriment in his voice. Part of him wondered if he might actually find Otek in the Grappler Temple, and that's what Giajuja meant when she suggested he shouldn't stop looking for him. Telios is in the Grappler clan, continued Smudge, so he's permitted to be in there. However, the turmoil that ensued, coupled with his comments in the following days, have really stirred up a lot of resentment. As if bitterness hadn't been simmering already, added Nyala. Fair point. But I've never seen Ventu this mad, and in such a frenzy. It seems to me that Telios is intentionally challenging the grappler leaders in their authority, and he appears to be completely unafraid of the repercussions, or possibly he's inviting them. Maybe, but that seems pretty dangerous. Yes, I know. Still, what if he's doing all of it on purpose, right now, because of the influx of grapplers packing into Aldea for the holiday? This time of year, Aldea typically attracted more visitors than any other season. The city was preparing for a massive celebration that was just beginning. The week-long festival honored something Otek had done centuries before. Back then, the grapplers were in bondage in a foreign land, and Otek protected them from a devastating plague by forcing death to pass over them if the doorpost of their homes were marked by a blood sign. This salvation led to great grappler rejoicing. On the other hand, the sorrow of the foreign families in power, who weren't spared from death, was so profound that they freed the grapplers, ultimately leading the grapplers to settle in and around Aldea. So, you think Telius is trying to take advantage of the holiday? Like all of this is just a big show to him or something? A way to garner attention? Asked Nyala. Yes, something like that. Or maybe he's trying to force the grapplers to take action. I mean, I can't imagine the grappler leaders and enforcers will allow Telios to persist. It's clear Ventu won't. They can't risk losing face in front of so many witnesses. They'll have to demonstrate their authority and prove they're in control, not Telios. He's got to be smart enough to realize all that. You don't think they'll wait until after the celebration? No, they can't. At least, that's basically what Ventu said. If they did, many of the visitors would return home and spread word of Telios and his exploits in the capital, including his actions in the temple. The grapplers can't allow him to go unpunished. It harmed their business. That makes sense. Trading is sacred in the realm for all of us. So, you believe Telios is deliberately using the holiday, but he simply misplayed it? Yes. No. I don't know. I mean, it feels like he's doing something here on purpose, but I just can't figure out what it is. When I tried to talk to Ventu about this, he shouted at me and said Telios was just another imposter. An imposter? How so? Ventu said many inhabitants have claimed to be the grappler king they're eagerly awaiting, the one their sacred texts predicted. And obviously, none of them were. Now he swears Teleos can't be this king. Why not? How does Ventu know that? Prophecies are so notoriously hard to understand. Yes, I know, but he's adamant Teleos can't be the one, because he's proclaimed he's the son of Otek. This struck Nyala as odd. She knew that Teleos most often called himself the son of seconds, a name she found intriguing. Nyala had no doubt he'd made the additional claim about his relationship to Otek, but she sensed it held truth to him that it didn't to others. So what? She asked. Many rulers say they're the son of some famous god or supernatural being. But to the grapplers, this kind of thing is heresy, punishable by death. Ventu and the grappler leaders missed the irony that they were trying to kill Teleos, something that was clearly against their laws and Otek's nature, supposedly so Teleos wouldn't ruin their celebration of the grappler life Otek had provided in the face of death. Oh, sighed Nyala, putting two and two together. So that's why Ventu has been hounding you today. He thinks they've trapped Teleos and can have him killed. Yes, he insists Teleos deserves death right now. From his perspective, there's no need to seek additional evidence or other broken laws. But since Teleos isn't a foreigner who crossed over their temple boundary markers, they can't just stone him. They need us to intervene. And you will, won't you? Smudge didn't immediately answer. Nyala found it interesting that he hadn't reflexively said yes, but she decided she should let that go. They sat quietly for several minutes. The two killers, one of inhabitants, and one the butcher of beasts, each engrossed in their own thoughts about Teleos. Finally, Smudge broke the silence. You know what's weird? Oh, many things, including you, my dear. Well, besides me. What? Apparently, they've already tried to stone Teleos. Illegally. Are you sure? Teleos doesn't look any the worse for wear, at least when I saw him last. That's just it. They completely missed him. They all missed him? Even Ventu? Yeah, even Ventu. But Ventu has perfect aim. What happened? Apparently, no one fired a shot. Teleos shimmered away and disappeared before they could act. Wow, when did that happen? I'm not entirely sure. Ventu just told me about it today. So he was too embarrassed about his failure to fess up before now? No, he was too afraid. Apparently, Teleos has many tricks up his sleeve. Ventu's afraid he'll slip through their hands again. And what are you supposed to do about that? I mean, if Teleos is able to shimmer, how are you going to apprehend him? I don't... Although Smudge didn't finish his sentence, Nyala correctly surmised he was about to say, I don't know. She mistakenly assumed Smudge was afraid Teleos had power he couldn't match. While there was a bit of truth in that, it wasn't the primary reason he had stopped abruptly. It was Giajuja. Several more minutes passed before Smudge mustered the courage to confide in Nyala, finally revealing what was weighing heavily upon him. Yes, Pamont? No one called Smudge by his formal given name, not even after his transformation into one of the most notorious pain torturers. But on rare occasions, Nyala did. When she did, it indicated that Smudge had her undivided attention, love, and trust. It also meant she would be there for whatever he needed. Smudge couldn't think of a more appropriate time for Nyala to have done so than right now. Her unwavering commitment to him was only surpassed by that of the Onu, although Smudge couldn't know or conceive of this yet. I need to tell you something, conveyed Smudge softly. Go ahead, it's okay, encouraged Nyala. You're going to think I'm crazy. Normally, Nyala would have cracked a joke at such a remark, unable to resist a tempting softball. She would have said something like, Too late, I already do. But tonight, Nyala sensed she shouldn't. Instead, she simply squeezed Smudge's arm as if to say, "No, I won't." After a deep sigh, Smudge disclosed his secret. Over 3 decades ago, when I was down there at the bottom of the hill, near the brook, I encountered one. Nyala had no idea what Smudge meant, but since Smudge remained silent, she assumed he wanted her to ask him, especially given the tone of his voice. "You encountered what?" she asked hesitantly. Messenger." "What?" gasped Nyala excitedly. She had no problem believing in powers beyond the realm, and immediately assumed that a messenger appearing to Smudge meant he was blessed. She didn't even stop to consider the possibility that the messenger could have been there to deliver a bad word or to assert that being a torturer was Toba. "What'd they look like?" she instinctively inquired. "Well, she was huge, like a mythical giant." "You mean hairy and scary?" "No, just big. Actually, she looked rather grandmotherly." "What'd she say? I mean, what was her message?" "Before she told me what it was, she shimmered down so I could see her better." "That was nice of her, I guess," noted Nyala, trying to imagine the sight. "It definitely made it easier for me to look her in the eye." "What did you see?" Nyala knew Smudge was an expert at reading inhabitants, able to see fear and anguish in their eyes, and amplify these with the tools of his guild. "At first, I saw remnants of fear." "What? She was afraid of you?" "Kind of. I'd just thrown a rock at her." "You did what?" queried Nyala, unsure if she should be impressed with Smudge's boldness or concerned that he didn't treat the messenger with greater respect. "It was an accident. I mean, it wasn't my fault she materialized right in front of me as I hurled the stone," moaned Smudge. "Did you hit her?" "Fortunately, no." "Still, did that make her angry?" "No, it didn't appear to. After she regained her composure, the fear quickly dissipated from her eyes, and, well, I'd say they conveyed concern." "For what?" "For me, I think." "Interesting. Who did she represent? I mean, who was the message from?" "Otek," replied Smudge flatly, as if he was ashamed it hadn't been one of the pantheon of revered pain gods. Nyala wasn't surprised. It was Otek. They were in Grappler territory, after all, and Otek was supposed to be the Grappler God King. "Wow," she whispered in awe. "What was his message?" "You mean, you believe me?" sought Smudge, before disclosing what Jiajuja said. "Yes, of course I do. Why wouldn't I?" "Because, well, because who sees a messenger?" Apparently you do," smiled Nyala, proud of Smudge. Smudge could see the joy and pride on Nyala's face, the small torch flares near the house flickering amber on her thin cheek. "I bet you won't be so happy when I tell you what she said." "That's okay. What'd she say?" asked Nyala a bit pensively. And thus, Smudge came to the truly embarrassing part. The reason he never shared this with anyone, besides the fact that most inhabitants probably wouldn't have believed him. "Don't," was all he said. "I'm sorry, Smudge. I wasn't trying to pressure you. I thought you wanted to share." "Oh, I do. I really meant just don't." That was the entire message. "Seriously? Don't?" was the only thing she said? "At first, yes, though she did say a little more after I pressed her. I kind of got the impression she was normally full of words. Regardless, she emphasized, multiple times, that the complete message from Motek was simply don't. She did try to share a bit of her perspective on Otek, but she disappeared before I could ask her more." "That's curious. I've never heard of such a thing." "Yeah, me neither." "Do you really think she was from Otek?" "Honestly, I don't know." Niall looked out over the field, then back at Smudge. "But what if she was from Otek?" "Well, in that case, I still don't know what to think. I mean, it was a pretty cryptic message. Don't you agree?" "Yes, it could have meant many things." I I think." "Go on, Smudge. It's okay. Tell me." I I don't know what Otek was trying to say. At first, I thought about it a lot, but his message never quite made any sense to me. Honestly, after I became a torturer, I tried to put it all behind me. Smudge fell silent, and Nyala wasn't sure what to say. Ultimately, she was the one who voiced what they were both thinking. Smudge, do you suppose Otek was trying to warn you against joining your father's guild? At one time I did, but after I achieved so much success, I dismissed that possibility. Smudge knew this wasn't entirely true, and that he shouldn't leave Nyala with this impression. Given her short response, he'd have the chance to tweak his answer momentarily. Intoned Nyala, who possessed more knowledge about Otek than Smudge, having conversed with many Grappler Cord members during their trades with her. Nyala had shared some of her insights with Smudge, but he hadn't seemed overly interested, so she kept most of her perceptions to herself. Nyala didn't know for sure, but it didn't seem to her that it was in Otek's character to inflict pain upon others like torturers do. This, too, she kept to herself tonight, not wanting to offend Smudge or hurt their relationship. I'm pretty sure now that he did mean that. I mean, that I shouldn't have grown up to be a torturer, and I simply chose to ignore him. And you got all that from a one-word message? Yes and no. It's actually haunted me for years. Really? How so? When I was about to make each of my first major strikes, I always saw that messenger standing right before me, imploring me to stop. But you always struck anyway, right? Yes, of course I did. I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't. Do you regret it? Unwilling to lie to Nyala, Smudge confessed. No, I don't. Smudge's response caught Nyala off guard. She was certain his pensive mood tonight was one of remorse, and that he'd need encouragement to press on with torturing, even if that meant taking down Telios. While Nyala tried to figure out what to say, Smudge filled the gap for her. Should I regret it? He asked. His question was in no way rhetorical. His tone was urgent, but he wasn't seeking approval. He was seeking advice. Smudge, I don't know. Some of the grapplers I know would say yes, but not Ventu, that's for sure. Oh no, clearly not him, echoed Smudge. Ventus inflicted just as much pain as you, possibly more, measured Nyala. Maybe, though not as many deaths. True, you've got him there. You know, maybe that's what Otek meant. Maybe he was trying to tell you, don't look back, dive deep into torturing so you can help the enforcers. But even as the words were passing over Nyala's lips, she couldn't believe this was true. Something inside her screamed Otek was nothing like that. Smudge felt the same thing. No, I don't think that's it, muttered Smudge. No, probably not, agreed Nyala quickly. But now what? If the message really did come from Otek, and I don't understand it, what am I supposed to do? Nyala took a deep breath before answering. Suddenly, a different angle struck her. I'm not sure, but it seems to me that you don't have to get it precisely right. I mean, if Otek wanted you to know more, or get it exactly right, wouldn't he have just said more? Yeah, maybe. I suppose so. You know, while we may be living in his land, we haven't been following him or believing in him, and yet we've prospered greatly. That's true. Perhaps he's not as powerful as the grapplers say, or maybe all the gods we serve are actually better. That's possible, I guess. This line of reasoning made Nyala and Smudge feel both better and worse. But for some reason, it just didn't sound right. Moreover, it didn't explain why Smudge felt so ill at ease about his recurring visions. Smudge, why'd you tell me about all this tonight? Right now? Questioned Nyala. Because when Ventu came by today and told me what they had planned for Telios, including their intent to seek Boda's approval for us to kill him, the image of the messenger flashed across my vision again. It's been a long time since that happened, and today it was so vivid, so intense, so right in my face that it felt like it was happening all over again. Nyala, who was open to new experiences and encounters, wondered if Smudge's vision was a new one, not just a memory. As she pondered this, her mind raced back to something Smudge had said earlier. Smudge, is it safe to say that aside from making Ventu jealous, Telios' primary crime is that he's claimed to be the son of Otek? Yes, that's the crux of the matter as far as I can tell. Ventu maintains there are many other offenses, but that's the big one. What if Ventu, or rather all the grapplers, are wrong? About what? About Telios not being the son of Otek. You mean you believe he is? Asked Smudge. Well, I didn't say that, but what if he is? Then would it be a crime to simply state the truth? Shouldn't that give the grapplers pause? I mean, if they really believe in Otek, and there's a small chance, even just a small one, that Telios is Otek's son, then wouldn't attacking Telios make the grappler leaders insane or something? Why risk killing your god's son? I don't know. Many others have often claimed divine ancestry, and they all died. Some by our hands. Yes, that's true. But no one believed them, and those deaths didn't bother you. Yet here you are, pondering Telios, Otek, and, well, I don't know what all else. Does that mean you believe Telios is Otek's son? Smudge hesitated, having almost reached the point where he'd have to explain why he'd chosen to reveal his messenger encounter tonight. Nay, the messenger said something else. Something not in the message from Otek. What? What was it? She said I shouldn't stop looking for Otek. That's a strange thing to say. I know. In some ways, it's stuck with me more than the single word Otek supposedly sent me. Her voice keeps ringing in my ears, even now. Don't stop looking for Otek. Have you? Smudge turned to look at Nyala, the distant torch flames still dancing on her cheeks. There was genuine earnestness in her eyes, something Smudge hadn't seen in a long time. A longing, he guessed, though for what, he wasn't quite sure. He couldn't tell from her expression if she wanted him to say yes or no. I don't know. I mean, sure, I did stop at one point, or at least I tried to. But maybe some small part of me kept searching and hoping I'd eventually find him, or at least get another message. Still, I did do a pretty good job of ignoring it for years. But right now, I can't. I can't even really explain why it's suddenly all consuming. It just is. Smudge paused again, nearly drowning in his thoughts. Nyala had no idea how to throw him a life preserver, or if he really wanted her to. After a few moments, Smudge came up for air on his own accord, and continued. I don't think I can shake the vision, because of something my father used to say. Something he said often. What was that? Asked Nyala. She knew Tregtar had many famous lines he liked to repeat, but she wasn't sure which one Smudge had in mind tonight. He used to tell me, when they've seen you, they've seen me. Nyala understood Tregtar frequently used this particular line as an insult, trying to force Smudge into his own image. She knew Smudge had struggled for years to overcome the lingering effects of this manipulation, and hoped he wasn't falling prey to it again. And why does that cause you angst tonight? She probed. Because Ventu bellowed nearly the same thing today, but he was quoting Telios. Apparently, Telios said if you've seen him, you've seen the Father. Otek, that is. Ventu couldn't believe Telios had the audacity to make such a claim. But Nye, is it possible that's what the messenger meant back then? That we're supposed to look for Otek in Telios? Smudge, I just don't know. But if you're willing to look there, then so am I, committed Nyala. While she'd always been open to different religious experiences, Nyala hadn't found any that brought lasting peace or true transformative power. She was prepared to look more closely at Telios, if that's what Smudge was going to do. I just hope it's not too late, replied Smudge. I'm pretty sure Boda is going to acquiesce, and then Telios will be no more. Even if he's the son of Otek? Even then, for who has ever been saved from the hand of the pain? No one. Smudge woke up early in the morning, having slept very little after his rooftop conversation with Nyala. Even though he was exhausted, he girded himself for the day and set out. Smudge didn't get very far before he started to hear a buzz about Telios. Word on the street was that Telios had been hiding in Tetum, a garden on the outskirts of the city. Grappler enforcers found him there during the night, arrested him, and convicted the rebel in a kangaroo court. A horde was already amassing and marching towards Boda, with Telios bound and in hand. With no time to spare, Smudge raced to his battalion and prepared them for what surely lay ahead. Chapter 12. The Trade. And then what happened, Grandpa? Asked Blaze breathlessly. I killed him. We all killed him, choked Smudge as he wiped a single tear off his cheek. Kat stood in her Bulmuck recording observation room with her face pressed against the portal, staring down at Second Realm in anguish. Despite extensive study and numerous conversations with the Onu about the trade, Kat had no idea it'd be like this. She watched in horror as the torturers did their final bidding and wondered why Otek Plaus didn't send warriors to intervene. As tears streamed down her face, Kat heard an earnest, yet calm voice behind her. Kat, it's time, announced Odago. Kat spun around and pointed down at Telios. Before she could beg Odago to do something, the powerful one continued his declaration. We need some second realm recordings in the king's court, he disclosed. Right now, in the midst of all this? Wailed Kat, as she spread her arms out wide, as if trying to span the breadth of the agony she felt. Yes, now, affirmed Odago gently. Kat tried to stem the flow of her tears, but failed miserably. Which ones? She finally asked, between sobs. Here, let me show you. Okay, nodded Kat, not having the strength to say the word. Odago led Kat out of the observation room, down the hall, and eventually into the archive inside of Bulmek that housed all the recordings Kat and her team had made. Although Kat had been in the archive countless times, she gasped in shock as she stepped into the room. The chamber appeared infinitely larger than it had been just a few hours ago when Kat was there to store a recording. The sight was so jarring that it sent a jolt through Kat, instantly stopping her tears. Odago, what's going on? She implored. We've stepped to the end, after all has been said and done. What? To the end of everything? Or simply second realm? Just second realm. Did my team, record all of these? Yes, you have. And you will. Kat had no problem believing the Onu lived completely outside of time and space, and only dropped into them occasionally to interact with their creation. Still, she was amazed Odago had taken her so far into the future, especially when Telios was in the middle of enduring so much on Second Realm, being, well, Telios. Which recordings do you need? Kat asked quickly, desperate to get back to watching Telios. However, as she voiced her question, she looked around and realized she wasn't sure where she was standing in relation to the parts of the archive she knew, nor how she'd be able to gather the specific recordings Odigo was about to list. I've already sorted and separated them for you. We need all of those over there on the right, answered Odigo, gesturing with a small wave of his hand. As Odigo said the word right, a long, thick wall extended down from the ceiling, dividing the recordings on the left from those on the right that were needed in court. This wall would remain in place from this point in time forward for as long as Bolmec housed the Second Realm recordings, effectively partitioning the archive into two chambers, where once there had been one. Even though the wall had removed a significant portion of the scrolls from consideration, Kat still couldn't begin to fathom how many recordings she'd have to move. The shelves in front of her appeared to go on forever, row after row, blurring into the distance until she could see no end. But Odigo, how will I ever get all those into court? Inquired Kat, feeling like it would be impossible to move so many recordings if the Onu didn't provide special dispensation. Don't worry, Kat. You won't be alone, explained Odigo as he pointed behind the second recorder. As Kat turned around to look, a large, empty alcove appeared. Before Kat had a chance to wonder how the extra space would help her, all Onu recorders who weren't currently on recording duty suddenly appeared. Whereas Kat was surprised to see them, they weren't surprised to see her. Odigo had already called each one of them individually and had precisely aligned their arrivals. With all the recorders now in place, Odigo addressed them en masse. As I'm sure you all recall, when we opened Desma, we asked you to carry the scrolls by hand, paw, or claw, from the Royal Library down to the Public Library. Today, I am asking you to do something similar. In keeping with the true nature of recordings and the importance of what's been recorded and stored about Second Realm inhabitants here, we'd like recorders to carry these recordings by hand, paw, or claw up to the King's Court to be entered as evidence and then returned to their appropriate spots on their shelves. I've already ordered the recordings to match how they should arrive in court. Start with that shelf there, the one closest to us. Work from left to right, top to bottom, front to back. Kat, as second recorder, please make sure each and every recording is removed in order and reshelved back in the same spot once it's been returned from court. Kat walked over to the nearest shelf and looked at the first scroll Odigo had referenced. She didn't recognize it, and she didn't expect to, since she'd personally recorded only a fraction of the recordings in the archive. Kat did notice, however, that the shelves now had labels for each recording resting on them, so reshelving the scrolls as they were brought back should be rather straightforward. Any questions? Bid Odigo. How do we walk to the King's Court from here? Sought Kat, who'd only ever transported between Bolmec and First Realm. Use that door over there, instructed Odigo, as he pointed to a door behind the recorders in the alcove. It's never been opened before, but it leads directly into the King's Court. On the court side, it's labeled Verdekt, and is situated to the right of Otek's bench. I'm sure you've all seen it before and wondered why it was there. Well, now you know. All the recorders glanced over at the newly materialized door, and then back at Odigo. Kat was surprised to hear Odigo call the door Verdekt. She'd always thought Verdekt was a fancy way to spell verdict, a simple note in court emphasizing that all must be judged by the king as innocent or guilty. Although Odigo didn't explain it now, Kat would later learn that verdict actually meant hidden and referred only to those who'd been declared innocent, with no hint of guilt. Once you go through the door, continued Odigo, Bring the recordings over to me at the recording station. I'll be the one on duty. Any other questions? How long will this take us? Asked Recurus, who, as first recorder, had helped manage the movement of Desma, which took a very long time. The seemingly endless rows of recordings in this archive looked even more expansive than Desma, and he wondered if their effort was going to be compressed or shortened in some way. Kat was grateful Recurus had asked this question, so she didn't have to. Our endeavor is about to unfold beyond the boundary of time. However, it's fair to say that the duration of our task is tied to the depth and breadth of Toba these scrolls contain. There is no measure of time for that. To aid you in this effort, I have bestowed upon each of you a special blessing so you can endure these events. When we're done, you'll feel like you've only spent a few hours carrying the scrolls. This sense of time is not accidental. As our work ebbs and flows here, it will also exist in and out of time, and coincide with the last 3 hours of Telios' life on Second Realm. During this time on Second Realm, the sun's light will be dimmed by the king's sorrow, though some might feel it's been blocked by the crowd of Onu and Kuur gathered in Kalem to watch the prince's apparent demise and celebrate or mourn, depending on their point of view. But take heart. We know that a few Second Realm inhabitants, those with ears to hear and eyes to see, will perceive that something profound is taking place, and that no one and nothing can dampen or darken the true sun, the sun of Votek. With time and reflection, they'll ultimately realize this was all part of the trade. Are there any more questions? Even though the recorders were confident they didn't fully understand everything Odago had said, they aptly sensed that carrying the recordings back and forth would be tedious, but not complicated. And since Odago's blessings upon them had already started to take hold, they all nodded that they were good to go and felt no need to ask any further questions. Okay, let's begin, proclaimed the seer as he walked through the middle of the recorders, parting them like a ship passing through the water. When he reached the door connecting the Great Divide to the king's court, he slid the pocket door open and walked over to his place at the recording station. Recurus then stepped up to Kat and took the first recording, helping to lead the way. He quickly turned and followed after Odago, but stopped when he reached the door. After Odago waved him in, Recurus entered, and the recorders that had already lined up behind him followed suit. Recurus shuffled over to the recording station and stood beside Odago, with a line of recorders snaking behind him back through the door, into the Great Divide, up to the shelves, and Kat. Soon, the line would begin to constantly move and churn, a never-ending cycle of recorders taking recordings from Bolmec to court, and back again. Each step reverently taken, so as to honor the lives of those whom the recordings documented. As Recurus patiently waited with the first scroll in his claw next to the recording station, he watched in horror as another line of recorders formed on the other side of Odago, emerging from a new door that had appeared next to the main entrance. This new door led to an archive the Kuur maintained in Trezor. Delator led the incoming rebels, followed closely by Kuur recorders, including Nosy One, who'd been recording Second Realm events on their own. The Kuur recorders and Delator himself had been summoned from the same point in Second Realm time as Kat and the Onu recorders. When Delator reached the center of the courtroom, he veered off and went to take the prosecutor's chair. Instead of following their leader, the Kuur recorders continued straight towards Odago. Once they reached the recording station, the king called the session to order. As he spoke, Otek made sure that all the recorders could hear and see him. not just those who happened to be standing inside the courtroom proper. We are here, in this moment of non-time, to execute the trade. While no one can fully grasp what is about to take place, feel free to share everything you see and experience. We are not afraid of the truth. Odigo, are you ready? Odigo looked at the line of Kuur recorders on his left, and then to the line of Onu recorders on his right. Others might have failed to see the symmetry and order, but Odigo did not. Satisfied that all the recordings in hand were ready to bear witness, he looked down at the recording station and the implements he had gathered for the occasion. Telios' second diary, a red inkwell, a blotter, an old-fashioned feather quill pen, the recordings he'd personally made of all Second Realm inhabitants' thoughts and desires, and a new, blank recording labeled The Bill of Lading, which seemed to imply the Onu were about to prepare a load of cargo. Looking up, Odigo replied, "I'm ready, King." Otek Plaus then turned his attention to the Kuur leader. Delator, having spent an eternity accusing and berating every Second Realm inhabitant, in this moment you are bound to silence, and may no longer attack or accuse any of them. Further, you must remove yourself from that chair. I am the prosecutor, defender, and judge. The right and responsibility to condemn is mine and mine alone. Delator wanted to object, but he could not. Delator wanted to remain where he was, but he could not. In the end, he bowed his head slightly, for the king is the king, and stepped aside, taking the second chair in the first row of gallery seats, which were all otherwise empty. After Delator sat down, Otek walked around his presiding bench and stepped down onto the main floor, where the prosecutors and defenders normally roamed. But Otek didn't pace, posture, or lecture. Instead, he knelt and extended both of his hands down towards the wooden floor, as if preparing to pick something up. But as his hands neared the planks, the floor went hazy and clear. Then a hole appeared. Through this gap, Telios rose up. Even though the court was in First Realm, and Telios was down on Second Realm, somehow the king had overlaid the realms so he could reach down to his son. From the perspective of those in court, this looked like Telios was rising up, though actually he remained still, and First Realm came down to him. Telios' apparent ascension slowed and stopped when he was a few inches below his father. The king then bent lower, as if to show respect and honor to his son, and placed both of his hands directly on the prince's head. The king priest and the scapegoat, now both in their long-planned positions. Telios, still back in Second Realm time, still hung out to dry by the torturers, was ready and able to bear the weight of Second Realm Toba. While he was hated and defamed by the Kuur, and abandoned by his followers, the prince was admired by the Onu, loved by his father, and blessed by the seer. Odigo, you may begin, declared Otek Plaus, leaving his hands in place. With the king's consent, Odigo took the first recording from the Kuur recorder on his left, and the scroll from Mercurus on his right. Odigo opened the recordings and spread them out before him. These were, of course, recordings for the same Second Realm inhabitant. How Odigo managed this, no one knew, and yet no one was surprised. Before reading either of the recordings, Odigo first checked Telios' second book of life to make sure the corresponding inhabitant was still listed there. And sure enough, they were. This proved the inhabitant had chosen to believe in the Onu and remain connected to them. It also verified that their Olmec was hidden in Telios, hidden in this very moment at the end, and hidden back in Telios' lifetime on Second Realm. Simply, perfectly hidden. Having been found in Telios, Odigo knew the inhabitant had been marked to participate in the trade. He then turned to the Kuur recording about them, for he wanted to ensure that Delator couldn't claim the Onu had ignored their accusations or swept something under the rug. When Odigo found the first instance of the inhabitant's Toba in the Kuur recording, he stopped. Although Delator and the Kuur were avid liars, the blessing Odigo had placed upon all First Realm recorders, even those who became Kuur, made it impossible for any recording they produced to bear false witness. Thus, while the Kuur recorder for this recording might have chosen to overlook something good or something Toba, any Toba they recorded was factual. Everyone knew this, so looking over at the king, Odigo verbalized this first offense and wept bitterly. For every bit of Toba was heartbreaking to the comforter. It didn't matter if the inhabitant who'd performed the Toba thought it was great or small. To the Onu, each Toba came with the same cost: death, permanent separation from them. For the Onu can have nothing to do with Toba. Toba, all Toba, any kind of Toba, is completely counter to their very nature. Hearing the offense, the king nodded his head yes, and named the crime. As he did, he wasn't just repeating what Odigo had articulated. He was getting his hands dirty. Exceedingly filthy. With the power and grace that only he can afford, Otek Plaus lifted the Toba from the account of the offender and placed it on Telios, his hands tingling with pain and agony as he did so. While some might be willing to die for a friend, who would ever lay a single ounce of Toba on their own child to help another, let alone every single one that Odigo was about to read? No one would, except the king. As Otek Plaus transferred the first Toba, Odigo dipped his pen into the inkwell. He dabbed it slightly to remove the excess blood and wrote the offense in the bill of lading. This made sure the Toba was registered. It was not pardoned nor condoned. It had to be paid for in full, just not by the original offender. And thus, after Odigo used Telios' blood to write this first act of Toba in the bill of lading, he picked up the blotter and blotted the freshly transcribed offense dry. This didn't smear or deface the writing in any way. Instead, it copied and absorbed it up into the blotter, along with a small bit of the blood. Odigo then dabbed the blotter on the original Kuur recording, the fresh blood in the blotter perfectly matching and removing the Toba listed in the original account. Odigo also found the same offense in the recording made by Cat's recorders and blotted it out as well. With that, the true recordings, originally made of what the inhabitant had done, no longer showed the first offense. And yet, they were still totally true. The Toba itself had been separated from the inhabitant, removed from their account but added to the bill of lading, so it remained. After Odigo and Otek completed the same transfer and removal process for every act of Toba listed in the first Kuur recording, Odigo turned his attention to the recording made by Kat's team, which was all-inclusive as compared to the limited Kuur one. It had to be. For every action, every act of Toba had to be listed there, so every offense could be officially transferred out of the inhabitant's account into the bill of lading. Once Telios' blood ink had been used to remove all the Toba from Kat's team's recording, Odigo reviewed his own recording of the inhabitant, the one that contained their thoughts and desires. Stopping at each moment of Toba, Odigo called it out. Otek accepted it and willingly transferred it onto his son. Odigo then used the blood ink and blotter to make his recording and the bill of lading reflect the agreed-upon transfer, all the while the debt piling higher and higher in the bill of lading. Some might have thought this movement of Toba was merely a mechanical trick or something mystical about the pen or the blotter. It was not. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was all about love, justice, and life. Life in the blood. It was a laborious act of love by all the Onu, for Toba, any Toba, is tightly bound to the original offender and clings to them at all cost. The effort to remove a single act of Toba from an offender is astronomical, let alone remove every act of Toba from them. However, the Onu had planned for this, and they were all helping Telios fulfill the role he had determined for himself before he created a single second realm inhabitant. How long all of this took for the first inhabitant and their entire Toba balance, no one really knows. Odigo and Otek were meticulous. They did not rush. They left no stone unturned. When they were done, they could guarantee that the first inhabitant, the first in a long line of believers, had no record of Toba in their account. None. None whatsoever. Not even a hint, blotch, or smear. Their records were completely clean, spotless. And yet, the Toba itself remained. It remained listed in the bill of lading and resting on Telios, waiting to be paid. For Toba enacted cannot disappear. The injustice it represents persists, and its price must be paid. Now that the recordings for the first inhabitant had been used and were no longer needed to record Second Realm Toba, Odigo sealed them. After he handed them back to the carriers, the recorders walked them out of the courtroom and back to their respective archives so they could be reshelved. With the first inhabitant fully protected and separated from their Toba, Odigo turned his attention to the second inhabitant represented by the next recordings beside his desk. Opening the scrolls, Odigo and Otek followed the same exacting process to transfer all of the inhabitants' Toba and wipe their slates clean. When they were done with the second inhabitant, Odigo and Otek then addressed the third, and then the fourth. They repeated the transfer process until every second realm believer had their Toba completely removed from their account. During this time, Telios' blood never lost its power, and the blood ink in the well never ran dry. It was always available, always refreshing, always ready to save another inhabitant from the pain and death of their own Toba. After all the second realm believers, Toba, had been placed on Telios, the king didn't stand up or relax. Instead, he remained kneeling, with both of his hands still resting firmly on Telios' head. For in line by Otago's recording station stood one more Kuur recorder and one more Onu recorder. They both held the recordings of Telios' life on Second Realm. Otago took these recordings and laid them out before him. He read them carefully, thoughtfully, completely, but never once did he have to look up to announce Toba of any kind. With those recordings exhausted, Otago opened his own recording of Telios' thoughts and desires. These too he read silently. When he was done, he closed and sealed them all. Looking back up at the king, he proclaimed, "Perfect. Telios is perfect. No Toba. Not a single one." With that, Otek finally removed his hands from Telios' head and stood up. Although Telios was now fully laden with the Toba of all second realm believers, he himself had been declared perfect. And thus, the perfect scapegoat was ready to carry all the Toba away. As Otek took his hands off Telios, the prince felt their disconnection. Back in second realm time, in Telios' time, the prince grieved this separation and cried out as if his father had abandoned him. For while the Onu have always been one, and will always be one, in this moment of eternity, they all, as one, experienced the beginning of death and separation from each other. With all the Toba now resting firmly and solely on Telios, the time had come for the bill of lading price to be paid. Death, final and complete separation from the Onu. Telios verbally acknowledged that the work had been done, the transfer complete, and he breathed his last breath. As he released his spirit, his physical, non-column body died. But this wasn't really the end, or true death. In a booming voice, heard throughout his entire kingdom, Otek Plaus then decreed, "This Toba on Telios, like all Toba, must not remain in our presence or our kingdom. Only life, only good, are permitted here and now. Therefore, I condemn these second realm offenses to be bound in Toba, the place prepared for the Kuur, and all who have chosen to eternally separate themselves from us. In that faraway place, these rebels and their Toba can be permanently separated from us, honoring their choice to be apart. And now, Otago, to this place we must take my son." Instantly, Otek and Otago vanished from court and led the spirit of Telios, the perfect scapegoat, to that far-off realm of Toba. Upon their arrival, the king unlocked the gate, and Telios walked in of his own accord to execute his trade, the most sacred of all trades in the kingdom ever. In doing so, Telios bore the weight of all second realm believers' Toba into Toba. At the same time, he continued to hide and protect the believers' Olmecs inside of himself. Even in death, Telios was the perfect vault for all second realm Olmecs. Once Telios was inside, Otek Plaus closed and locked the gate to Toba. The king didn't do this to contain the prince, for Telios would never leave of his own fruition or power. But the king did so to ensure that the others already detained there remained, as did the Toba they had all carried in upon themselves. Longing for one last touch of Telios, Otek and Odigo reached out and placed their hands on the closed gate and waited. After lingering for an eternity, they returned to the king's court, together and yet alone. Chapter 13. Toba Bound. Grandpa, did you really kill Telios? Asked Blaze. Yes, we did. I didn't deliver the final blow, but I certainly took more than my fair share of shots along the way. So, in the end, it might as well have been me, conceded Smudge. As Otek and Odigo returned to court, after leaving Telios behind, locked in Toba, Delator rose and sarcastically repeated First Realm's market mantra, "Better fortunes tomorrow." Proud of himself and his ability to tear the Onu apart, Delator danced gleefully through the king's court, over to the door leading to Trezor. Before stepping over the threshold, he performed a pirouette and raised his hand high in a mocking toast to the prince. To his death! He then spun around and strutted into Trezor, heading to Pubble's Edge, where he'd echoed this refrain countless times during his 3-day celebration of Telios' death. Scurrying close on Delator's heels, Erd, the last remaining rebel recorder in the king's court, the one who'd been carrying the Kuur recording of Telios' life on Second Realm, rushed to catch up to his Helvani. After Erd slipped into Trezor, the doorway to the Black Divide vanished and was never seen again. During the final moments of Telios' life on Second Realm, up through Delator's exit from the king's court, all the Onu, no matter where they were all able to see into the king's court and down to Second Realm. Odigo the Seer provided this timely vision so they could all watch the prince's legacy unfold. As Otek locked Telios and Toba, the Onu were left speechless and felt a profound sense of disorientation. They stood motionless, frozen, unsure of what to do next. For what does one do after your prince, the only son of your king, has been put to death? Once the door to the Black Divide closed, all Onu eyesight returned to normal, and they could only see their immediate surroundings. However, Cat and several other quarters inside Verdekt were positioned where they could peek through its still-open door into the king's court. They watched silently as the king and Odigo prepared the space for its next appointed use, as if they expected to need it again soon. After Otek and Odigo removed the remaining traces of the trade, they walked through Verdekt's open door to join the recorders. Once they were inside, the door closed of its own accord behind them. Even though this door remained in place forever, visible in both the king's court and in Verdekt, it was never opened again. The trade had sealed the recordings in Verdekt for good. Although the Onu recorder, who'd been carrying the last recording used during the trade, had already handed his scroll to Cat, the one of Telios' Second Realm life, Cat hadn't taken the time to shelve it. Instead, she'd rushed up to the front of the archive to be near the king's court and feel like she was part of the last moments of Telios' life. When Odigo reached her, he held out his hand and simply offered, "Here, allow me." After Cat placed the scroll in Odigo's hand, it vanished, whisked by the seer to the back of the archive, placed in the last shelving unit, on the last shelf, in the last spot. Teleos is, after all, the final word. Odigo then turned his attention to those standing around him in Verdekt. With the emotion of the trade still raw and weighing upon him, he stood silently for a long time. In the end, it was the king who spoke for him. Friends, thank you for your eons of service, those behind us and those yet to come. Your past and continued dedication to recording all Second Realm events accurately has helped, and will help, make this moment possible. We will never forget your efforts and amazing support. As you step back into time, please work with the same vigor you've already displayed. Remain steadfast until we reach the end of Second Realm. In time, together. Fear not. The royal family will be with you all along the way as you complete this important task. We will help you, and I promise there will be better fortunes soon. Just not tomorrow. With that, the king dismissed the recorders, and Odigo, without verbally speaking, sent all the recorders on their way with a special blessing to help them process the magnitude of what they'd seen, heard, and still needed to record to make and keep the trade accurate. All the recorders then vanished from Verdekt, except for Kat. She stood alone with Odigo and the king. Forever bold and not always cognizant of situational norms, Kat, more than anyone else, wanted and needed to ask them questions. The Onu knew this, so even in their pain and agony, they made room for Kat, the inquisitive, and waited. In and out of time, Otek and Odigo would soon spend a great deal of time with many Onuotu to help them move forward. Kat just happened to be the first one. Since First Realm inhabitants can't physically die due to their kalamas, they've never experienced the loss of a loved one from death. Be that as it may, all the Onuotu experienced great separation when the Kuur were cast out of First Realm during the Great Divide. But even in this, they understood their friends and loved ones weren't lost forever. At least not yet. And many still saw them once in a while or confronted them during battles. Therefore, in this moment, Kat was experiencing something entirely new. Kat was grieving the loss of Teleos, similar to how Second Realm inhabitants feel when their loved ones physically die. However, she also felt a profound sense of nothingness, where once her connection to Teleos reigned supreme. She could no longer sense him at all. Locked in Toba, Teleos was completely separated from the royal family and all Onuotu, including Kat. Her lost connection to Teleos, this new void, terrified Kat. And yet, as she began to process this new feeling and her new reality, the blessing Odigo had just placed upon her was already lifting her up and helping her to change her perspective, making Kat wonder how Second Realm inhabitants might be experiencing all of this. At the same time, she knew she couldn't really imagine how they must feel, since, unlike her, they didn't have Otek and Odigo physically standing right there with them to help them. Without the Onu physically present, how could they possibly manage this great loss? How could they ever endure life without Teleos? As Kat's mind raced on, Otek and Odigo did not speak or interrupt her train of thought. They simply waited for Kat to reach the line of questioning they knew would ultimately come. Kat sighed heavily and reflected back over the recent events on Second Realm, especially the knowledge and insights Telios had shared with his followers during the final days of his life. He had emphasized several times that he was going to die. Kat took Telios at his word. Nevertheless, she had hoped, beyond hope, that in this case he was speaking metaphorically and not literally. She hadn't been able to pre-process the idea that Telios would actually die and be gone. Kat hadn't wanted this to happen and had been afraid it would be, well, unbearable. Painfully, she now knew it was more excruciating than she could have ever imagined. Amid this heartache and confusion, Kat didn't plunge completely into the depths of her despair, for she remembered that when Telios talked about his death, he seldom stopped there, at separation. He often went on to talk about life. The prince claimed that he, in some way Kat couldn't begin to fathom, would come back to life in 3 days. He was very specific about this. And now, Kat began to sense this meant Telios would physically return to the second realm in a way that she would be able to see and feel him again. He'd be alive, connected, and bound once again to the royal family and all Onu. This thought gave Kat immense peace and hope in the midst of her storm, something to grasp onto, something that seemed to say the pain would just be temporary. Yet, this wasn't the question germinating in her mind. Kat felt no need to ask Otek or Otago if Telios had meant what he said. For some reason, she absolutely knew he had. She totally and completely believed. Kat knew, deep within her, beyond even a hint of doubt, that the trade must not be over. While it had begun, and an abundance of Toba had been traded between second realm believers and Telios, the trade surely had even more to offer. There had to be more. Otek Plaz was the king of more, after all. As these realizations engulfed her, Kat looked up and a twinkle appeared in Otago's eyes, as if to confirm her thoughts, revealing that he too couldn't wait for what was going to come next. Still, Kat questioned how second realm inhabitants could possibly know this. What emotions were they feeling? What about those who had already chosen to believe? Or those who were so close to doing so? Would they now all walk away? Abandon their faith? Would the moment be too great for them? Or what about those yet to come? Those not even born yet? How would they later perceive and experience these events? In the portion of the trade that Kat had just witnessed and participated in, every believer of all time had appeared in Telios' second diary, along with an account of their life choices in the recordings her team had made, and those from Otago. Even though the transfer of their corresponding Toba had occurred out of time, Kat knew it had nothing to do with predestination or things foretold. It had everything to do with choices made and choices fully documented. Kat wondered, in the moment when Otek was making Telios the scapegoat, during that important part of the trade, were the Olmecs of all believers, of all time, even those who'd previously physically died, and those not yet born, were all, literally all, their Olmecs hidden in Telios? Isn't that how all believers are protected? Weren't all believers always hidden in him? Always? And thus, Kat's real line of questioning had finally formed. Otek, are they still hidden in Telios? Are they hidden? Protected? Even now? She asked. Yes, Kat. All the Olmecs of all second realm believers are hidden in Telios in this moment and for all time. past, present, and future. All of those whose Toba was just transferred onto Telios and paid for by his death. And their Olmecs are all in Toba the place right now, hidden in Telios? Yes. Why? Why not keep them here with you? Why not here in Bolmec or any other safe place? Because, Cat, Telios is safe. He's always perfectly safe. He is the perfect vault for them, and there's no place safer. And their time with Telios right now, in this eternal moment, is critically important. We'd never take that away from them. But why? Implored Cat. Oh, because if they die with him, they will rise with him and forever live, proclaimed Otek Plaus. On his way to Pebble's Edge from the king's court, Delator suddenly stopped and adjusted his course. Transporting back to Second Realm, he hovered near the scene of Telios' physical death, where his non-columna body still lingered. There, Delator watched and waited, ready to summon Trezor down to assist him. The Kuur leader was sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Telios had some, at least a few, Second Realm Olmecs hidden in him when he died. How many, Delator didn't know. But having seen Telios release the Olmecs of those who'd chosen to disconnect from the Onu, like those of Torpak and Breeze long ago, he was convinced that Telios' death would release any remaining Olmecs he had hidden inside of him. They'd be free to drift away and wither. Although Delator still couldn't actually see Olmecs, he was confident he'd be able to perceive their interaction with the realm after such a momentous occasion. After waiting for what seemed like hours, Delator had spotted no movement and no phenomena that would indicate an Olmec on the loose. Frustrated, he was about to give up and continue on to Pebble's Edge, when a torturer approached Telios' lifeless body and pierced it. The pained soldier wanted to make sure Telios was dead, since he seemed to have died too quickly as compared to other inhabitants, who usually took a very long time to expire. That excruciating delay was, of course, all part of the intended torture. Delator rubbed his hands together in excitement, certain the Olmecs would now spill out of Telios' side. However, when the only thing that fell to the ground was blood and water, Delator dejectedly transported back up into Trezor and Pebble's Edge. There, he consoled himself with the main course of his victory. Gorging on the death of the prince, Delator soon forgot about all the savory appetizers he'd missed. The Olmecs Telios had hidden. And were you close to Telios when he died? Sought Blaze. Yes, I was. Well, close enough anyway. Standing nearby, noted Smudge. Blaze knew his grandfather's stories well, but he always hoped that with each telling, Smudge would remember another tidbit, or find a way to connect his past to something new he'd recently learned or discovered. Even though Blaze wasn't a believer in Telios, or the Onu, he genuinely enjoyed talking to his grandfather about such things. He wasn't just humoring him. After all these years, what do you remember the most? What stands out to you when you think about it today? Inquired Blaze. Smudge closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Without opening them, he answered, "Oh, so many things. First, I guess, there was the scent of iron in the air from all the lashings. There was just so much blood, so much blood, all over, his and that of the others with him. And it was abnormally chilly. Smudge opened his eyes and instinctively shivered, scooting slightly closer to the campfire. It was overcast and yet cloudless. Seriously? How's that possible? I don't know. It was much darker than it should have been if the sun had merely been blocked out by some passing clouds. I now think, or rather imagine, that the sun was dimmed by the hand of Otek himself, a sign he was there, or maybe a sign to us that Telios was his son. Grandpa, you got all that from some dim mood lighting? Challenged Blaze sarcastically, but not in a mean way. No, not really. Not in the moment, admitted Smudge. Did anyone? I don't know. Maybe a few. Well, at least one did. A torturer near me actually noted that Telios must have been the son of Otak. Really? A Pain torturer claimed that? I didn't think there were many, if any, believers among the Pain. Oh, there weren't. And yes, a Pain torturer actually said that. I suppose he was impressed by the way Telios handled himself in the last few moments of his life, and how he appeared to give up his spirit of his own accord. It was quite different from how criminals normally acted when they were dying by our hand. But you didn't agree with him, did you? I mean, you didn't believe Telios was the son of Otak back then. Oh, no, no way. I wasn't ready to believe. Why not? I just wasn't. I think believing is hard work. Besides, your grandmother and I were just beginning our journey. In fact, we'd only just resolved to start looking earnestly for Otek the night before. We really hadn't had enough time to reach our decision yet. Thank goodness, the Onu are patient. You know, at just the right time, when you're ready, they find you and blaze a trail right to you, right where you are, explained Smudge, overemphasizing the word blaze. Funny, Grandpa, observed Blaze, who knew he was named after Fuego, his maternal great-grandfather, and not after some non-provable act of the Onu. But seriously, you really think the Onu find you? That's a weird thing to say. Yes, I do. But I thought we had to struggle to find and serve the gods on our own, to prove that we're worthy. Oh, I'm quite confident I can never be worthy enough on my own. And yet, I'm certain the Onu accept me as I am. How do you know that's true? I mean, are you sure? I thought all the gods were unknowable. The Onu aren't. The Onu are well documented in the Grappler text. And the Onu, Telios himself, came to live with us, teach us, and help us get to know them better. I love that Telios said, believing is the key, instead of insisting that we clean up our act first, or demanding things from us like you were taught the pain gods do. Those so-called gods aren't gods at all. They're not real. So how can they care about you in any way, for good or otherwise? Blaze wasn't offended that Smudge had taken a swipe at the pain gods. He wasn't sure himself if they existed. They certainly hadn't made his life easier or better in any way. Blaze had never found any peace with the pain gods, so the alternative Smudge was offering sounded appealing. So you really believe the Onu reached out and found you? Oh, yes, absolutely. Think about it. How could a torturer like me ever reach up and grab the Onu's attention? How could I climb high enough? Or ever be good enough? There's no way I could ever do any of that. So yes, I personally believe it's the other way around. Otek reaches out to all of us. He calls each one of us to encounter him. If you say so, squirmed Blaze, while he wasn't ready to admit it to anyone, not even to himself. Otago had already begun preparing Blaze to hear Otek's call, and parts of the message were already beginning to be heard. For Blaze, it wasn't just one thing breaking through. It was a culmination of many events, including these times with his grandfather. I don't know how it works or how he does it, But it seems to me that if we seek Otek and try to learn about him, the Onu find us. We don't have to seek the Onu because they're hidden from us. We don't even have to learn the exact right thing or chant some mystical phrase. No, that's not it at all. However, I do believe our seeking is very important. It opens us up to them, shows we're not trying to hide from them. In some ways, it sort of allows them to find us, find out who we really are, and get to know us. And if we keep on seeking them, they'll get to know us better, and we'll get to know them better more fully. Honestly, Grandpa, I don't get that at all. It sounds to me like you're talking in circles. But I do kind of like the idea of a God working to find me and wanting to help me out. Sorry, Blaze, I didn't mean to be so long-winded. Sometimes it's hard for me to get my ideas out, and I tend to ramble on a bit. But if you don't mind, let me just add that in the end, it felt like Telios paved a way right to me, so all I had to do was look down. And that way, or rather he, was right there, a way to the Onu, to know them and be connected to them. I believe Telios paved this trail, to me, with his blood, and that he's willing to do the same thing for everyone. He makes belief possible. Blaze couldn't comprehend exactly what Smudge was struggling to say, though he was trying hard to pay attention and process it all. But for some reason, it seemed to be just out of reach. When Blaze didn't respond, Smudge, the keeper of a profound messenger memory, tried to change the subject. Sort of. Few inhabitants have ever been visited by a no-tech messenger. Those who have typically feel compelled to recount their experience a lot. This isn't because they think they're special or singled out, but rather because their sharing brings glory to the Onu and demonstrates the Onu care and are invested in the realm. That's how Smudge felt now, even though for a long time he didn't and had kept the event to himself. Tonight, he let it pour forth. "Have I ever told you about the messenger Otek sent me?" he asked cheerfully. "Oh, once or twice," counted Blaze, although it was really more like 20 or 30. Despite hearing about the incident often, Blaze didn't believe it actually happened. He wanted to, but it all seemed too far-fetched. Still, Blaze didn't think his grandfather was lying to him. He preferred to presume Smudge had simply imagined it or had had a daydream. Well then, I won't bore you by telling it to you all over again. However, I will say this. I've learned a lot from that brief encounter. I'm now confident that I don't have to get everything exactly right to get to know the Onu or become more like them. If you say so, yawned Blaze, not because he was bored or didn't agree, but because it was getting quite late. Still, he wasn't ready to end the night or give up on his conversation with his grandfather. He didn't know if the Onu existed, or any gods for that matter. But if they did, Blaze was certain he'd never fully understand them or get everything about them right. The thought scared him. He found it interesting. Smudge didn't seem to feel that way at all. Besides, continued Smudge, if Otek wanted me to get everything exactly right, he would have provided me with more words in his original message, or sent another messenger or someone else along my path. Like his son? Suggested Blaze, linking their previous conversation about Telios' claim he was the son of Otek, and knowing Smudge fully believed this. Yes, something like that, smiled Smudge. And, as I've probably mentioned many times before, after my soul encounter with an Otek messenger, Smudge stopped and corrected himself. I guess I better stop saying that. You're absolutely right, Blaze. Telios himself was a great message and a messenger. So let me try again. After my initial encounter with an Otek messenger, the one-word one, I never completely stopped looking for the king. However, I must admit, I did take some breaks, some really long ones. But one of the things I've discovered, or rather, the Onu have shown me, is that the act of looking, searching, and being open-minded are all important. We don't have to get it exactly right. We simply need to keep our eyes open and look. I think that's what the first messenger was trying to tell me when she said don't. Blaze interrupted his grandfather to repeat the phrase for him, having heard it countless times before. Don't stop looking. That's right. Don't stop looking, echoed Smudge. As your grandmother and I began searching for Otek, we found him, so to speak, in Telios. Not all at once, but over a long period of time as we talked to others, read the grappler text for ourselves, and as the Onu revealed themselves to us. Eventually, we both took a leap of faith, and when we did, it seemed as if Telios had already blazed a trail right to us, and we landed on him. In the end, our final leap didn't feel that big at all. Though, to be truthful, I still have to work to believe. Really? I had the impression that once you believed, That was it. Oh, no. It's an ongoing process. There'll always be new ways to expand and grow your faith. I don't think it ever ends. If it did, then it wouldn't be belief. It'd be called something else, like knowing. But working to believe and expand your faith sure beats the alternative. Before, back when I was trying to appease the pain gods, I was forever wondering what they demanded of me, and was exhausted, striving to become something I could never be. Smudge could have rambled on like this for hours and hours about faith and belief, dodging in, out, around, and through the ideas and experiences he'd had over the years. But instead, he sort of stopped mid-thought. Smudge understood belief was a personal matter, and had learned long ago it was best to try not to oversell it. Someone was either ready to hear about it, or they weren't. They either got it, or they didn't. Smudge was certain, however, once Odago prepared the space in and around an inhabitant, then, and only then, were they ready to hear Otek's call. Smudge was also positive that at some point, everyone could and would hear Otek. If they accepted his call, Telios found them right where they were, right in that very instant. It was kind of that simple, and yet kind of that hard. So elementary, and yet so profound. Smudge wanted to tell Blaze all of this, but felt the time just wasn't quite right tonight. He wasn't sure if Odago had quietly shown him this, or if it had been his own perception. As Smudge struggled to decide if he should, or should not, say more in this moment, he wondered how he could explain to a thirsty soul, one who'd never drunk before, what the first refreshing drink of Telios would feel like, or how it would taste. Smudge felt he just didn't have the words for that. At some point, they simply needed to drink and try Telios for themselves. Currently, Smudge couldn't tell if Blaze was merely being polite and pretending to be interested in what he had to say, or if he was genuinely starting to have ears to hear. Smudge decided to try to stay close to what Blaze had explicitly asked him about, hoping his grandson's questions would indicate what he was open to hear. Anyway, back to what you were asking me about? No, I didn't believe in Telios right away, especially not back on the day I helped kill him. I wish I had. Perhaps I could have helped him, or at least I could have avoided having a hand in his death. You know, it's kind of like what your great-grandpa Trektar used to say. Not about Telios, for sadly he was never a believer, but what he said about many other things. You never know until you do. And then it's usually too late. Once I knew, or rather believed, Telios was who he claimed to be, it was too late. Way too late. Too late for what? inquired Blaze. Oh, I just meant it was too late for me to go see Telios and spend more time with him when he was still walking around Aldea, teaching and healing. I thought you did see him in person. I did, but only a couple of times. What little I saw was pretty amazing. I just wish I'd gone more often. Turns out your grandma saw him more than I did. Quite a bit more, actually. Well, if he's anything like what you've both told me, I can understand why you would have liked to see him more. That's for sure. It sounds like he put on quite a show. But, Grandpa, at least you had the opportunity to see him in the flesh. I'll never get to see Telios like that. It's true. I was very fortunate to be around him back then. But still, I regret not making the effort to go see him more, confessed Smudge. And don't forget, you had that first special messenger from Otek. I've never had one of those either, lamented Blaze, who found it awkward to try to console his grandfather, while simultaneously feeling sorry for himself for having missed out on the things Smudge had experienced, even though he wasn't sure Otek or messengers really existed. You're right. I did. I've been blessed in that regard, and I'm truly sorry you haven't had the chance to experience those things as well. But Blaze, here's a wild thought. What if I'm supposed to be your messenger? Nowadays, I think Otek sends messages in many different ways, often, and perhaps most of the time, via other inhabitants. Since I'm sitting here with you right now, I say that makes me your messenger. And clearly, unlike the syllable I got, you're getting much more than a single word from me, chuckled Smudge. Ah, come on, Grandpa. Give it up. You're not that special, joked Blaze, though the idea they'd been brought together by the Onu, prepared for one another, was intriguing. Blaze would ponder this idea deeply in the years to come, after Smudge passed on. Blaze and Smudge went on to recount the last few days of Telios' life again in greater detail. This time around, Blaze led the way more often, since he was now interested in a couple of different angles. When their raging campfire finally died down to a simmer, Blaze asked, Grandpa, what do you think happened to Telios after he died? You mean right after he physically died? Yes, right then. As you know, I don't believe there's anything after we die. We just cease to exist, and we're gone. But I know you don't believe that way. So if there really is some sort of life after death, something after all of this, then what happened to Telios? Do you think he returned to First Realm, perhaps as a ghost or something? Suggested Blaze. Even though Blaze didn't believe all the stories about Telios, the Onu, First Realm, or life after death, he suspected his grandfather had more to say on this topic than he'd ever shared before. Oh my, that raises so many questions, asserted Smudge. Well, I can tell you what I think happened, but I'm pretty sure I don't have all the details correct. I may even be way off base on some points. That's all right. I'd still love to hear what you think. Okay, but first, let me emphasize again that I don't really know what happened, for who could possibly know such a thing except Telios himself? But since you asked, at this point in my life, I can tell you what I think, or rather have envisioned, as I've contemplated Telios, and I've tried to better understand what he's done for all of us, and for me, rambled Smudge. I know some of this may sound crazy, but Smudge paused, not sure how he could possibly put all of his thoughts into words, or if he'd even sound remotely coherent. It's okay, Grandpa. Go ahead. I won't think you're any crazier than I already do. You sound just like your grandmother, mused Smudge. Thanks, beamed Blaze. Well, here's the thing. I believe Telios was perfect. He never committed Toba of any kind. Ever. When he physically died, if he would have died as he was, if he would have died in his own right, still perfect, he should have gone straight to First Realm. So you do believe there's life after we die? And there's actually a First Realm? Oh, yes, absolutely. I don't believe a sentient being ever ceases to exist. Our bodies may give out, but something about us persists. What Telios has created in that regard, he will not destroy. Despite this, I don't think Telios returned to First Realm. Really? Why not? Because your grandmother and I read a lot of grappler texts after Telios physically died, not only to find out more about him, but also to aid in our quest for Otek. We also talked with many grapplers and followers of Telios. Along the way, an impression of what might have happened began to take shape. Mind you, I'm not saying this is exactly what happened, but it helps me think about it. Go on, Grandpa. No need to keep spewing caveats. Just lay it on me. Smudge was confident he'd previously shared his views on Telios and Toba with Blaze, but something told him his grandson was listening more closely now, so he tried not to rush his telling. I believe Telios, the son of Otek by right, the son of Seconds by choice, came to be our scapegoat. You know what a scapegoat is, right? Yes, of course. Everyone knows what one of those is these days. Well, to comprehend the significance of what it means for Telios to be our scapegoat, I think it helps to first explore the idea of Toba itself. Okay, go on. I'm with you. To me, Toba encompasses anything that contradicts the Onu, or deviates from their inherent nature. For instance, lying. They're known for their honesty and don't lie. In the end, they can't tolerate any acts of lying in their kingdom. That sounds harsh. No, not really. Think about it. Right now, things are messy and lying's everywhere. But wouldn't you like to live where everyone can be trusted? Where truth reigns? Yes, I guess so. Or how about this? If it helps, replace lying in my example with murder. Clearly, murder is against Onu nature. So, in the end, they won't tolerate murder in their kingdom. They don't want to live around that. Nor do I. And I assume most don't. How about you? No, I don't. But, Grandpa, you were a torturer. You. Blaze hesitated, realizing Smudge had just admitted that he didn't belong with the Onu. That's right. I murdered. Many times. Then you don't believe the Onu want you to be part of their kingdom? Oh, no, I didn't say that. They don't want my acts of murder there, those acts of Toba, but they definitely want me. I'm sure of that. And they want you too. Blaze stared into the fire and didn't respond. Smudge waited long enough to know Blaze had processed what he'd said and was ready to move on. So if they want me, but not my Toba, and honestly, none of us want Toba around us forever, then Yonu had to make a way to separate our Toba from us without taking away our choice. I'm not quite following you. What do you mean? I believe it takes a sentient being to bring forth Toba through an act or desire of choice, and then that Toba sticks to the inhabitant that brought it forth. It hounds them and infects them with a multitude of ramifications. You make it sound like Toba is alive or something. It kind of is. Once it takes hold in your life, it seems to multiply and overrun you. You've probably seen this in someone else. Or yourself? Yeah, maybe, hedged Blaze, thinking mostly about himself. Well, that's definitely what happened to me, acknowledged Smudge. I found Toba to be incredibly sticky. Very, very sticky. Once I committed it and brought it to life, it clung to me at all costs and never let me go. You know how you feel awful when you've done something really bad? Something you know is Toba, and you can't shake it? In other moments, with other inhabitants, Blaze might have heard this question as offensive or presumptuous. Tonight, he didn't hear it that way at all. He knew Smudge had his best interests at heart. As such, Blaze answered honestly, without hesitation or any elaboration. Yes. I personally lived like that for a long time. I can tell you, after all my years of torturing, I was, without a doubt, heavily laden with all my Toba. It was stuck to me, bogging me down. I may have been physically alive on the outside, but inside, I felt dead, consumed, overwhelmed. Having not lived as long as Smudge, Blaze assumed the deadness of Toba that Smudge had mentioned was somehow proportional to the amount of Toba one had committed. Blaze didn't understand that even one act of Toba was enough to kill. So, although his response was well-meaning, Blaze was slightly off base since he'd already experienced the same deadness, more so than he realized. I can't imagine how that felt. It must have been awful. Oh, it was. And interestingly, when Telios was alive, he often talked about Toba binding us. That's another way of saying it. I was bound by my Toba, unable to truly live, breathe, and enjoy life. But here's the remarkable thing. Telios also said that he came to set me, all of us, free from our Toba. Really? Sure, and he didn't just say it. He did it. Once I was bound and infected by my Toba, but Telios loosened Toba's grip and set me free. Blaze sat up and leaned forward, putting his hands out towards the fire. After a few moments, he rubbed them together and asked, "But how'd he do that?" In my way of thinking, that takes me to Toba the place. Remember how the Onu can't stand to have Toba in their kingdom? Yes, sure. Well then, they had to create some place to house it, some place to keep it separated from their kingdom, some place where it could be locked up forever and never escape. So they created Toba the place. Some place with the same name? That's confusing. Yes, it is. Though, if you bear with me for a few minutes, I think I can explain why they decided to use the same name twice. Okay, I'm looking forward to how you try to justify that one. I believe the Oni created Toba the place as a faraway realm or divide to ultimately contain all acts of Toba. That way, their kingdom can be free of Toba. And if we choose to be connected to them, to be in relationship with them, then we'll be in their kingdom, living with them. But since no Toba can be there, our Toba must be separated from us somehow. It'll be gone, collected in Toba the place, and we'll live at peace with the Onu in their kingdom. That sounds... Blaze paused, confused. He'd often heard others speak of Toba and Toba the place like realms, but they always described them as places of punishment, with eternal torture, where the agony inflicted put the best pain torturers to shame, even Smudge. Yet his grandfather seemed to be ignoring this aspect of Toba the place. Instead, he seemed to be focused on the Anu, his connection to them, and what it took to be in their kingdom. Blaze wasn't sure what to make of all this, or of a place like Smudge was describing. Was it really possible the Onu had created Second Realm, and him? And wanted to be connected to him, like his grandfather often claimed? Could the emptiness and pain he felt be because they weren't in his life? If the Onu really existed, and they truly wanted him, Blaze couldn't imagine they'd spitefully create someplace they could lock him up to keep him separated from them forever. Why would they do that? Instead, could it actually be, like Smudge suggested, that they'd crafted Toba the place, more for housing Toba than for imprisoning Toba makers to punish them? Without voicing any of these questions, Blaze simply replied by asking, "You mean Toba the place is just a garbage dump for Toba?" "Yes, kind of. It seems to me that when the Onu created Toba the place, they constructed it as a special divide, a monster sinkhole for all Toba. So yes, a garbage dump. That's a good way to think about it. A place where all Toba can eventually be housed for all eternity, separated from the rest of the Onu kingdom. Separated so their kingdom won't be polluted by all our Toba trash. Well, that sounds nice, I guess. So, in the end, all our Toba gets chucked into Toba the place, and we all live happily ever after? Proposed Blaze, weaving in a fairy tale reference to show he didn't really believe it. Or rather, longed for it to be true. Still, he somehow felt it was unrealistic and out of touch with reality. No, not really. I don't think that's quite how it works. Why not? How do you think it works? When I started studying this, I was surprised to discover how often Telios talked about First Realm, Judgment, and Toba. He painted several pictures of Toba the place, though I doubt any of them fully capture the feeling of being there, permanently separated from the Onu. I'd never want to be stuck there, away from all the grace and support they provide. But if Toba the place is a place for Toba, why would you or anyone else get stuck there? Because I think the only way Toba gets into Toba the place is for someone to carry it there. Remember how I said Toba was sticky? Yes. Then if I commit Toba, it's bound to me. And to separate it from the Onu kingdom, it must go into Toba the place. But if my Toba's stuck to me, then I go with it into Toba the place. Or rather, I carry it there. Blaze wasn't buying this supposition. He was okay with the idea that the Onu would create such a place for Toba, but not for inhabitants. But Grandpa, why do you have to carry it there? Why don't the Onu just pluck it off you and throw it into Toba the place for you? I mean, can't they do such a thing? I've heard others say they can do anything. Ah, why not indeed? I've wondered that many times myself. I personally think it's because there's something about choice that must be honored if there's to be choice at all. What do you mean? Imagine I decided to live my life here in Second Realm, surrounded and bound by my Toba, separated from the Onu, all on my own. The Onu honor my choice and let me have my heart's desire, including my Toba. My Toba would remain. They would not take it away from me or force me into a relationship with them. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. But ultimately, when the time comes for all Toba to be separated from the Onu kingdom, what happens to my Toba? Doesn't all Toba have to go to Toba the place? Yes, exactly. It has to be corralled in Toba the place. And here's the thing. If the Onu are going to keep honoring my choice, then I'd be corralled there too. Why? Because since I would have chosen to live in my Toba, it'd still be stuck to me. So, in the end, I get to keep my Toba, the things I wanted to do, the harm I wanted to inflict on others, and the pain I caused the Onu. I get to keep it all. And I'd get to remain separated from the Onu forever, which is also what I said I wanted. To be clear, these were all my choices. The Onu would simply be honoring them, even if they wish I would have chosen differently. They really want me to choose to be in relationship with them and allow them to take my Toba away. But they won't force me to make those choices. They'll honor exactly what I choose. So, your choices make your Toba even stickier? Stuck to you forever? Suggested Blaze. Yes, something like that. If I choose to live in Second Realm, surrounded by my Toba, then eventually, when the Onu separate Toba from their kingdom, I'd be forever still like I am here, surrounded and bound by my Toba in Toba the place. Here in Toba, there in Toba. Always. In Toba. It's like we're in our own mini Toba the place, wherever we go. I think the Onu reused the name Toba for both the axe and the divide to emphasize it's not just someplace I'd go later. It's really something I choose to live in, both now and later. In both places, I'm swallowed up by my Toba. You don't want that, though, do you? I mean, you don't want to be bound by your Toba, or separated from the Onu forever in Toba, or rather, Toba the place? Oh, no, not at all. At least not anymore. At one time, maybe. Well, yeah, at one time, before I chose to really believe in Telios, I did. I wanted to be separate from the Onu and revel in my Toba, but not anymore. Now I can't imagine living without them. Still, though, at one point in your life, your Toba was stuck to you, and you were bound for Toba the place? That, for sure. Fortunately, the Onu had a plan, a way to separate me from my Toba. As it turns out, that way was simply to believe in Telios. That's it? Believe? That's what separated you from your Toba? What difference can belief possibly make? Look, I've changed, haven't I? I'm no longer a torturer. And as you can probably tell by my super-de-duper happy-go-lucky nature, I'm no longer bound or weighed down by my Toba. I guess so. I mean, it's hard for me to confirm all that. I never got to see you as a torturer. But hey, I'll grant you do seem to be a lot different from what I've heard you were like back then. Oh, I'm definitely different. Something has happened to me, transformed me. I'm just trying to explain what I think happened and how it feels. So, belief made you like this? Yes, but I think something else, something more happened. What's that? Well, I believe the Onu emphasized the idea of scapegoats to the grapplers on purpose. They wanted them, and us, to realize in a small way what they meant when they claimed Telios himself was the scapegoat. But why call him that? It has such a negative connotation. Not to me. It helps me understand how our Toba could be separated from us, how mine was separated from me. Here, let me try to explain. In the past, when the grapplers used goats as scapegoats, whose Toba did they place upon it? I'm not sure. Everyone's? Proposed Blaze. In all of Second Realm? Probably not. How about all the Toba that belong to the pain? Or how about just mine? Oh, no, certainly not yours, ribbed Blaze, though he correctly figured this is exactly what his grandfather meant. That's right. They would have only put the Toba of their community on it. Their scapegoat was only intended for those who had chosen to be part of their community. How does that apply to you and Telios? Telios is the scapegoat for a different community. This community exists completely and solely of those who've chosen to believe in him. So, for you and Grandma? Yes, and for anyone else who believes, even if they aren't part of the Grappler clan by birth. We can all be adopted by faith. If you believe, then Telios is your scapegoat, and he'll be loaded down with your Toba, all of it, and carry it away from you, just like he did with all of mine, your grandmother's, and all believers. But how'd he do that? I mean, if he's supposed to be your scapegoat, when was your Toba placed upon him? When did that happen? I don't know for sure, but I think my Toba was placed upon him right before he physically died. You mean back right when you were torturing him? Yes. Wow, that's weird to think about. While you were torturing him, somehow your Toba was being placed upon him at the same time? Incredibly. Yes, replied Smudge humbly, barely able to hold back the tears. But how's that possible? Sought Blaze, mystified. It took Smudge a few moments before he could answer. Blaze, Didn't rush him. Truthfully, I don't know, but I believe Otek placed my Toba upon him, similar to how the priests placed their hands on the goat's head, named the Toba of their community, and thereby transfer it onto the scapegoat. Wait, you mean Otek, Telios' father, placed your Toba on Telios by naming it all? Yes, I think he did. Whoa! Would you do that? Would you place some stranger's Toba on my mother? Your daughter? Oh, no. No way. I couldn't do that. And yet you really believe that's what Otek did? That he turned Telios into a scapegoat for you? Yes, I really do. And for anyone who believes in him. Gee, Gramps, that's way out there. I know. But the Onu understood, better than anyone else, that my Toba was sticky. They knew that after I brought it forth, it stayed stuck to me forever, unless they removed it. And here's the life-changing thing I can never repay. They found a way to do just that. I now believe that they could only separate me from my Toba by making Telios my scapegoat. Even so, it was no trivial task. Somehow, it cost them more than I could ever imagine. So, yes, I believe that while Telios was offering up his physical body to willingly die by my hand, in those same waning moments, Otek placed upon Telios the Toba of all believers, including mine. I can't possibly begin to fathom how Otek Plaus did that, but I completely believe he did, because I feel different now, like the weight of my Toba has been lifted off of me, and I'm free. So, if Telios had your Toba on him when he physically died, he died carrying your Toba for you, so to speak. Yes, but more than that, he continued to carry it. What? I thought you just said he died, and well, that's it, for all of us. Blaze, I've already told you, I believe in life after life. But before I go there again, there's more about this scapegoating thing I need to explain. After the grapplers loaded their scapegoats down with their Toba, what happened next? They killed them, like a sacrifice in one of their temples. Or like you killed Telios. No, not exactly. They led it away, out into the wilderness. They did? Why? Bit Blaze, surprised he'd completely missed this part of being a scapegoat, when he thought he knew all about it. They did this to separate it from the community, or rather, to separate the Toba that was on it from them. Someone literally had to lead the scapegoat away from the community. And well, not only do I feel that the weight of my Toba is gone, I feel like I've been separated from it. It's like Telios carried it far, far away from me, and it can never come back. Really? You feel like that? Asked Blaze, who still had a tender conscience and often felt guilty for his acts of Toba. He wondered what that kind of freedom would feel like. Absolutely. I have a peace that I've only found by believing in Telios, which finally brings me to what I think happened to Telios after he physically died. I think that's when he carried my Toba away from me, away from all of us in the Onu Kingdom, away to Toba, the place. I don't know. That's pretty hard to believe. Yes, I know. I get it. But I believe all Toba belongs in Toba the place and must be carried there by the inhabitant who enacted it, because it's still stuck to them. But if they believe and accept Telios at his word, then he'll be their scapegoat and carry it there for them. But where's the proof? Asked Blaze. Honestly, I don't have any concrete evidence that someone has carried their own Toba into Toba the place, apart from the grappler texts and statements made by Telios and other believers. However, I do have my own personal experience, and here I am, right now, with you. But my Toba isn't. It had to go somewhere, and I believe Telios took it away. I'm all the proof I have tonight. That's that's really something, Grandpa. Quite a story. But how did Telios know? I mean, how did Telios get to Toba the place? I mean, where is it? Questioned Blaze, stumbling and bumbling as he wondered if his Toba could also be sent to Toba the place to alleviate his own suffering. Who knows? I assume only the Onu, though I tend to visualize Odago leading Telios there. That is, even if Telios knew where Toba the place was, and he most assuredly did and does, I think Telios had to be led there by someone, led away from me, just like the grappler scapegoats had to be led away from the community. Interestingly enough, before Telios began his public ministry on Second Realm, years before we killed him, Odago led him into the wilderness to be tested by Delator, which he passed with flying colors. I like the symmetry of thinking that at the end of his time here, Telios was led by Odago once again. That's an interesting idea, mused Blaze. Smudge could tell Blaze was deep in thought, but also sensed silence wasn't the right choice this time. So he elaborated on Toba and Toba the place a little more, repeating himself a fair amount, but trying to weave the tale a bit differently, hoping it would help Blaze more. When he reached the same ending point, Blaze finally asked a question. But seriously, Grandpa, couldn't Otek have simply removed your Toba from you and put it directly in Toba the place, the garbage dump, and avoided this whole scapegoat thing? Why'd he do that to his son? Those are great questions. I'm not sure, but I don't believe so. If he could have avoided it, he would have, right? I mean, why offer up your son if there's any other way? There must be something super personal about Toba, something that requires an inhabitant at all times. Toba doesn't just pop into existence on its own. An inhabitant brings it forth. So I guess an inhabitant must take it out as well. But honestly, I don't really know. There's clearly a lot about Toba and Toba the place that I don't really understand. But I can tell you this. I feel totally different now. I firmly believe Telios carried my Toba far, far away from me, as far away from me as it can possibly get. And if you didn't believe in Telios, and were still carrying your own Toba, then I'd still be miserable. And if I were to physically die like that, then I'd be the one carrying my Toba to Toba the place. Either I carry it as its creator, or I allow Telios to carry it for me by accepting him as the scapegoat he offered to be. He's the ultimate carrier, if you believe in him. I'm not quite sure how, but as I said before, if you choose to believe, Otek will put your Toba on Telios as well. So you believe Telios didn't return to First Realm after he physically died? That he was led to Toba the place? Led there, carrying your Toba for you? Yes, exactly. I think that was the trade. A life for a life. The life for a torturer. Telios for me. Awed by the thought, Blaze whispered, "Wow, I guess trading really is sacred in the Onu kingdom after all. But was that a fair trade? To them, it must have been, for they made it. Blaze wasn't ready to believe all this, but he was intrigued by the idea and was trying to process it as if it were true. He could even envision himself loaded down by his own Toba trash, trudging towards some horrific, deadly garbage outpost, and Smudge doing so as well beside him, with his load being much greater and much larger from a lifetime of torture. They stopped part way to Toba the place, as Smudge made his choice and professed his belief. Blaze looked over and watched as Otek lifted the load off of his grandfather, one act of Toba at a time, and placed it on Telios until Smudge was completely unburdened and Telios fully laden. Leaving Smudge behind, the Onu and Blaze continued on, all the way to the gates of Toba the place, led there by Odago. But, Grandpa, if Telios carried your Toba to Toba the place, he had to walk on in, right? I mean, if he stood outside the gate, then your Toba wouldn't be inside. It would still be close to you or able to chase back after you. True. I assume at that point, Telios walked in of his own accord, willingly, for me. Blaze sat processing this silently for several minutes. He sensed Smudge didn't have all of this right, but he also felt his grandfather didn't have all of this wrong either. Why he got this impression, Blaze wasn't sure, but one day he'd realize that this type of insight came from Odago, the teacher. So if Telios walked into Toba the place with your Toba, what happened next? He asked. Chapter 14. The Release. Just before the alarm at Pebble's Edge was about to strike midnight, signaling it was time to oust another round of patrons, the bartender, who was exhausted from having worked 2 full days in a row, happily cheered, "Better fortunes tomorrow." Even though there were many gathered at the bar close to the bartender, only 3 customers heard her over the exuberance of the crowd, and none of them bothered to respond. However, a single, faraway voice affirmed her insight. Indeed, granted Odago, the seer. Despite the fact that Odago was in his study in the king's new mansion, nowhere near Pebble's Edge, he'd heard the market mantra nonetheless, and knew its prophetic implications were finally about to be fulfilled. So, what do I think happened next? Repeated Smudge. Yes, if Telios is inside Toba the place, what do you do next? Asked Blaze. No one knows, shrugged Smudge. Still, what do you think he did? I'm sure you've thought about it. Oh, I have. And? Well, being the perfect carrier, I assume he continued on into the depths of Toba the place, still carrying my Toba until he was far, far away from the entrance. And there he set my Toba down. Didn't it stick to him? Oh, no. Even though he carried it for me, it was mine. All mine. It'd only stick to me. So, because he willingly carried it for you, he could set it down at any time? Sure, something like that. I mean, since Toba is completely counter to the Onu, none of my Toba can lay a claim on Telios or stick to him. And you truly believe that all the Toba you've ever committed is locked away right now in the depths of Toba the place, tucked away in some dark, foreboding corner? Well, I don't know if it's in a corner, but yeah, I believe it's held in Toba. But what about the Toba you committed after Telios died? Where's that? I mean, if you committed Toba after Utek made Telios the scapegoat, then isn't it still on you? Ah, now there's a very interesting question. One that's changed my life. Really? How so? The Onu don't exist in time or space the way we do. Not even remotely close. They're simply not bound to linear time like we are. Although I do suppose that while Telvius lived here on Second Realm with us, for that brief period, he was bound to our time. Maybe that's one of the reasons he liked to call himself the Son of Seconds, because he was born into our time, just like we are, contemplated Smudge. Or perhaps he liked to call himself the Son of Seconds, because your acts of Toba and those of other Second Realm inhabitants turned him into the scapegoat. He's what you and all seconds made him out to be, suggested Blaze. Interesting. There might be something to that. I don't really know why Tellius liked to call himself the Son of Seconds. Maybe one day you'll figure it out. But anyway, back to your question. Since the Onu aren't time limited like we are, I think, though I can't prove this, that the Onu somehow managed to bring a ledger of all my unpaid Toba, all of it from before the moment I first believed, back through time, right to the moment before Telios died. That way, Otek could name each one of my acts of Toba and place them on Telios. That's weird to think about. Yes, it is. And it gets even weirder. Imagine I commit Toba tomorrow and ask Telios to forgive me. What happens to that act of Toba? I don't know. Would it haunt you and stick to you like Toba normally does? No, it can't. Telios said he came to free us, and I take him at his word. So I assume that somehow the act of Toba I'd just asked him to take care of would also get sent back in time, to the moment when Otek Plaus placed my Toba on Telios. That way, all my Toba, from all time, was on Telios when he died. All of it. The way I see it, even though Telios offered to pay the price for all my Toba, including all the Toba I've brought into being after he died, Telios can only die once in our time. And thus, that moment when he became my scapegoat can also only happen once in time. Telios physically died once, there, long ago, for me and for all of us. He doesn't need to keep physically dying again and again and again. However, the weight of the Toba he carried for me back then can change if I bring more of it to life in the future. But why'd he have to die at all? Couldn't Telios have simply carried your Toba to Toba the place after Otek placed it on him? I don't know, but I don't think so. I think that while Toba sticks to us now, only our spirits can carry it into Toba the place, not our current bodies. I think Telios had to die so he could become spirit and carry my Toba into Toba the place for me. That's, well, I don't know what that is. I'll have to chew on that one for a while. That's fair. But back to what I was saying. If I commit Toba tomorrow and ask for forgiveness, somehow it gets sent back in time so Telios can carry it to Toba the place for me. That means, in a way I don't fully understand, somehow my choices now and in the future must be able to impact Telios back in those moments before he died. I mean, a scapegoat doesn't provide some sort of blanket approval for all Toba, past, present, and future. The Toba placed upon it has to be named and already committed. So, for Otek to place your Toba on Telios back then, it had to already exist, at least from Otek's perspective, out of time? And then he could name it and place it on Telios? That's how I think about it. And then, if you don't commit that act of Toba tomorrow, there'd be nothing new to sail back through time and land on Telios? Yes, exactly. I have no idea if that's true, but I think I follow what you're trying to say. So, how'd this idea of time traveling Toba change your life? If I'm to be truthful, when I first believed in Telios and asked him to forgive me, I didn't really feel sorry. You didn't feel sorry for what? I didn't feel sorry for the pain I'd caused others, or the pain my Toba might have caused Telios and the Onu. Oh, sighed Blaze, who thought mostly about his own guilt for Toba instead of the pain he'd inflicted on others. But one day, while I was studying and thinking about this, it dawned on me that all my choices right now and in any given moment, can have a positive or negative impact on Telios. I had this vision that whenever I commit Toba, it increases the load Otek had to place on Telios. Like you said, I could see my Toba flying back through time, landing on Telios. And well, as I got to know him better, I started to feel really bad about all that. I don't want to cause Telios more pain or suffering. The thought of my Toba flying back through time, or not existing at all to do so, has actually helped me avoid some bad choices in Toba. So you can avoid the personal heartache of committed Toba, and Telios never has to carry that extra burden for you. Right. But when I don't choose wisely and commit new Toba, it makes me feel real bad. Sorry that I'm hurting Telios and the Onu more, placing more upon them. As such, when I apologize for my new Toba messes, now I really am sorry. I don't want to bring forth Toba that adds to what Telios had to endure for me. Grandpa, you really believe that what's already happened, back when Otek made Telios the scapegoat, is affected by decisions you've made since then? And the ones you'll make in the future? Yes, most definitely. The Onu aren't bound in time like we are, and if each act of my Toba has to be accounted for and carried into Toba the place, then yes, my decisions absolutely matter. I think I get it. You're now motivated in a new way to not send more Toba back in time. So you don't increase the load on Telios. That's right. Don't. Smudge paused. Although he'd often contemplated this idea and allowed it to alter his perspective and actions, the don't of it hadn't jumped out at him before, like it just did when Blaze said it. He turned to his grandson and asked, Say, do you think that's what Otek meant? I mean, when he instructed his messenger to simply tell me, don't. Do you think he meant something like what you said? Something like, don't increase his load. Maybe, if that's the case, you're certainly getting a lot of mileage out of that single word. Yes, I am, though I might be stretching it a bit. Ah, that's okay. That's kind of part of the fun. I gotta say, you tend to think of some of the strangest things. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. As well you should, smiled Blaze. So, what do you think Telios did after he dropped off your Toba? Sadly, I haven't been able to find any account of what he did or said. But I'm sure he kept right on being Telios, being good. He probably walked around and tried to engage the other spirits, proclaiming the goodness of the Onu. I doubt that went well, bid Blaze. Probably not. I don't believe anyone ever gets out of Toba the place once they've made their final choice to keep all their Toba for themselves. Do you think they at least recognized him? Knew who he was? I I don't know. Maybe some did. If so, I can imagine they would have thrown a lot of insults and challenges at him. Not unlike what you and the other torturers did before he died? Yeah, probably. Just like that. Agreed Smudge, not the least bit offended by the accusation. I guess that must have been a hard time for Telios. I'm sure it was. He had to experience the depths of Toba and separation from the other Onu, and yet I imagine he remained true otherwise. Smudge stopped, not wanting to jump to the end of the story too quickly. Instead, he wound back a bit. Hey, did I ever tell you about the bizarre way Ventu acted on the day Telios died? Blaze knew Ventu used to be one of his grandfather's closest friends. Despite never meeting him, Blaze thought Ventu sounded like quite a character. I thought you told me he was happy. What's so odd about that? He asked. Oh, you're right. Ventu was ecstatic about Telios' death. I'm sure I told you that part before. But did I ever tell you about the guards he begged me for? Guards? For what? To protect Telios' grave. No, you haven't, acknowledged Blaze, excited he might hear something totally new tonight. Oh, then let me tell you. Ventu came over in a huff after Telios' lifeless body had been taken away. He was blabbering on and on about how great it was that Telios had met his demise, and he couldn't thank me enough for helping them get out of their jam. But all of a sudden, his mood changed. He became serious, mysterious, and emphatically quiet. Urgent, whispered Smudge, mimicking the tone Ventu had taken. About what? What do you say? Sought Blaze eagerly. He asked me if I'd ever heard that Telios claimed he'd rise from the dead in 3 days. Why, I laughed in his face, because I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. I mean, who claims they're going to do that? I don't know. Telios, I guess? Proposed Blaze. Yes, apparently Telios. Before he died, Telios repeatedly told his followers he was going to die, though I didn't know that before I helped kill him. It's kind of weird to think about. Imagine claiming to be the son of Otek, the one who created Second Realm, and at the same time acknowledging your imminent death. That doesn't sound very powerful, does it? No, it doesn't. Rather contradictory, if you ask me. Well, here's the thing. Telios also asserted he'd resurrect in 3 days, and Ventu, the grappler leaders, and the enforcers were all worked up about it. Why? I mean, if they didn't believe the other things Telios said, why place any confidence in this one? Funny, that's exactly what I asked Ventu myself. Nice to know we're the same there, Grandpa, beamed Blaze. So, what'd he say? Ventu claimed he didn't believe it would happen, because no one could come back to life. However, he was confident Telios' followers would try to steal his body, hide it, and then claim he'd risen from the dead, so they could gain followers for themselves. Ventu warned me that if they succeeded in their plans, we'd be worse off than we were before we killed Telios. That seems like quite a stretch to me. I mean, if Telios is dead, he's dead. If he's not walking around physically present, I don't see how they could possibly convince anyone he's alive. Yeah, back then, me neither. I thought Ventu was being overly paranoid and irrational. Everyone knows that once the pain torturers are done with you, you're done. And we were definitely done with Telios. He was dead. Gone. And that was that. I told Ventu he shouldn't worry about Telios anymore. Still, he begged me to place some guards around the tomb, to prevent anyone from stealing the lifeless body. So, did you? No, I didn't. But, as you know, things can get pretty wild during the week-long grappler festivals. So the more I thought about it, and the more Ventu pressed me, the more I began to realize there was a small chance he was right. Some renegades might try something outrageous like he proposed. Still, that wasn't enough for me to put my garrison on guard that day after all we'd been through. Turns out my opinion didn't really matter. It was Boda's call. You mean Ventu went to Boda and begged him about the guards when you didn't help him out? Oh, no, not him, but some of the other grappler leaders and enforcers did. They were meeting with Boda around the same time Ventu was trying to convince me to do it. But Boda didn't take a hardline stance like I did. He allowed guards to be stationed around the tomb. Thankfully, my garrison wasn't involved. So, since Ventu was so worked up about all this, did he join them and stay near the tomb as well? No, he didn't have the patience to stand in one place like that. But he was glad someone else did, even though it wasn't any of us torturers, which is who he really wanted to be there. But, Grandpa, I don't get it. Why didn't the enforcers simply go ahead and do all of this on their own? I mean, why was Ventu so determined to have you do it? I'm not sure, but I think it's because we were able to kill Telios, and they hadn't been able to do that. So they must have figured we could guard his body in a way others could not. Early in the morning, just before sunrise, on the third day of the Kuur's celebration of Telios' death, Benadari suddenly noticed a bright light streaming over her shoulder into Pebble's Edge. Assuming someone had foolishly opened the window shade again, she moaned and got up to go pull it back down. However, as she turned around, Benadari was surprised to find that the blind was still completely down, the window blocked out. And yet, bright light was streaming through it all. She couldn't tell what the light was from, for she didn't quite recognize the hue. Stepping over to the window, Benadari grabbed the edge of the blind at eye level and began to pull it back slowly, only a small bit, as she expected to find something horrible on the other side, or a light so blindingly bright it hurt. What she saw was far worse than anything she could have ever imagined. Do you think they regret not having you there? I mean, considering what seems to have happened? Asked Blaze. No, not at all. It allowed them to make up their own lies about what occurred. If my garrison of torturers had been there guarding the tomb, the grapplers wouldn't have been able to do that, offered Smudge. Delator! Screamed Benadari. Her ear-piercing cry echoed through the tavern, causing the establishment to go eerily quiet. What do you want? Shouted Delator back, his voice scratchy and hoarse from talking loudly over the raucous crowd for far too long. With his ears still ringing from the incessantly loud noise, he'd missed the sudden silence of the room and his chance to talk more naturally. The king's court, replied Benadari frantically. What about it? Inquired Delator, not immediately grasping what Benadari was trying to say. It's here! It's out there! Exclaimed Benadari, pointing out the window. What? Shot Delator as he rushed to look for himself. Since they were in Trezor the Black, clearly Kuur territory, Delator couldn't imagine that the Onu would have the audacity to venture here, especially considering their recent defeat. Yet there they were, Otek and Odigo in the king's court, which was floating several yards above the ground, but did appear to be coming in for a landing. Although the court looked entirely intact, with all of its benches, tables, chairs, and stations, it lacked all of its outer walls and doors. As Otek Plaz set his court down directly next to Pebble's Edge, Odago opened the eyes of all First Realm inhabitants, Kuur and Onu, so they could witness what was about to transpire. Odago also dissolved the wall of Pebble's Edge between the king's court and Delator, enabling everyone in the tavern to take a few steps forward and be directly in the open-air courtroom, if they chose to do so. With the barrier no longer in his way, Delator charged at the king, shouting and screaming all sorts of profanities. As the court leader reached the 7th row of seats, still bound and determined to rush the bench, Otek raised his hand. Delator stopped in his tracks, not of his own accord, but by the power of the Onu. "Telios!" cursed Delator. "Let me go!" Not you, but soon someone else, thought Odago to himself, who was seated at the recording station with a set of court proceedings laid out in front of him. Without answering Delator's demand, Otek Plaz lowered his hand, and Delator plopped down into the chair closest to him. The Kuur leader was now simply an observer in the gallery, and the king's court was clearly in session, with the king himself in complete control. "I will be brief," began Otek, "for someone I love, someone who's been separated from us for far too long, is waiting for our return. I have brought my court here, within Trezor, the Black Divide, so there can be no doubt that in all our creation, justice will always ultimately prevail. 3 days ago, in this very court, Telios, Odago, and I began the trade, and this morning we completed." "What? No, you can't go back. The trade's been made. You can't change it now," shouted Delator in his head, for the king had silenced everyone. There would be no verbal objections to make today. "Trading has always been sacred in our kingdom," continued Otek, "and what we have taken in the trade, we will not give back. Let me be clear. The Toba, all the Toba, of all believers, this we have taken, and we cannot give it back. A life, the life of my son, this he freely gave to become spirit and scapegoat. This we have accepted and will not give it back. A royal family trek to the gates of Toba with my son laden. This journey taken, we will not give back. A new, deeper connection to our adopted second realm children and a richer, larger royal family. These we have received and will not give them back. And what we have given in the trade, freedom, peace, and many other gifts, these we will not take back. But one thing remains. Odago, would you please read my judgment, the one pronounced over my son? For justice and the trade are not yet complete." Odago stood, record already in hand, prepared in advance for this important moment. Here are the king's words. His judgment is always true, always just, always right, and cannot be overturned or taken back. He alone retains the power to condemn. 3 days ago, Otek Plaz proclaimed, "This Toba and Telios, like all Toba, must not remain in our presence or our kingdom. Only life, only good are permitted here and now. Therefore, I condemn these second realm offenses to be bound in Toba, the place prepared for the Kuur, and all who have chosen to eternally remain separated from us. Odigo, did this proclamation cover all the Toba of all second realm believers? Yes, King, it did. And I placed all this second realm Toba, every single act, upon my son? Yes, King, you did. And did Telios fulfill this command by carrying all that Toba into Toba the place? Yes, King, he did, willingly. And of Telios, how was he personally judged? What does the record show? He is innocent. The record clearly states, perfect. Telios is perfect. No Toba, not a single one. Odigo, is Telios in any way a Kuur rebel? No, King, he is not. Does Telios want to be separated from us forever? No, King, he does not. Has he chosen Toba the place as his final residence? No, King, he has not. The prince has only accepted separation from us, his death, so he could carry all that Toba into Toba the place to fulfill his role as the scapegoat. This he chose for himself before time began, but he has never chosen to be separated from us due to his own acts of Toba. Then it would be a grave injustice to leave Telios in Toba the place, leaving an innocent soul in Toba, condemning them to spend eternity there when they're innocent and haven't chosen Toba. Such an act of condemnation would itself be Toba. That I cannot do. That I will not do. I hereby proclaim that the scapegoat's endeavor is complete. Toba is bound. Telios must not be. Come, let us free my son and those still hidden within him. Otekplas then stood up and, with Odigo, went to Toba the place, while all the Kuur and Onu watched. How First Realm inhabitants could see the entire Onu journey, and how long it took them to get to Toba the place, no one really knows. But eventually, the king and the seer arrived at the divide. Without hesitation, the king unlocked the gate and shouted, "Telios, come forth." As he spoke, the power of the Spirited One raised Telios up out of Toba and restored him to his rightful place, into communion with the Onu, back into life. And then the Onu, the Father, Son, and Spirit, the three who had always been one, and would always be one, were one once again. Their reunion was unlike any other, before or since. Although they had planned for this moment before the existence of any second realm matter or choice, still they had no idea it would feel like this. Joyfully returning to court, the king retook his place on the bench. Telios stood in the defendant's position as if awaiting his fate, and Odigo returned to the recording station. "Let the record show," declared Otekplas, "that my son is and has always been innocent. All the Toba of second realm believers and its guilt, pain, and eternal ramifications that Telios took to Toba the place as part of the trade, these we will not give back. Furthermore, none of it can ever escape or return. All of that Toba has been forgiven and forgotten. And now he who is innocent and those still hidden within him are free to go, free to live. Telios, do you have anything you'd like to add before we adjourn?" Telios raised his hands up to his chest and clasped them together, as if clutching the Olmecs he had hidden within, and simply said, "Thanks for believing in me. Always believing." It wasn't clear to many watching if Telios meant second realm believers or the Onu. Actually, he meant both. And thank you, Odigo and Father, for all you've done to make the trade possible. I know your roles were incredibly difficult, but each hidden one, every single one, was worth it. I look forward to the new life we've unlocked together for all of us. Kat and every Onu who'd ever recorded or studied the Hidden Council in Desma all suddenly had eyes to see. They realized this had always been the plan, that the trade had been the price paid by the Onu to free all Second Realm inhabitants from their Toba and prevent them from ever being separated from the royal family again. Before Telios had a chance to sit down, Otek spoke once more. "Before we close, I have one more item. Telios, would you please approach the bench?" After Telios stepped forward and was standing directly before his father, the king reached down and handed Telios the key to the gates of Toba. Otekplas then stood up, squared his shoulders, and explained this key handoff. Telios has experienced the weight, pain, and separation of Toba in a way that no one ever has or ever will. Therefore, he is the Onu uniquely qualified to wield this key and bring forth Second Realm judgment, justice, and mercy. I also hereby decree that my son's sacrificial gift has paved the way for Odigo's upcoming Second Realm engagement. Thank you, Telios. Thank you for all of this. With that, we are adjourned. Better fortunes forever as we go forth and live together with all believers. I don't know, Grandpa. It seems like all this really works for you, but I feel like, well, like I'm just too bad for all of it. Really? Worse than a torture? Well, maybe not that bad. Besides, that's not the right way to think about it. It's not about how bad you are. It's about how good Telios is. No one can ever earn what he did for us in the trade. You can only believe and accept it. Receive what Telios has purchased at a high price. I guess so. I know so. Why are you so confident? Because now I've been sealed by Odigo himself, a deposit, an assurance of things to come. He's teaching me a lot about Telios. I actually think Odigo's coming here, after Telios arose, was all part of their plan, something Telios unlocked by the trade. In many ways, I feel like Odigo is the spirit of Telios. So now it's like I get to walk and talk with Telios all the time, even if I can't see him. Maybe we should talk about those experiences. Gramps, enough already. I can only take so much in one night, chuckled Blaze, slightly overwhelmed. He was, however, hoping there'd be another campfire tomorrow night, so they could dive deeper into this aspect of Smudge's story, his ongoing adventure with the Onu. Okay, I'll stop for tonight. But I'm telling you, when I was struggling with the idea that I was bad, really, really bad, and not the least bit worthy, I heard Odigo say, as clearly as I'm talking to you, worthy? Never. But you're totally worth it. No way, really? You heard him say that? Yes, I did. And you know what? You are too. You're totally worth it. Worth it all. Thanks, Grandpa, sighed Blaze, with a small tear of appreciation hidden deep in the corner of his eye. Your grandmother and I have spent a lot of time looking for Otek, and while our journey has been fruitful and important to both of us, you don't need to match the path we've taken. That's way too restrictive for the Onu. They're creative, super creative, and you'll find them in your own way when you seek them. Just don't ever, and I mean ever, even when you think you've found them, don't ever stop looking for them. Seek them with all your heart, all the time, and you'll find them. Simply don't stop looking. The end. This has been Verdekt, written and narrated by Keith Schaefer. Manuscript copyright 2025 by Keith Edward Schaefer. Audiobook production copyright 2025 by Keith Edward Schaefer.